I think today is time for a bit of a history lesson, guys. I think you've all heard about the Korean dominance. You've all heard about the gap. Well, in years gone by, 2015 especially, the gap was something that we spoke about with a lot of honesty. Korean teams were hyper dominant, and there is no game that best epitomizes it than Bangkok Titans versus SKT. This was when FLICKR picked up the Olaf, doubled G4's Aurelia's CS by about 10 minutes, 80 to 40, something like that, finished up 8-2-8, and they just looked like they were having fun while they were doing it. The most terrifying thing about losing a game of League of Legends, if you lose it, and also your opponent looks like they're just dancing around and being the Harlem Globetrotters while you're trying your best. It's really, really rough, but that's the state of League of Legends in 2015.
That's the thing is we actually saw BKT try to make early game plays when we saw them yesterday against DAMWON Gaming, and it failed horribly. Warlock clicked on the wrong thing when he went to Twisted Advance into the mid lane.
Hey, we've all done that once or twice.
Yeah, I know, but
yeah, I do that, and I'm in Silver 4, man.
Exactly. As your first act in the game, it's a hard way to start your World Championship here. Bangkok Titans, we'll see what they can play for. Again, they do have a bright star in G4 here. FLICKR has actually been in his one game so far, actually got picked on a little bit, so maybe G4 can pry something out of that lane, but
I think it's a race between SKT and EDG to see who can beat him faster. I bet they got together after the game yesterday, and EDG's like, all right, here's our time. What can you do? And FLICKR's like, I think maybe we can try it out. But
got a speedrunning championship here at the World Championship.
Pretty much. Get a little speed. Everybody loves watching speed runs, right? Yeah. Gangplank, the second ban. Mordekaiser, of course. I was hoping Mordekaiser would get through one of these games.
Not gonna happen.
Not this one, no.
I think it'll happen later on in a series.
It will happen at some point, of course, but then, I mean, people are so afraid of the snowball potential of a Mordekaiser. Push that bottom lane, take that dragon, take your mid tower, and just how hard it is to play against him when that happens. But we see the same three normal bans. Fiora, Darius coming in. It's a lot of these very contested picks. Fiora is the one where it would be a surprise, but because against SKT, because Marin showed up big time yesterday, it's of course not a surprise in this match. It hasn't really been banned or picked too much in other games we have seen so far. Marin had a fantastic performance though on Fiora.
So do you just go with the Elise first? It seems like a solid pick to start things off with. You can build a lot of stuff around it. She fits into pretty much anything these days.
I think going Elise first is very good for Bangkok Titans. Again, it will give them some of this early game power they will need. I mean, you cannot start building like a late game Giacomo composition and expect to reach late game against SK Telecom. So Elise would be the standout. Maybe you want to go for a Kalista.
Thing is,
if you want some 80 carry pressure.
All 007X is playing as big dumb tanks. Gragas, Rek'Sai, Sejuani over and over again. There was the Kalista, so I was wrong about it earlier. I didn't think she was that important, but Bangkok Titans seem to care a whole lot about this one.
Well, I think Bengi will be quite happy to take that Elise, perhaps. Rek'Sai is a great champion for him as well. And Marin, are we going to get to see that deadly rumble? We haven't seen it a lot for Marin lately. There have been a lot of other picks that take priority, but maybe in a game like this, you could use it just to push ahead a little bit quicker.
Sure, maybe you can try out some of these things you have been working on in practice, and you're maybe not 100% sure if you want to use it. Give it a go, see how the performance goes, and maybe learn a few things, so just get it out of your system if you really want to play at a Rumble, which is, of course, Marin's most played champion.
I mean, Marin...
More people are probably expecting him to play Maokai, though.
Well, Marin is a champion, or, well, Marin's a champion.
He's a champion now.
But he's also playing a champion, such as Rumble, that's very good at early dragon control. And if SKT says, hey, you know what? We're just going to go for fast early dragons, going to get 5 stacks right away and end this thing quick. Rumble's a good pick for that. Braum, Rek'Sai, the next 2 choices for the Bangkok Titans. Yeah,
BKT picking things that we're not too surprised to see from them overall. Braum definitely a great support pick when it's left open for you. And the Rek'Sai just kind of next on the list for 007X once you ban that Gragas away.
Yeah, and I think it's okay to trade Elise for Rek'Sai. I think Rek'Sai is a very, very strong pick still by then getting the Kalista, as long as you can then bully your lane. And that's why I don't really like Braum too much here for Bangkok Titans. I would rather see him just all in on that bottom lane. You use the first pick on the 80 carry. Give me a Thresh, give me a Kennen, something that can really dominate 2 versus 2.
By the way, this is really a FLICKR Master Yi game. I know we saw him hover over Aurelia.
Hey, they got the AP
he has
top
played
lane.
that in mid. It's true.
They're setting up for them. AP top lane.
He played Master Yi a couple times in Korea in the summer season. He won the games with him.
It could be Riven as well. It could be the Zed.
Could be.
Coming in. I mean, they're setting up for a physical damage healer in the mid lane.
Yeah, and gonna grab that Alistar, I'd imagine. rather than the Shen support or something like that. Yep, it'll get locked in along with Bang's Vayne, which is a pretty common pick for him.
Well, you mentioned speed running this game. They've got a whole lot of really good tower divers here. Alistair can ignore turret for 6 seconds. Elise can repel away. And again, you mentioned Rumble with the early game dragon control and whatnot. SKT is certainly set up for a very fast, aggressive composition, and they can always fall back on the Vayne if it gets a little bit later than 20 minutes.
Lane swap it early on. Rumble doesn't require that much gold to be super effective. You have the Vayne engine who gets a lane swap lane, gets your levels under her belt. So SKT can play that style, and as well, the Bangkok Titans is not a team you would expect to do really well in lane swaps. It often something we see a lot more of when it comes to the best regions we have around the world, and especially international tournaments where really you get tested on your lane swaps. So they might find themselves in a situation where they don't 100% know what to do, what the next few moves are going to be, and then you get punished super hard in lane swaps.
I think Maokai is a great choice for the top lane. Just pick something solid, pick something that's not going to die very easily, and the Aurelia possibly for mid lane. I don't know,
Interesting.
man.
Mid lane Aurelia for G4.
Okay, well that may make the Master Yi harder to play. There is that.
Already predicting the matchup, Doa. G4's a level ahead, all right?
This pick and ban phase went downhill pretty fast with the last 2 picks.
Really, it's not a blind pick mid lane.
Did it.
that's
For
for
Bangkok Titans, you blind pick Aurelia. You also have purely physical damage, outside of obviously a little bit of true damage. And yes, okay, we can count Maokai and his insane amount of AP damage.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
got good
coming
ratios.
So Bangkok Titans are really going to fight against the clock here. They have to win that early game so hard against SK Telecom, but the lane swap for them can still just happen. They don't have the wave clear either, no.
Go Riven.
That'd be a fun matchup. Mid lane is essentially top lane. Now it's a race who can fight more often.
Yeah, I feel like G4 is like, you know what? I want to pick into a 1v1 skill matchup against FLICKR. I'm like, all right. I think FLICKR's going to be fine with that.
That is one way to test yourself. The hover for
Olaf.
And mid lane has become top lane. Aurelia versus Olaf up in the mid. Actually,
They could swap it.
Yeah,
No, this is going to be Olaf mid.
Yeah.
Randomly, one day I was sitting on Reddit. I don't know why, but I was just there.
Why do any of us sit
Yeah,
on
why
Reddit?
do we? And suddenly this guy links a FLICKR highlight video where he's playing Olaf mid lane. I'm like, come on, we're never going to use that in competitive play.
Yeah, not unless it's the World Championships.
And now we get Olaf mid lane for FLICKR into the Aurelia. So strong early game for him. But he's 2 melee champions. Like the junglers, they really want to go towards that mid lane and say hello and see if they can impact something. SKT, again, as we mentioned earlier, might just look to lane swap the Vayne away from the Kalista and then play that game against the Bangkok Titans.
I mean, the nice thing for SKT is everyone on the Bangkok Titans jumps into melee, and suddenly they're just dancing on an equalizer. It's going to be a little bit rough, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one. A melee-heavy team up against Rumble, definitely a hard one to go for. Just a lot of slows, a lot of AoE crowd control on the SKT lineup overall. We talk about the mid lane matchup. There's one thing I know about Aurelia versus Olaf. At level 4, it power spikes for Aurelia. That's when she can take over the matchup.
That's the moment.
That's literally when you go for the all-in, and that's the one moment I think G4's got a really big attempt for.
Do you have
Obviously,
the same power spikes versus FLICKR?
I mean,
is it different?
I think
It
FLICKR kind of
exists to a
throws off
certain
the
extent.
standard matchups a little bit, you know?
Well, we'll see what happens, guys. We're going to get ourselves into the game, and so you at home, let us know how it's going to go. Tweet at Level Esports with the hashtag SKTWin or BKTWin. Let us know if you think the Bangkok Titans can upset the #1 Korean seed in SK Telecom T1. I mean, we've had upsets here at the World Championship, but this is the upset to end all upsets, really. This is a tough road ahead for the Thai team coming into Worlds here.
I would say so, and I haven't looked up the stats, but I think it's fairly reasonable to say this is FLICKR's first professional game on Olaf. I don't know if I need to look it up to make that call. I know Monty's probably looking it up right now. He probably already has, like 10 minutes ago.
Serene can be happy. We're running double teleport again.
Yep.
On the side of SK Telecom. They're already looking for G1. This,
Oh,
slow
undercut.
lane is
first
On the
slow,
G4.
yeah.
They got a lot of slows.
Yeah.
There's a flash already from G4.
Yeah. We just talked about the 2 melee matchups and how the junglers can look to impact that very early. Flash is now gone for G4. Respect to him anyway, though. You're blind picking your mid laner.
Yep.
You take an Aurelia. You say, you know what, FLICKR, I'm gonna duel you. I'm gonna take my gloves off and slap you once and say, come at me. Let's see what happens.
Well, he loses Flash before a minute into the game, so not a
Good
He's
start.
making it a little bit
Auspicious
harder
start.
for himself.
He's putting the training
But-
weights on.
Right.
Yeah.
Just sandbagging for the, for the lane matchup, right?
To be fair, FLICKR doesn't have Flash either, so I mean, really, he's just playing fair.
That's a good point. FLICKR
Yeah.
has decided to go teleport
Minions
Ghost
has
mid lane with this Olaf. Double teleport.
Yep.
Saw how well it worked for Origin last game. A little bit different this time with the mid Olaf.
Well, it's a strong split pusher, though.
It is.
Coming into the mid game. So SKT going for that lane swap, but Bangkok Titans is going to read it and meet them up and get the 2v2 lane.
Yeah. No bias.
So, and this is going to mean there's going to be a jungle start for SK Telecom, so they will get an experience advantage. Moss might try to go out and just freeze the wave, but he's soon going to find that SKT is going to be up there as well. Didn't even do the full camp. They just stopped, took the small one, went instantly to lane as they saw Moss was up there.
And already the mid lane's actually pushing in towards FLICKR's turret. This is actually very smart of SKT to do this. Elise has great early gank, and actually already FLICKR can go for this kill. The chain slow is available. Ignite pop by G4.
You do not
G4
find an
went
Olaf
in.
at level 1, but
No.
he can reset his axe again and again and again and again.
He doesn't know about the power spike.
Level
Freak, you got to
4.
run down there and tell him, man.
Now, interestingly, of course, with Flash for both these guys, their base health is actually quite low. Both do plenty of damage early on, so like an all-in is possible to the damage. You can see G4 trying to go
Oh,
flash.
there's a ghost. He popped it. He's going after G4. He's got no flash. He's got no life. First blood, 1v1. Olaf versus Aurelia. That's a sentence that was actually said in the World Championships.
Hey, for top lane, that's
Wow.
normal. For the mid lane, it's a bit more rare.
But G4,
Yeah.
why would you fight the level 1 Olaf at first? Lose the
I
trade.
don't know.
You don't have a flash from level 1.
He was literally just standing there, waiting for him to come in. What's
All right.
going on, Deficio?
Again,
Analyze this.
He's making it harder for himself, so it's even greater when he picks up the kill. Later on, we get 2v2 lane top. That is where Bangkok Titans can try and make some plays with the Kalista. But Alistar Vayne can very often just sit and farm and just try and out-sustain basically with the Alistar. Played very defensive. Will be a gank down bottom lane. Look here. 007 is coming out. That's a TP.
Oh,
Teleport
cancels.
canceled. Yeah.
But that still means that they could go after Marin.
They can go for him, yeah. He's
Marin
running
has
away, though.
flash.
Yeah, he knows what's up.
Saw him on the ward in the river.
Yep.
They have now information on where the jungle is, so Benki can make some moves on the top side of the map. Blue buff has not been taken yet. And Wolf also knows the jungler's not here. We can go aggressive.
There's a knockup onto Lloyd. Condemn pushes Moss back just a bit, wants to avoid that shield. They're going to chase Exhaust onto Lloyd.
Attack.
Bang getting chased. There's a stun. Bang in a little bit of trouble here. Lloyd low as well. They're going for it. The brawl's real. Bang low, so is Lloyd. Wolf going for the bloodthirsty kill here. Comes Bangy. There's Repel. Does he get the execute? He does. And Bang coming in. Moss in a little bit of trouble. And that's a Moss that's not going to grow on any side of any tree. It's gone.
Mechanical misplay by Lloyd. He tried to make a really cute trick where you attack a minion, you kill it with Rend, and you get the reset so you can keep rending onto Bang. But Rend didn't kill the minion. It went on a cooldown. He had no more damage left. Close, but definitely, much like Graves, no cigar.
It's going to be one of those games. I expected this when I saw who I was going to cast with.
Just take a break, Deficio. We got this one.
You guys just go crazy.
That's
No,
my
that's
normal
not
day.
us. That's not our. Oh, okay, it is. All right, it is. That's our normal day.
Going crazy.
Man, this game will drive several people crazy, I'm pretty sure. Moss chasing. There's the fadeaway smite for Bengi for that blue buff, and Wolf just says, talk to the hoof, I guess. He's got hands, but I wanted to make it power related. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
I guess it's more steer. He's male, right? Like.
That's no bull.
Ah, Noah, you're great. But Warlock, meanwhile, not enough. Marin
Oh boy.
has to flash.
Yep. Summoner out of the way. Marin doesn't have to worry about that anymore, and I mean, we're kind of seeing what we expected to see, right?
So, Freak, where's the level 4 power spike in mid lane?
Well, he's down 14 CS and half a phage. He's level 4. Oh, I missed it.
5.
Oh,
Oh.
it's only level 4 you can do it.
It's
That's
like
too late now.
I mean, rank 3 acts is too much damage for you to trade back in, but you had this like
Oh,
small
hi.
window.
Jungler fight. And 007 getting a little bit of damage onto Bengi. There's a chilling smite. Bengi has to get away. A little bit of damage at the undertow. Meanwhile, Marin with the kill. It was so close. Bengi still on the run. There we go. Before He's got the
Power spike.
Bangkok Titans, but FLICKR is not going to be stopped. Level
Ragnarok.
6. G4 should have turned around and not let him pick up the undertow act. It's too late now. FLICKR can't lose this.
I don't think so.
Come on, attack the Wolves. Get
There
the
we go. Wolf coming over. He wants a piece of this.
Wow,
Danny's
that's not
bloodthirsty.
cool.
They're going to give it to him. G4 trying to get away. There's a kill for FLICKR.
Marin has gone Soul Stealer first item, getting some confidence after that kill. Meanwhile, the very exciting top lane, they're farming.
Yep. All right, Moss condemned against the wall there. Takes a bit of damage from Bang's bolts. FLICKR's just going to go ahead and take out this mid lane turret, because why not?
3-0 already.
Yep. Not as fast as Deft, though.
Yeah, it was a later third kill.
2 minutes, almost 3 minutes slower than Deft had.
What separates the great Olafs for the good Olafs, though, is when you make sure you take damage before you hit the tower. So your passive kicks in.
Yep.
This is just some lessons for you, Dora. If you want to go play Olaf mid lane,
I would love to play Olaf mid lane.
Though. Do not try it in solo.
Where else am I going to play it?
So speaking of speedruns, I have legit seen a speedrun of League of Legends. It's playing a 1v0 and winning the game with no one else in the game.
Oh, yeah.
It actually is playing Olaf, taking 3 turret shots at the start of the game, and then pushing with 10% health the whole time. I've actually seen that footage, so FLICKR's learning those lessons.
The more you know. There's a teleport. Doesn't want to miss a single minion. It's kind of like Aerosmith. He doesn't want to miss a thing.
I was going for the Rick Astley, never gonna give up minions.
Well, that works too, yeah. Never gonna let them down. G4. I think he only needs 2 of those Gs for this game. I dropped the mic that attached to my head.
You let go of the head, it stayed where it was.
I can't, I'd have to fall on the ground for this. That would not be comfortable.
I mean, you can try when we're back on camera now.
I could.
Bring out the theatrics. You can do an interpretive dance for this game.
I want to see Walla kill Mar. That's the only
he got
thing
real close.
that counts in this game.
He's actually winning in CS, by the way.
Yeah, so he's technically a better player right now.
He got solo killed. I don't know if you can say technically better player.
Yeah, but that was unlucky. That was
unlucky.
Yeah, because the sapling ran the wrong way.
Yeah.
What's a kill worth, though? It's about 15 CS. So it's pretty even. All right. What about this first item Magi's from Marin? Is that standard Deficio?
Yes. We haven't seen Rumble in a while. This has been the big change for him. It is gold efficient when you buy it, I believe, with their
it's
new
very
way
close.
to
If you
very
exactly.
close.
Yeah.
If you die, however, it is a pretty bad item.
We'll see if SKT goes full elements.
Well,
Elements Copenhagen Wolves was the match.
I mean,
3 or 4 snowball items.
Perfect game is already ruined for SKT. Thanks, Bengi.
Yeah. I think EDG were further ahead at this point.
007. He's in trouble, man. G4 goes in on FLICKR to zone him out. FLICKR pops that Ragnarok, gonna slow him down with the undertow. 07 backing off already. And I think he's in trouble.
There's the 1. There's the 2.
A little bloodthirsty action for Wolf there as he picks that one up.
He really just wants to be part of everything.
He does.
What a triad support. Just roaming around the map, joining in for fights.
Hey, that's what I do, man. Only I'd get more kills.
And you probably die a little bit more.
5-0-0.
No, I don't think so.
He's playing Alistar. It's impossible to die.
Yeah. It's true. Well, what can you say? We're less than 10 minutes in. There's been 9 kills. I'm happy with this game.
10 kills.
There's going to be 2 more here. The flash pulverized. Lloyd just delivered the bang. And Yobi's coming through. They're going to try to take this fight around, but can Bangkok Titans
Double TP.
really win this?
2-side fight. They're going to go into there. Bengi takes out Lloyd. Moss on the run as well. Wolf could come over the wall, but 007X right there. FLICKR comes down to finish off Moss, it looks like. Reckless strikes. And another kill for FLICKR. He's 5-0-1 at 10 minutes.
You know, unfortunately, he did it wrong. Moss was facing east. You're supposed to face north as Moss if you want to survive a lot longer. So.
Well, he was on the south side of the map, too.
Yeah, but is that below the equator?
I don't know, man. This Moss stuff is like too complicated.
We actually have Moss and a tree in the same team. There is some synergy, but here comes FLICKR. Look at the outplay, but suddenly 007 here. One more.
007, he gets FLICKR.
Wow. Danger is his middle name.
He got a quantum of solace there for that kill at a time.
That's right.
For his mid lane. Meanwhile, SKT, did Bengi just cocoon the dragon?
You can almost say it took a GoldenEye to hit a skill shot like that, huh?
Yeah, for FLICKR, you only live twice, so one more death and he's out of this game.
This is truly the casting apocalypse now, isn't it? Well, Dragon goes over to SK Telecom with a 6,000 gold lead at about 11:20. That Grob's like, just kill me. I don't even know what's going on in this game.
I think we're getting to see the new meta pick in mid lane
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
in Olaf.
I mean, he's double the CS.
How can you argue against that KDA?
I don't know.
And you know KDA means everything.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, pick up your axe. FLICKR. Somebody else is going to have to pick that up. That's so irresponsible.
Hey, you just leave them on the ground. The vendors restock them all the time. It's fine. Ooh. Moss just mad lifed that Braum Q. It meant nothing.
Yeah. Well, it was something.
It momentarily lowered the health bar.
Yep.
All right, G4 is a blue buff. So that's scary.
Moss and Lloyd just trying to do whatever they can, but they're already so far down in CS, and
FLICKR's coming down as well now.
Uh-oh, here he comes again.
Wherever this guy is in the mid lane, he really wants to be part of it.
Wolf doesn't even need Lamb to hunt champions. Lloyd is stuck under the turret.
Lloyd.
Goodbye. FLICKR gets that one. No bloodthirstiness for Wolf there. Lets it go over.
Lloyd kind of sounds like that friend in your group of friends that's always messing stuff up. It's like, Lloyd, you tipped over the grill. Oh, Marin caught in the mid lane, though. There's a knockup. This might be another kill for PKT. Oh, he's not gonna... we made it! There's the equalizer coming down, and 007 is taken out again.
Man, this is not good for BKT. No, I take it back. They take down FLICKR. Oh, that's a bit of a turnaround, actually. 2 for 1, though, still in the favor of SKT.
Yeah, they got to back off, I guess, a little bit. FLICKR going a bit too ham, finally.
I mean, he's the depth leader
Never
on his team.
expected to hear that from you, Dora. Too ham?
No, I never expected to see it either. All right, well, Marin with the sickest bait here.
Oh yeah, fight. G4. So,
oh, that shield came just in time.
G4 is really trying so hard to get these kills, but it's just so difficult. But Warlock, on the other hand, every time he's gone in, he's been able to get something and a kill on FLICKR.
FLICKR just like forgets that turrets do damage to him there. I'm worried that this game is actually gonna reduce SK Telecom's skill as a team.
Well, they're playing Olaf.
I mean, it can't go much lower.
Well, they are playing Olaf mid, I suppose, aren't they? Yeah.
That was my SKT jab. You didn't react to it.
We still see the same here for Bangkok Titans as they tried against EDG, though. They're not afraid to go in and really just go all in. Like, it's what they've been doing as well. Home in the GPL. It's very aggressive in the way they like to play, often around G4. He got their Aurelia pick, he blind picked it, and obviously hasn't made it easy for himself.
Why would you blind pick Aurelia mid lane? There's so many other picks out there. Azir, Victor.
It hard counters the rest of FLICKR's champion pool. He had to go outside the pool to win the matchup. That's why the Olaf came through.
I suppose. Well,
next level.
Oh, turret been destroyed.
Yep.
Just found out. Oh, Marin in a lot of trouble. I don't think he's getting out. No, Lloyd with the kill there.
That's Soul Stealer.
Yeah.
Not paying off very well.
4 stacks at the moment.
Now, under efficient. Really.
That is not value.
Now, SKT, in all seriousness, FLICKR is in a little bit of trouble. He might have to pop that ult to get away. Taking a lot of damage from the ultimate from G4. Doesn't use the ult. Doesn't need it. This is still a World Championships group stage game. You do have to play a little bit seriously. It's very sloppy right now, but it looks like it's not going to matter too much, is it?
No, SKT is pushing it to the limit.
Yeah.
And like that, chasing for some of the kills, but they also know what they're doing. I mean, that trade in the middle lane we saw earlier with FLICKR, he knew exactly what was going on level 1, level 2, so of course he just takes the kill for it.
Marin
with the Soul Stealer is a different thing.
It's time for revenge. The flash from Lloyd, used right away. Equalizer, where does Lloyd go? Right into a flame chunk, flame spitter, flame chunk. What the heck was that? Marin.
Flame chompers.
Flame.
I think is what you're going for.
Flame chompers, maybe.
The wrong champion.
Flame chunk. I guess that's a new move.
Sick.
I've just revealed it.
It's the new Chips Ahoy flavor.
That does not sound tasty.
No, it doesn't. But
FLICKR run.
A bit tasty as well, though. Red buff on him, still walking away safely with the flask on. And now the engage onto the turret. 007X is going to have a pretty hard time on this one.
Well, Bengi gets under the turret. Going to get taken down. Man. Very, very low. Very sloppy stuff from SKT. What do you expect, though? BKT, Bangkok Titans pushing them back. 007 coming in.
You know, I don't think they're going to win the speed run here. World Record's going to stay with Edward Gaming on this one. The SKT doing with the can in the front line.
The turnaround.
Oh no, G4! He's trying to run away, but there's one more attack. That's going to be Bang picking up the kill. 2-0-3 on him.
Marin just yelled face melter. You know what I realized is that I've never really heard Super Galaxy Rumble in English before. This is the first time.
Oh yeah, used to the Korean.
Right.
I've never heard it before in English. Wow.
Oh, it's great.
We need Lissandra in the game.
Yeah, well, Korean Lissandra's the best.
Oh, Korean Vi and Korean Lissandra are two of the most ear-shattering champions in League of Legends.
Like, I don't know why in the Korean client they made Lissandra have to, like, make some noise like she's choking to death every time she auto.
Look, she's made of ice.
You think she breathes?
How would ice sound otherwise?
Not like that. Dude, I'm from
Clink,
Wisconsin,
clink, clink,
Minnesota.
clink.
I know what
come on,
ice
that
sounds
doesn't
like.
work.
I mean, have you played Glacial Malphite? He's chilling.
He just kind of still says, like, rock solid and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Ice hard. Doesn't work. Doesn't work as well. Never mind.
Less, yeah. A bit less exciting of a line.
Pending.
All right, well.
You know, SKT Bang is using the SK Telecom buy skin right now as well, I believe.
Doing his best Piglet impression.
He is.
Unfortunately, Piglet, one of the 3 SKT members not returning to Worlds this year.
Yep. Bengi and FLICKR are returning Season 3 champions.
Maybe they'll make it Season 5 champions.
Maybe. If they can take out Bangkok Titans, it's a big step on the road to the finals.
It is a step.
And in no way was that sentence overhyped.
Overhyped
007.
like SKT. Oh.
Uh-oh. Oh no, if you die, your government will disavow their knowledge of you. Be careful.
All right,
That's something 007 needs to watch out for.
That's true, but
Yeah.
right now 007 has to watch out for a lot as SKT are sizably ahead in this one. 10,000 up at 18 minutes. Not quite to Edward Gaming's record, but certainly SKT flexing their muscles on this one as they continue to play throughout the jungle. 4 turrets picked up already. They're overplaying the dives, but objective-wise, they're doing a good job of picking everything up they need. Dragons on spawn and turrets kind of all across the map being picked up here.
They're basically just waiting for Bangkok Titans to go aggressive somewhere, and then SKT can respond.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because you got 3 lanes pushing down. Basically, all the towers are gone except for one Faker's trying on now.
You can wait for the next dragon. You can pretty much do whatever you want. And Faker's like, you know what? I'm not going to attack you because I don't want turret hits. I can just do damage here. Fight in the mid lane. There's the ult used by Moss to get the knock-up onto Bengi. Lloyd takes a big hit on his way out. Looks like SKT backs off for the moment anyway. Oh, G-Far getting aggressive. There's a stun on Marin, followed by the Q from Brong. Wolf gets a knock-up. Teleport coming in. Here comes FLICKR. Oh, never mind. He doesn't come in.
But again, it means the fight's still going.
I guess so. They're just going to walk away.
The Faker's getting the bot lane right here. Easy game for Warlock. This is the fight that Bangkok Titans need. A knockback there from Vayne means no kills picked up yet. 007X still on the chase. They may kill Bangi for the 3rd time, but Faker's up to the inhibitor turret.
So Faker's still pushing on the bottom side, but again, Bangkok Titans, you know, you just have to go all in.
Yeah,
Faker's just abandoned his team completely at this point. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to split push.
Nobody can kill him one-on-one. They know they have to just try and engage. Sadly for them, they only got 1 kill.
Yeah. He's playing it like he is playing Master Yi, though, right? Ignore your team, split push all the time, steal all the kills, overdive. That's.
I'm sure he's flaming Bengi too in chat.
No.
He's like, stop feeding jungle. I'm carrying so hard. Undoubtedly.
Bang and Wolf are playing it pretty much straight up, though. Low KP for Bang is he's not really diving anything, but he's being the big turret battering ram. Wolf's roams have honestly been amazing.
Yeah, man.
He's setting up a lot for SKT. I mean, keep in mind, like, Bangkok Titans are a team that have pretty well crushed their region. They crushed the, not crushed, but they won the wildcard tournament fairly well. And you can see, just, I mean, like,
it was a weird
high level of play.
A bit of a gap.
It was a weird tournament without, they played in the group stages, and then suddenly they came into the playoffs and kind of surprised.
Yeah.
And won in the end. Goes to Worlds here. We heard in the feature before from Warlock saying,
it was going to be hard no matter what.
We know all the teams here are fantastic, so no matter what group we're in, it's going to be tough. It's just about get the most out of the games.
Yeah.
Here, obviously, again, they're trying to have a bit of fun with like their Aurelia pick and saying, I'm going to try and challenge FLICKR to a one-on-one duel and see what happens.
Yeah.
So for them, they know this is just about getting whatever experience information you can get
I like
in games
the
like
bravery.
this.
Yeah.
I respect
the bravery, too.
Respect from G4, man. He's like, you know what? I'm going to take it.
Yeah, dude. Gotta go for it.
But it's just interesting to show that, you know, how strong of a team SKT and Edward Gaming as well from yesterday really are as teams. Like, their ability to punish every single overextension, every single mistake. You know, don't miss the skill shots. The roam's always on point. The turret push is always safe. You can sort of you can learn a lot here from a team like SKT. When they're not opposed, you can see sort of what their normal decision making can be.
Yeah, the problem is just SKT is also, of course, fooling around. So like it's very difficult for you to really pick up anything. It's just more the individual fights.
I think it's the individual players. Like, it feels like Bang and Wolf are playing this as though they're playing any match in the LCK.
Sure.
Intelligent roams, no deaths, no dives they don't need to do. FLICKR is definitely taking a lot of risks unnecessarily.
FLICKR's having some fun, that's for sure. SKT starting Baron, backing off, baiting a little bit.
22-minute Baron bait here when you got to lead this big. That's when you start looking for it.
Yep.
Scuttlecrab's going to despawn here. I believe that was Bangkok Titans, so that was giving vision that SKT couldn't remove. As they play around the fog of war, they're going to find a slow onto Moss.
Yeah, Moss in a little bit. FLICKR coming in. He is really fast with that Ragnaros filled with spears too. Wolf tries to go in. Bangkok Titans backing away. Bengi getting low there. Marin drops the equalizer very late. Doesn't do a whole lot, but it does push Bangkok Titans back. Marin flashed over the wall with that flame spitter. Gets himself a kill onto Lloyd. 007 knocked up, and FLICKR is going after G4, who is trying to escape the fight. And there's another kill onto 007. 1 for 3 already. The duel in the jungle continues. G4 fighting FLICKR, gets a stun with that equilibrium strike.
We're at 11 stacks now.
Yeah, it's gonna be about it.
Tenacity's nice, but Permaslow's a little bit better there. Nice chase down. 19-7 in kills.
Wow.
Very bloody game.
No kidding. That's gonna be undoubtedly one of the bloodiest games of Worlds, that's for sure. Marin just taking down that tier 2 in mid in the meantime.
But it is what Bangkok Titans can do and should do. There's no reason to sit back and just try and farm and play it out passive.
Yeah.
Challenge them, see what happens. SKT obviously knows that as well. In the pick and ban phase, you highlight the Rumble, how, hey, get some more mid-game power in. The Sidestone is, or Sidestone, the Soul Stealer.
Yeah.
For Marin, definitely getting close to full stats.
He's at 11 right now, I believe.
He's getting there.
Yeah, he's getting up there. We'll see if he can complete it by the end. It gives cooldown reduction, the only CDR item you'd ever see Rumble buy. He did get it 20 stacks.
That one, death not hurting him too much. They've managed to control their blue buff. Oh, but they're going to lose a dragon.
Thank you, Red, on that one. This is going to be number 3 for SK Telecom here. Moss wants to steal. The sweeper actually didn't spot the ward, so he can attempt.
Oh,
yeah. Nope. Well done. Smited at 550. Make sure the Q lands first. Doesn't give an opportunity for a steal to come through. As far as jungle mechanics go, actually, I think it's correct to smite late when you're facing a non-jungle attempted steal. If you're gonna time 2 abilities together, err on the side of smite being late.
Yeah.
And you lower the chance of steals coming through. When you smite early and it's mistimed, it gets to 50 health, and that's when the steals come through.
Makes sense.
But again, when we look now at SKT, in this game, we're also in the group, because obviously EDG and H2K are the 2 other teams in the group. They're playing the next game.
Yeah.
Just after this one here. And SKT yesterday against H2K, to me, it was a game where SKT showed a lot of respect to H2K. They didn't try and go over aggressive and like go for crazy tower dives or anything. They played it fairly passive because their composition wanted to scale up. And H2K still managed to do fairly well if you look at just the early game at least. And now they're taking on EDG next. And obviously SKT is going to be looking at that game. The Bangkok Titans will be looking at the game as well. Because for them, H2K is the target. Yeah, like that's the team they want to be. That's H2K. And for H2K, they're obviously like trying to pull the upset against SKT or maybe EDG, and they have to be able to beat Bangkok Titans if they want even a chance of like force maybe a tiebreaker to get out of the groups.
Absolutely. Those are going to be honestly important games. You never want to get caught unawares. I mean, we saw teams like Alliance overlook the wildcard team dropping.
I don't remember that game at all.
Yeah, I remember it pretty vividly. I actually watched it about 3 days ago.
Sounds like a great game. I should rewatch that.
You got to make sure you never overlook an opponent. Things can always go wrong for you. SK Telecom now by the book here. Tower dives aside. 26-minute Baron, not going to be hard at all to pick that one up. Good smite once again by Bangi.
Bravery Shield. Wow. That's not going to get annoying when I start saying it all the time. Sorry, Monty. Sorry,
Courageous Giga Guard.
Oh, that's another one? I got to memorize these.
Yep.
I'm going to take notes, man.
And the other one is Audacious Bravery Shield, I believe.
Wow.
You have too much information in your head, Frick.
I've actually played quite a bit of Rumble.
I only know like Ramus, like okay.
Rumble's one of the few champions
That's about
I've
it.
never played a game on, actually.
Really?
There's like, I think like 3 or 4 left that I haven't played a game on. Rumble's one of them. Oh, the base. Oh, supportal combat. Oh, he's backing away. Never mind.
Sadly. No fights here, no bloodthirst. Sadly, only one Yordle in this game.
It seemed like SKT were enjoying the first 15 minutes, taking all these small fights, and then when Bangkok Time started engaging onto them and got a few kills here and there, even though, of course, it's never at risk for SK Telecom,
Yeah.
it was enough for them to say, okay, guys,
Let's get down to business.
Let's, you know, get the Baron, let's look to close out the game.
Defeat
It's clean.
the Titan.
They're just playing it out methodically.
Here we go, the Baron Siege. BKT's wave clear is mostly just Lloyd.
Lloyd.
SKT have very, very few ranged champions, Bang and Bangi.
It's not the greatest siege ever. Marin's trying to do a bit of split pushing down in bot lane,
Sure.
but it's going to take him a little while to crack this base open, even with a gold lead like they have.
Again, just playing it slow and steady. The team is obviously also thinking about the next match for them.
Oh, here comes FLICKR. Going in with a bit of speed from that Righteous Glory. They're going to use that to take out the turret. Now they're coming in, knock up onto Warlock. Moss uses his ultimate early. 007 in the back a little bit, but now Bang doing tons of damage unopposed. Warlock nearly goes down, but this is all SKT right now. Another nice knock-up pulverize coming in from Wolf, and that's going to set up the end of this fight. Warlock low, and Moss is going to make it down to Fountain, but just like Randy Moss, he's out of the game. That was an
3
American football
kills.
joke.
That was good. 3 kills quickly and easily picked up, and now it's time to close the game out. 20 seconds of respawns, 5 versus 2, and there's no wave clear. It's just tanks. So SK Telecom T1 will take the game as they were meant to. A 28-minute win, 2-0 in the group stage.
Yeah, Nexus goes down, and SKT takes it just like we thought. GG.
Thanks so much for joining us for another episode of Korean Dominance. I mean, match history. And join us for more before Worlds Countdown every day.
Welcome back to the Verdi Music Hall Berlin for the last day of the World Championship group stage. Yesterday, history was made as Fnatic punched their ticket to quarterfinals by knocking out perennial quarterfinalist RNG. Today's teams, IG and HQ, will look to meet EU's second seed as we conclude the final day of groups. You're getting a look at footage from the Oppo Reno 2, a camera phone that is equipped with anti-shake and bokeh effect so you can catch all the best moments here in Berlin. Hello everyone, I'm Shox, closing out groups with Raz and Azael for the last countdown from the Verdi Hall in Berlin. And 3 days have gone by swiftly with a ton of upsets and craziness, and something tells me the same will happen today.
I feel like that's the name of the group with Worlds every year.
Yeah.
You come into groups, people set expectations, and then it gets blown apart over the next 2 weeks.
I was so confident this year. This time around, I had my pick'ems all set, and then it starts off with this Griffin and G2 just upsetting me.
A lot of things going crazy, and yesterday not in the least. We will hit on SKT clinching of the #1 seed later, but yesterday we do have to talk about the miracle that happened in the group of death with not a lot of chances given to them. Fnatic trumped RNG, overcame years of trauma really versus Uzi and RNG, and made it to the quarterfinals.
This was so incredible, not only because of the caliber of Fnatic's opponents, but also because of their week 1 to week 2 transformation. Rekkles not only showed up when it mattered most for the team, but he did it on marksman like the fans were asking for, and Europeans have gotta be feeling great.
It started funny. Hilariously,
yeah,
though.
Because it was a week 2 start of day to the end of day week 2 transformation, I would say, where it started with Clutch Gaming. Yeah, they were getting into the day. And it was beautiful to see that transformation when they went up against SKT. It was a very smart game and a great performance from, I would say, Rekkles in particular.
Yeah, Nemesis as well, pulling out the Veigar here. Yeah, not letting FLICKR get that solo kill. In fact, churning it around, going from strength to strength.
Nemesis has been so impressive because that was a big question coming into this tournament. With the loss of Caps, would Fnatic have a mid laner that could compete against the likes of FLICKR? Nemesis showed that and more yesterday.
And it ended the day for me with the match that we all wanted to see.
Yeah.
RNG versus Fnatic. I came out completely for RNG there because the strengths were true. The bottom side was incredibly strong for RNG throughout the tournament. I think Uzi had probably one of the best tournaments, as short as it was, just based off of his individual play. But at the end of the day, it's a team game, and Fnatic came out strong.
Exactly, and the historical record was 9-1 in favor of RNG before that match. And if there was ever a time for Fnatic to break that strain of losses against RNG, it was yesterday. They did it. They qualified for the quarterfinals, and what is also important, 3 EU teams find themselves past groups and in quarterfinals. That has never happened in the history of League of Legends. And yeah, just being from the LEC myself, that is of course a resounding success for the region.
Yeah, it says a lot about the depth of the region. Because coming into the tournament, I just said it was top heavy specifically for Fnatic and G2. And even then, a lot of people were just saying it was a G2 horse race there. But then Splyce came out with a pretty large performance in Group B that is. J-Team, Splyce, even that game versus Fun Plus Phoenix at the very end made it a nail-biter.
Yeah, and maybe we gave up some of G2's strength. They didn't get #1 seed, but now we have 3 teams in quarters. We take those. Final word about Fnatic and kind of what we saw from them over the whole group stage. What are our expectations for their quarterfinals?
I still think you're an underdog going into quarterfinals against at least the #1 seeds that we've seen thus far. Those will be incredibly difficult matchups. But we've also seen if Fnatic can play with confidence, if they can play with that pizzazz, that magic they captured yesterday, they could beat anyone.
Yeah, they're going to have a good day for whoever they face in the quarterfinals. But yesterday, an emotional Rekkles was interviewed in front of the fans. Let's get a look back.
You did what we thought was impossible coming in today. Any first impressions on this victory and qualifying to quarterfinals?
I don't really know what to say, honestly. I came in today obviously wanting to win like everyone else in our team, but now that it actually happened, it's just crazy. I feel like this group was way too much to ask for, and in a way it's just like strengthens us so much because if we can beat these teams, we can win the entire thing, you know, so it's just a really great feeling.
Fnatic performing when it matters the most. It's not even a meme, right? You do it every time. How did you make it happen today?
I feel like we were just more interested in winning than scared of losing, like last week. We were so scared of losing. Like, Worlds is only 6 games, and 1 or 2 games can change the entire thing. So we're really scared of losing and kind of just not representing Europe well, I guess. So we kind of shit the bed in week 1, I think, and week 2 we just all wanted to show more, I guess, more of the Fnatic people have seen. And I think we did pretty well.
Do you know that now you have a 2-9 tracking record against Uzi? What was different today?
I think my teammates played really well. I honestly didn't do much, I'm sorry, but I really didn't do much, so I'm just really grateful for my team. I think they carried both of these games against SKT and RNG, so big kudos to them.
Give yourself some credit here too, yeah. I know the journey was not easy for you, and coming here today, this was do or die, basically. So what will you learn from this group stage to help you now in quarterfinals and in the suite of the competition?
Playing ADCs, I guess, is a start. I would probably just say, like, as I said to the second question, just not being so scared of losing. It's okay to lose. It's just how you lose, I guess, and how much you want to win. And I think we all want to win really much, so we should just aim for that instead and forget about the losing part. And then we're going to be fine.
Yeah, I mean, they're all here for you. So anything you would like to say to your fans who were yelling, literally yelling in the audience for you guys today?
Honestly, when we play the game, we can hear most of what you guys do, so it's really nice to hear when you're cheering for us and stuff, so I appreciate it a lot.
Thank you for the interview, Reckless. Congrats on reaching quarterfinals. One more time for Fnatic, please.
Great stuff from Reckless. The one thing that I take away from that I think should be hopeful for Fnatic fans going forward is that he said, we shedded that feeling of we're going in being afraid to lose. And I think that is what was their downfall in week 1. They kind of threw in the towel before they started those games. It was a completely different Fnatic yesterday, and they reigned supreme over RNG. And with that rise of Fnatic comes then, of course, a fall of a titan as RNG. They missed their first quarterfinal ever. And I want to put the attention on this picture from LPL photographer Yikun, who sees on the one side there's Uzi, who is in his room after that game, and that Reckless interview is playing, and next to it the victorious Uzi so many times when Reckless fell down at the hands of RNG.
And it really plays at your heart and reminds you of what it's all about. An entire year's worth, and in some players a career's worth of effort being put into that one moment. And for Reckless, a player who's felt that so frequently, it's nice for him to be on the other coin, but remember, with all victories comes defeat.
Yeah.
And so in this case, I remember the perspective of RNG. Remember, they came off of a pretty historic 2018, but they still didn't get that one big championship. And for them, it really felt like this would be the year with them picking up Longsing, really reinventing themselves, it felt like. So coming into this tournament, it's crazy that they came out with an even worse placement.
And this is the reality with the rise of the LEC, with another powerhouse region. You are going to get groups like this,
yes,
where any of those 3 teams could be tournament contenders. Any of these 3 teams could be semifinalists or perhaps even above. But here we have Uzi going home early, and he'll be missed at this event.
And Raz, he played his heart out again. He never has a bad tournament, and that's why it's so sad for RNG, but also especially for one of the best players in the world to again make an early exit.
Yeah, he hit records this tournament. For how short it was, he still had a ridiculous group stage performance. And I talked about it being a team game. That's true. And for Uzi as a player, he still has more years in him. I believe that. And so I want to see, what next year looks like for an Uzi's RNG.
I do as well. Unfortunate exit from the tournament, but a team that did show up, and the undisputed best team in Group C, however, was SKT, who are on the way towards reclaiming their throne. First in the group, only 1 loss. What do we think about SKT right now?
I think they look great. Yes, they did have a tough game against Fnatic, but besides that, the other 5 performances I think were very impressive. And one of the big worries people had coming in was about Khan, who has really been stepping up, who has been performing well at this event. And so much of these games have been decided by jungle mid 2v2,
yes,
which Clit and FLICKR, it's just so hard to bet against them against any team in the event.
What the replays have showed me, what the games, especially against RNG, has showed me is that this is a different SKT and an LCK team, because they're not just a smart team pre-20 that gets to the late game and goes up against an LPL team and then starts to blunder. What they are, and what showcased, for me here today, is that they're a fantastic team fighting team that even when you have outplay moments here from Uzi and all that, can still have great performances off the back of Teddy.
And let's bring up that tournament favorites discussion, because I feel like you had G2 who has been knocked down a big peg after those games versus Griffin. Griffin had those fantastic games and that perfect day, but then the first half. SKT rather seems like the most complete team to call a favorite so far.
Yeah, I think you nailed it, right? We talked about FPX, about G2, about SKT as kind of the big three coming into this event, the teams that would be challenging for the finals. Even if you're now adding Griffin into the bag there, they have never performed well against SKT, and I think that SKT had the most impressive group stage of any of those big teams we expected to be challengers.
And what I'm thankful for is that there is no such thing as a perfect team, and the fact that they ended up losing to Fnatic, and what was a great Fnatic draft and execution in their composition, showcases to me when we get into the quarterfinals, SKT is still going to be a great team. Sure, but with the right amount of prep, you can still get the job done against them.
It seems like, SKT is the team you absolutely don't want to draw, and Griffin probably up there as well. We'll see if someone emerges as a very strong contender today, because it's time for Group D to fight for the quarterfinals with DAMWON, TL, and IG all tied in first, all and 2 in 1. That is a distinctly different atmosphere going into this group than the ones we've seen previously.
It's wild. I was waiting for this group the most, because out of all 3 teams, I know even AHQ, that conversation is going to have to happen. But DAMWON, IG, and Team Liquid, I have no idea who's going to be coming out in first seed, or even who's going to be essentially leaving the tournament early.
Yeah, DAMWON, I think, looking at them, they have been, a very exciting team, focusing on the top side of the map. These solo laners, Canyon, their jungler, have all been performing very, very well. But their bottom lane, which was supposed to be this big weakness for them, has really not been getting exploited that heavily.
Yeah, and I think people forget that while they think of this team as great young talents, sure, very talented players individually, but we saw from the first round robin, very young, have those moments of errors, especially when they went up against Team Liquid.
I am very curious to see what DAMWON brings today. Their counterparts from the LCK have both gotten that #1 seed, and we have to remember, DAMWON went through the play-ins, had that kind of warm-up and practice and finding the vibe on the Rift. Then they had last week, now they had another week to reset. So I feel we're going to see the strongest and the real DAMWON here.
And they really needed to have that time throughout the entire tournament, because I've always nailed on the idea of nervousness for young players on that stage. I think we saw that from Showmaker, and we saw that from Nuguri. And now when we're coming into today's games, they are the most prepared team in this group.
Let's see what happens. Now, yesterday, Raz, you had to say goodbye to RNG, who you actually had pegged as your tournament favorite. Are you ready to put all your stock in IG?
See, I'm a rich man, so at least now I can put stocks in a few other teams. Exactly. I agree.
Buy.
Buy them all. Invictus Gaming, they are still the reigning world champions. They still have some insane players individually. And so we already saw great moments from the Shy, from Rookie. And that was really the story for me, was taking a closer look at Rookie as a player, because it was a tough split for them. In the summer split, they had some down moments, and it was specifically Rookie who, as a player, needed that time on the field. He got that time. He looked devilish. He actually looks so damn good going up against both Jensen and Showmaker. I want to see what he can do today.
IG.
I think when the solo laners are performing this well, you talk to pros, they are terrified of going up against the Rookie, against Shy. These guys have been so damn good.
Yes.
And it really makes you start to think back to last year's Worlds, where they kind of had this aura of invincibility. Anytime you have 2 players performing that well, I think IG is a tournament favorite.
Yeah, and also last year, they even stumbled at the end of the group stage, right? But they became such a monster as the tournament went on in the semifinals and the finals especially. They are the reigning world champions. The other team we need to talk about in this group, the third #1 so far, is Team Liquid. And to start off the conversation, I want to catch back on to last time we saw Team Liquid when they earned a hard-fought victory against AHQ, and hear what Doublelift had to say.
Right now, round 1 is done. You're 2-1. What are your expectations for round 2?
If we play like that, we're gonna go 0-3 with the NA curse. But honestly, I think we're capable of playing a lot better. It's really crazy. I just can't believe how bad we were playing that game. I think the way that our team works is, on our best day we can beat anyone, and on our worst day we can literally lose to anyone. And like, I think that game, we really deserved to lose it. Like, we were doing everything we could to lose it, and we're really frustrated with ourselves, for sure. So, and after this interview, I'm going to go back and get spanked by the coaches. So we are definitely going to play a lot better in week 2. That's the goal.
Well, he was very reflective, and that's the doublelift we've kind of come to love and expect at these tournaments.
Totally.
This candid in interviews.
People love it because everyone is watching that game thinking, what is this garbage, TL? This is looking terrible. And then doublelift's going to come out. He's going to tell you the truth. He's going to give you his honest opinion. And I think that makes fans feel confident that they not only recognize it, but also that they can fix their issues.
And I do want to take a decent amount of time to talk about Team Liquid, as they are NA's last hope. And you could have said before the tournament already, perhaps their best hope in that, Azael.
This has been a build-up over the last couple years for TL. First, they achieved regional dominance. Then coming into this year, adding Core JJ, adding Jensen, some of these missing pieces where they weren't always able to compete, especially in the mid lane internationally. We saw that pay dividends at MSI, them getting out of groups for the first time for doublelift, making an international final, and they're looking to build on that.
Absolutely, and I think it's maybe easy to discard, well, they didn't win the final and what happened there, but I don't think that's fair when you look at the project that Team Liquid has been building up. The fact that they've been dominating LCS for so long, and that was their best international result ever, including knocking out the reigning world champions. And I think this is how we need to look at this Team Liquid in this day of the group stage. They need to step up today and prove how strong they can be internationally.
Yeah, because look at these moments. At MSI, I looked at Impact and said, my God, he's really good. Like, individually, in lanes, he's had some great moments. In team fights, it's been the same case. So for Team Liquid as an organization, when they get to these points in international events this year, they look better and better to the points that you have been making. I think at this tournament, my eyes have been on Jensen reliably, because while you're right, the pieces to the puzzle have been Jensen and Core JJ. For the first round robin, that hasn't been the case for Jensen. That he has had moments, especially when they went up against AHQ with his Orianna play.
And we need to have step-ups from Jensen against the likes of Rookie, because if you make a mistake against this guy, he will punish you so damn hard. In the game against IG, a TP bottom lane with the wave at his turret essentially snowballed into being down 20, 30 CS, being down a level. Rookie can take that mistake and end the game with it.
Yeah, we see all similar things from other teams, you know, who have, or players who don't have the best days when they start, but then come back reinvigorated. And so much matters of how you do on the day. Azael, we saw 3 games from Team Liquid already, including a very successful one versus DAMWON. How do you think overall they performed in that first round robin, and what do you expect?
I think overall they performed well against IG as well as DAMWON. The AHQ game I was not impressed with, but I think especially Impact and Xmithy, you have got to be proud of how these guys played. Impact was such a difference maker against DAMWON. This solo kill essentially blew the game open for TL, got them the Baron, and Xmithy, despite even having bad jungle matchups, being up against Olaf, being your mid laner pushed in, he was actually getting more done against IG, and really, really impressed me.
Where do you want to see improvement?
I want to see improvement from the mid lane. We talked about Jensen, not always stepping up. He had the fantastic LeBlanc game. This was a big highlight, but the other two certainly left something to be desired. And when you're going to play kind of open book League of Legends, everyone knows what TL will do. Yeah. You don't get to make a lot of mistakes because you're not throwing a curveball. You're not surprising anyone. They're not going to flex pick. They're going to play towards bot lane. Everyone's going to be prepared for it. So you have to out-execute your opponents.
Do you think there's a chance that something else comes in here? Because we've said that from TL for a long time, and it works more often than not. But do you think in this group you do need to take another risk?
So I think we could get individual champions changing, but the style will not, right? Maybe you get a Caitlyn, maybe you get some sort of counter pick in the mid lane, but it's going to be play towards bot lane. It's going to be play around team fight for doublelift, or I would be shocked.
And that shouldn't change about this team, because what's going to make them strong in this group is the fact that they are a one-trick warhorse. Like, they are a team that comes in and they're so damn strong of being able to get their teams the post 20-minute structures. They can play around doublelift and Core JJ. They can play well around the team fights. If they have vision, you can't break them. Going up against young talents and going up against, in IG's sense, like coin flip players in a few of them. I think that is a strength that Team Liquid should rely on.
Should rely on, but however, in Group D, Jensen and his lane... Jensen, I did it again! I'm not going to do it again. Jensen and his lane opponents could be the deciding factor for a mid lane check-in of Jensen. Here's Freak, Chat, and Spawn.
Yet.
Thank you very much, Sajox. Welcome to the caster desk. I was waiting for that.
Yeah, yeah.
I was going to say Jocks, but yours was better.
Thank you. Yeah. Either way, welcome, of course, to the Cast of Dusk. Mid laners have been very interesting here. Of course, Rookie is a name every player should know. Rookie, probably the best mid laner in the world. Last year has had a bit of a slower run so far this year. Showmaker, arguably the best mid laner of the LCK. Jensen, no doubt the best in the LCS. Some of these players have had a slower start, though, at Worlds this year.
Yeah, Rookie has been back closer to his 2018 form. You look at the laning phase he had against Jensen in the IG versus TL game. You look at the fact that he's been able to make big plays in these fights. I mean, this game was actually incredibly close before this fight. The Shy does the beginning zone, but the thing that actually wins the fight is the patience on that Shockwave. And this was the culmination of a dominating game by Rookie, where he not only won the laning phase, but he roamed bottom and got a lot of big plays done.
And I think the thing about Rookie is that he will play these control-style scaling mages in such a lane-dominant fashion, and it allows the freedom for his jungler to be able to go for greedier paths, pick up more CS than you would necessarily expect. On the flip side of the map, though, I do want to also mention just how good the mid laners this guy is performing against, because it's always one of those interesting things coming into an international tournament. Are you a world-class player, or are you playing in a weakened pool? In this mid lane pool, I feel like Showmaker as well as Jensen have shown in these games that they can also throw their punches.
Yeah, I mean, I even look across, you look at the DAMWON team, and they have 3 of the top 5 accounts in US solo queue right now. Canyon, Showmaker, and Nagari. So Showmaker also showing up big. And all the way across to Jensen, his week 1 was not that good.
Yep.
But if we look at the run that Cloud9 made last year to the semifinals, up until the semifinals, Jensen was actually the one pulling a lot of that weight. So for TL to succeed, I think Jensen's going to step up, needs to step up to get that form back.
We'll see if they can do it. Of course, it's going to be a very excited group. We decided all today. Rookie and IG kicked things off with a battle against AHQ. So let's hear more about that matchup.
IG did conquer the world in 2018. They're back to defend their title. I feel they flown under the radar as far as that possible, because a lot of those FPX games garnered a lot of attention in the beginning. But the world champion seems to be primed and evolving towards or being in a good spot to take another Summer Cup.
I agree, and I think that for me, the spotlight on Invictus Gaming, the reigning world champions, was, well, Summer Split was pretty rough for them. It was only after Rift Rivals that they had the 5 players that went to World Finals, that picked up that cup, that were at MSI. So when they finally had the time to play and work alongside each other, you know, my focus was on the Shy and being able to see great stuff coming out of Rookie. But today we're going to be seeing a new face.
Yeah, a big point here is, of course, that IG, after that shock of MSI, it wasn't all that smooth in summer.
Yes.
And for the playoffs, after some underperformances from Ning, Leon actually played all those games, which is why it's quite the shock that Ning is on stage right now.
So Leon was a good reason for why they were here at Worlds to begin with, because that level of consistency is something that they direly needed. Getting past the gauntlet run and everything. But what Ning showcases, remember, he is the world's finals MVP, is that he has such a damn high ceiling as a player. And throughout the year in the LPL, he just won a lot of MVP for games and all that. So in a best of 3, he can give you solo carry performances, or he could be the main reason why you lose games. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see what level of performance we're going to be seeing from Ning tonight.
He's high risk, high reward, and that's why I think it's a little bit curious that they're taking out the more stable player in this best of one type of series and putting in Ning, who could get you a big win or could cost you the game single-handedly. It kind of speaks a little bit to the fact that they perhaps think they need something more coming out of the jungle, and they want that early aggression.
I will always have the faith in Ning as a player individually. I know what he could do. We've seen him consistently and what he could do when he performs at that level. It's more so the pressure, right?
Yeah.
Putting him under pressure, what can we get out of him? And I think we'll see great things here tonight.
We'll see how he performs based on what we've seen of IG so far. What do we expect from them, and how much should they be feared?
I think they should be feared a lot. You know, my pre-tournament expectations were somewhat weighed down by the fact that Rookie, when he came back to the lineup in summer, he was having some shocking performances. He was not up to par, but we have seen the Shy dominant in groups, Rookie dominant in groups, and Jackie Love actually was a rock for them throughout that summer split. So if these guys are all firing, if they can get it all together at once, that's a World Championship caliber team.
That's what made, expectations, pre-tournament expectations for this team really weird for a lot of people. You either had Invictus Gaming coming out as first seed, or you just didn't think that they were going to be getting out of groups at all. Because at the end of the day, if they come at 2018 performance at Worlds, then they could very possibly have 3 of the best players in one team in one tournament. And I think that says a lot.
How do we feel about Jackie Love, who was a very, very big point in last year's World Championship run for them, but I don't think has had the best performances so far?
He hasn't had the best performances, I think, in the first 3 games, but over the last year, I have seen such growth from Jackie Love. When you look back to last year, he was really high highs, he was really low lows. When you think back to 2018 summer playoffs against RNG, solo costing them some of these games, I didn't see that in the LPL from Jackie Love in 2019. He looked like a rock, and I do expect him to get back to that level because he has shown me so much consistency this year.
Yes, throughout the year, he has been the player for this team. And even coming into this tournament, it was a big kind of juggle of who was the best AD carry so far in the LPL between Uzi and Jackie Love, and that says a lot.
And this IG is so interesting to me because you know they are world champions. Ning is back in the mix. We also know that from Worlds last year, that Happy Games meme, that is where that started rolling, so to say. But then after MSI, they had to take a step back because, of course, they got flamed so hard for not winning versus Team Liquid. So I think they're going to bring a new seriousness to the second day in the group stage. And they're up versus AHQ in their first game. And AHQ is also a hard one to read because the 0-3 scoreline does not tell the whole story for me.
Yeah, I think AHQ, we've already seen the games that they had versus Team Liquid, and honestly, this is a very close group that we've seen just based off the games alone. They're the most well-rounded LMS team coming into the tournament. Ziv has been strong, but my eyes focus solely on Rainbow and Alex. I've seen Alex play. He was in the LPL with FPX in 2018. He is a great early game jungler, and he got the job done early versus Jensen in that game.
Also against IG last time around, we actually saw them combine to get Rainbow a couple of early kills on the Akali. They did actually have a gold lead post 20 minutes. So this is a team that can make a splash in the group, and as much as people are counting them out, hey, maybe they're not going to get it out of the group, but if you lose to them, maybe you aren't either.
Yeah, I think when we talk about miracle runs, it is possible. We saw it just yesterday. 0-3 is very hard, but I'm not going to count anyone out after what we've seen in the group stage so far. And as AHQ is also the last LMS representative, we also know what's on the horizon for the region. So hopefully they can pick up some wins and bring glory to the LMS on this last day.
Yeah, it's a new chapter. I love stories like these just simply because we already saw what J-Team was able to do based off the level of Fofo's performance. So it's nice to be able to see the talent that's coming up, rising up. And for me, when I look at AHQ, it's certainly going to be Rainbow and Alex.
Yeah, is that how they win it? Is that their only win condition for this game versus IG?
It's not their only win condition. Their bottom lane has been a very strong form for them in the LMS itself, so we might be able to see Ysera. I think he's a great support, be able to have great impact in roaming towards the mid lane.
Yeah, Ysera and Waco, I think, were probably the best laning duo in the LMS, so this is a team that can get their bottom lane going and win through that. But I think they really need to focus on their mid and late game. That is where they struggled in the first 3 games. You don't get to make mistakes against some of these other squads and come out with the team fight victory because all of them are absolutely immaculate in team fights.
If we look at IG as a possible tournament favorite at the end of the day, Azale, what do you want to see from them in the games they play?
I think to call them a tournament favorite, to put them even above SKT, you need to have absolute domination, right? You need to have them coming through and smashing 3 straight games, getting out first in their group. But we know they can have high highs. We know they can have low lows. So they're always going to be a threat no matter what, as long as they get to the quarterfinals.
I need discipline. I've seen too many games where they have leads and then, you know, the Shy will walk off in one direction, he'll start the fight, hope that people are right behind him, and that wasn't the case. So I need to see the team all on the same page today.
Okay, let's see what happens. AHQ versus IG will be our first game of the day, and today we conclude the group stage here in Berlin and decide the last teams in the quarterfinals. It's been a ride so far, so let's see what's in store for us.
챌린저스부터 롤드컵까지 왔다는 건 되게 일단 좀 개인적으로 되게 의미가 있다고 생각하고요. 되게 멀리서 보면 되게 뭔가 어떻게 왔나 싶기도 하면서도 되게 지금 잘 해 나가고 있는 것 같아요. 지금. 앞으로 더 높이 갈 수 있도록 열심히 해야죠. 앞만 보고.
DAMWON will take down IG.
the 2018 champions.
如果是没有进入到小组赛，其实就算仅仅是作为 LPL 的3号种子来说，也是很不合格的事情，更不要说去年的世界冠军这个头衔了。
Invictus Gaming! Ysera's going to dive in. It's a brilliant equalizer.
Careful, Smithy here looking for the steal potentially.
Yep, teleport is going to go in. They're committing. And AHQ, they were winning until they lost.
The best showing that we have seen from AHQ, and a team that can perform to this level can be dangerous in the second round robin.
Man, last year we were one game away from making it out of groups. I don't feel as heavy as I did in past worlds where it's like, oh, I'm so bogged down, like, oh, we need to get lucky to win. I feel good, I feel confident.
This time he pulls it off with the quadra kill.
I think I'm a strong player, I think my team is strong. It's time for my team to make it out of groups.
Welcome back. We are live and almost ready to go into the first game of the day. We are closing out the group stage. The last two teams will join the quarterfinals. And up first, we've got a team against the ropes in AHQ 0-3. A loss means their tournament life is over versus Invictus Gaming, the reigning world champions, an expected favorite here.
And we've been talking about it the entirety of this group stage. It only takes one play, one moment for either of these teams to be able to turn it around. We've already seen a couple of teams go 3-0 on their days in this group. AHQ would be hoping for a miracle and a continued messy group. But for someone like IG, they really need to start performing at that caliber that we know they can if they want to reestablish themselves as a tournament favorite.
Absolutely, and I feel like coming into the previous 3 days, we've at least known one team that everyone was pretty sure was going to get out, with FPX, G2, and SKT. All those teams ended up moving on. Today, I can't say for sure that any of the teams is getting out because of the 2-2-1 we have at the start of this group. So every game's going to matter, even the ones against AHQ, because when you're this close in a group, dropping a game to AHQ could be the difference to getting through the group.
Yeah, it absolutely could, which makes the substitution of Ning, the coin flip jungle player coming into this Invictus Gaming lineup, all that more confusing because you already beat them with Leon, Mr. Consistent, the person that got you to Worlds when you did bench Ning in the first place. This is a risk for Invictus Gaming fans. They obviously want to reach a height, but that is the danger of going with a player like Ning.
And we were talking about this earlier. Is Ning being subbed in a good sign for IG? Or a bad sign for IG, because he didn't play with them in their regional qualifier. He didn't play with them in week 1, and they went 2-1 with Leon, even if Leon looked a little bit questionable. And I think Spawn and I have slightly different opinions on this. My opinion was it's probably a good thing because they did go 2-1, and you don't think they would make a substitution unless it makes them better. But Spawn, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, when I have a look at this, I think that AHQ probably the weakest team in this group.
Yes.
Ning is a player that if he's in form, will be a positive. Play him now. Check that form. It is going to be a lot of the games played on the same day today. So just have that stat check at the start. If he's good, keep playing him. If not, go back to the consistent rookie.
So you're saying tune-up game. You're saying, hey, you know, is Ning back on form? Of course, this was the starter when they won the World Championship, right? This is the starting 5 that was the best team in the world. So look, if he's back on form, if we're ready to go, that's our lineup. Let's do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that he will be in better form now that Rookie is playing well. It is so much easier to play jungle when your mid laner is smashing people. And if Rookie is able to guarantee that shove, we know that Ning is a skirmish-heavy, invade-style, get-in-your-face jungler. That should help him out.
And we also have to remember the first time these two teams played against each other, AHQ had about a 2,000 gold lead 15 minutes into the game. So they actually played a very solid early game. It was only in the mid-late game that they ended up faltering. So IG can't take them for granted.
It was the closest game that ended before 30 minutes.
Yeah.
It looked like it was so close until it was over when IG took that last team fight. Let's see if AHQ can run it back. Give us another good game.
Well, Champion Select has begun. Of course, teams switching sides. We know Pantheon is 100% ban rate in the group stage. It's got to be banned first round right hit every time. So Red Team does get slightly stymied in pick ban, having that sort of required ban, but otherwise a lot can be left up.
It's also been over 5 days since these teams have played on stage. they're likely not scrimming against each other. They've been scrimming against the other groups. So I expect different picks coming out this round robin than we did in the first.
What's more, this was the very first game these teams played at Worlds. This one and the one tomorrow were the first games these teams played. So there is a week and a half of learning to prep, re-prep, champ select, watch over the VOD, and see what else everyone else is doing to show us a different game here.
And that's always can be a bait. We've seen in previous Worlds that if you come in and you play an off-meta pick, you don't have the exact read, maybe you have a certain scrim group that's going one way. I mean, Kayle seems to be that pick this Worlds, but it can blow up in your face. And the LPL teams are real famous for having these really terrible reads on the meta. So I hope that this isn't one of those times.
Well, early Gragas comes through, definitely has been a premier jungler here at Worlds so far. The Jace rookie had a phenomenal set of Jace games last week.
Yeah, one of the only teams in the world that still has that Jace as a legitimate flex pick, being able to pick it up in the mid and top lane. I think that rookie on Jace also is incredibly aggressive. However, can look to punish it, so I already like the jungle pick here for Alex. See whether he can catch rookie off guard, because he has been very aggressive.
And the Gragas is something that IG used to get most of their mid-game initiations the first time they played. Looking across at the jungle Olaf as well, seems like a fairly IG-specific pick at this World Championship, is now not only has Leon played it, it's what Ning locks in his first game.
It's going to be exciting. Kai'Sa Nautilus down into the bottom lane, and I am curious when Invictus grabs some magic damage of Vladimir as a top laner, and then some bans to make the matchup look easier. Could be the case. No, it's going to be Xayah locked in, so physical mid could be top. Keep in mind the Shy, of course, can play it, but physical jungler, physical bot lane, going to see some magic damage somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that when you have a look at the LPL as a region, Xayah was 100% priority, just banned all the time when these guys were playing in playoffs. They certainly still seem to favor it over the potential mixed damage that you can get out of a Kai'Sa, just because in team fights, the safety and self-reliance of Xayah is incredibly high. Jackie Love, certainly a player that was very consistent throughout LPL summer, needs to put in a good performance on one of his signature picks.
I also don't mind it as the final pick of the first phase, because it kind of forces that Rakan ban when they're still likely looking to counterpick their final top laner for the Shy. So that's one fewer top lane champ you're going to be able to ban. Looking at the bans, we might just end up seeing a GP versus Vlad matchup, and that's why AHQ ended up going for the Vladimir ban.
Of course, AHQ's go-to blind top laner is Rumble, played it twice so far already.
Yeah, I really like this, actually, because Invictus Gaming wouldn't want to blind pick the GP because then it'd be all physical damage. So AHQ is probably likely to get the GP onto Ziv, and they've already removed one of the counter picks in Vladimir.
Yeah, but then the Ryze is available, and we've seen Ryze be a very good matchup. The Shy, certainly a good Ryze player in his own right.
Both. They could take both right here if they wanted to.
Oh, hovering over some of the options right now. They do need both solo lanes, unless Nautilus goes somewhere a bit unorthodox. Victor,
there it is.
Locked in for number one.
I think that's the first victory we've seen at Worlds.
And GP.
I think Mammoth's mid laner triple might have played it. I don't know for
Maybe.
sure.
Someone asked me this the other day, and they said, do you think Victor's going to be seeing play? And I think at some point, but it's not going to be very likely. I would have preferred to see a Ryze here, but I can understand maybe if Rainbow has more comfort.
And both of them fill a similar role, I think, in this composition. If the Shy goes towards an AD champion or rookie in the same vein, then it could be that kind of hybrid tank Victor that we see. However, there is going to be some balance given to this comp. Orianna, for rookie, has so far been a very good pick.
Has been very strong. His second Orianna game, of course, won the last when he played it around, and we'll see now. I'm not going to see any more swaps. That Ori's mid, that Victor's staying where it is, and everything else. So this is going to be the most standard bottom laners here. Xayah versus Kai'Sa, no surprises. The Victor, a rare sight. Gragas, you know, of course we expect to see him, but Ning on the Olaf. That's the real trump card here. That's going to be the spicy part. Ning back in the lineup for the first time since August. Can he pull out the win here?
Yeah, that actually is the first Victor. I just got confirmation. That's the 93rd unique pick or ban we've had since the World Championship started.
Yeah, it certainly has been a wide open World Championship in terms of what is being played, but I want to focus in on IG's comp because we keep mentioning the Olaf, and Olaf with pushing lanes is one of the most oppressive junglers. Jason to Gangplank is a good matchup for the Jace. You should be able to get shove against Victor. He kind of sucks before the first purchase, and then when you have a look at the range support into melee, this could be Ning's field day in his return to Summoner's Rift.
And I think they're trying to set him up for success. If we look at IG's early game in week 1, or even in the summer split, it was subpar. And that's completely different than the world champion IG we saw in 2018. So it looks like they're trying to return to that form.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Tournament lives are on the line. AHQ, the last remaining squad from the LMS, up against elimination. 0-4 is not a start that can make it to the quarterfinals anymore. They must pick up this win. Invictus Gaming back to their old starting jungler in Ning. They benched him ever since their first round defeat in the LPL playoffs. They put him back in, say today, he's going to bring us to victory.
And as we do enter a pause, I do just want to draw people's attention to the top lane Keystone. Because whilst the Shy tried to stave off any comparison to Nuguri coming into the World Championship, he does pick himself up a Kleptomancy Jace.
Instead of the phase rush Jace that you may see sometimes against the GP if he wants to be able to go in and out of fights, can't completely fault him for it, though. Sometimes you get a lot of lane sustain out of the Kleptomancy, which I think is one of the most underrated parts of the Keystone.
And the way we've seen Gangplank force on this matchup is heavy trading and then threatening that gank that will come through from probably a superior ganking jungler, I think it's fair to say, in that Gragas. So the Shy knows he's going to be trading heavily, needs to have extra tools to be able to pick that sustain up. A couple of other interesting Keystones as well. We're going to have a Spellbook on Victor in the mid lane, which is a little bit strange, but I think does lend itself to some better team fight options. He will have to be able to teleport back to lane. That's kind of how Victor's kit works. He needs that gold early. But then being able to swap over to things like the Cleanse and the Ghost for team fights could be pretty useful.
Definitely could be. We know that it was Rookie who paused. We're waiting to see what the cause of that one is, but we'll get that to you once we get the information out of this one. Which means we get to wait a little bit longer. That anticipation building up to wait to see who could take this one down. I'm definitely excited to see how this one does pan out. Again, we talk about the last time these teams met. Neck and neck, AHQ had some leads, IG had some leads, but up until about 23 minutes, a very tight game.
Yeah, and focusing in on what we'd expect from this early game, IG is looking to blow them out.
Yes.
We've already mentioned multiple times that the early game was in favor of AHQ the first time around, so I can't completely fault AHQ for picking a little bit more scaling, specifically with the Spellbook Victor over something like an Airy Victor to at least have a little bit of fighting power in lane, because Rookie's Orianna can steamroll that matchup. A Jace can also get very aggressive early, not to mention having a Xayah in the bottom lane. It actually is 3 better early game champions and an Olaf. So if this game does actually get to 15 or 20 minutes even, that would be bad news for IG.
Well, we got a note on Rookie. He said it was a mouse issue, something to do with sensitivity. We are now getting ready checks, though, from the players, so that might have been sorted out. Might be going into the game very shortly.
Yeah, and I think that when you have a look at how AHQ have been able to have a couple of successful early games, a lot of it has been around Rainbow and Alex. So having that Spellbook Victor, something that doesn't really lend itself to ganks all that much, is very interesting for me. I want to see how Alex now attacks this early game and whether he has another avenue to play around.
All right, early sweeper. Going to share the XP. That should help the soul lanes a little bit there. 10 gold apiece.
Not only that, you just get level 2 off the first wave, which seems to be a pretty big deal for mid laners. I know that they yell at each other in scrims to try and get that one over as quickly as possible. So I think that that's interesting because what I've seen from Rookie that makes me think he's back in form is his ability to leave lane if he doesn't feel like he can get that solo kill. And we saw it against TL when he was playing this Orianna into Jensen's Akali. His ability to shove, roam, impact bottom lane on something as simple as the Orianna was certainly a very key fact in that victory.
All right, well, early inning has begun. Rookie already playing pretty aggressively. Ziv in a fight with Shy at the very beginning of this one. Trading well back and forth. Of course, Grasp, not bad for this one. The Shy forced to run away, but they're going to have another Q, more damage. Ziv won't keep the chase going. Nice. That juke in the shock actually helps a lot with keeping the landing phase going well.
Yeah, Ziv didn't want to chase through the minions right there, but that's always what GPs look to do is wait in that brush to get the early trade. So I'm a little surprised the Shy did decide to run right through there rather than going the safe route. On the bright side, he probably got a little bit of Kleptomancy gold, but it cost him with his health bar.
And the reason that's very interesting to me is Hook lands.
Yeah, Black Shield's still on cooldown, of course. Nice couple of trades right there. Early health lead goes to Wako.
Yeah, really nicely played there. But what I was going to mention is the fact that the Shy does seem to have a ward on the blue buff. So he knows right now that Alex is pathing down. That makes me think that playing as aggressively as Ziv was, burning through potions, isn't necessarily great unless he can get that wave into turret, because could open him up to Ning's ganks on this first clear.
And I'm going to be tracking how Ning synergizes with his solo lanes. Because one of the big reasons it was rumored that Ning wasn't playing anymore is just his synergy with either Rookie or the Shy and how out of sync the team ended up being. All the lanes wanted to play aggressive all the time, but Ning also wanted to get his too, and it just didn't work, which is potentially why getting in a 17-year-old jungler like Leon was beneficial to the team because they could kind of dictate where he pats. Ning's not that type of player usually, so I want to see if he ends up actually camping for the Shy, for instance, in this game.
Well, turbo clear right now for the Olaf. 4 camps in, doing Krug. Sorry, 5 camps in. Krug's number 6. As right now, Alex is down to this bottom river, but not going to find a gank for himself. A full 3 camps behind the opposing jungler. So Ning, with you know, kind of what you expect with Olaf. Don't get me wrong. This is a little bit par for the course, but going to remain up those camps, and you might see him poach a couple of these up here.
And he might even invade, because that's actually a ghost portal that got left behind off of the early ward they had on the blue buff. So actually skips the Scuttle Crab and the blue buff to take a look up here. And the sweep, too, because it was actually uncanny how Ziv backed away right there. Absolutely no vision, really just playing the timings.
I think what would have given that away is the fact that bottom is seeding so much in a Morgana lane. They're not actually fighting for the priority at all. They're not dropping the W on the creep wave and trying to push out. So Ziv knows that he's the one lane under threat right now. So playing respectfully, playing the matchup appropriately, and looking for the vision.
They can collapse on him here.
He hits the... Oh. That's... You call that unlucky sometimes, but that is the Gromp gone, and out he goes.
And this is exactly how we expect Ning to play. That is not a high percentage play. His top lane is frozen. He has no support coming in from that mid lane as well, but he still goes for it. Now sitting on a ward, he's giving so much attention to the Shy's lane right now.
But he had already swept that brush before to make sure it was clear. Overall, it ends up being completely fine for Ning, but as you mentioned, Spawn, already a few touch-and-go plays.
Tight timing there. Overall, though, still is a camp lead. You can see 25-32 in CS. That is the early start here for Ning, and as the camps respawn, that Gromp is up, and he'll start getting some more.
And look at that CS. So yes, there's 7 CS that Victor can clean right now for a lot of his health pool. He's going to end up missing probably at least 1 range minion of this. He's already down a teleport to Rookie. Rookie is absolutely dominating this lane, and it gets even worse for Victor early because you need 1,150 gold before getting your first augment upgrade. And whenever you've had to take an early recall on Victor to go for a Doran's, you usually know the lane's not going that well.
And he had to play aggressive. Hold the thought.
Get it now. That's going to find the stun to Rookie. Body slam's a guarantee. The slow comes on top now as well. And Rookie not going to burn the summoner spells. He'll drop down. First blood to the Gragas. And now Ning in a 1v2 is going to chase the Gragas back to his own turret.
Well, that was definitely a caster curse, if I've ever had one. Rookie trying to dominate the lane. I've been there where you try and heal out of the gravity field for the move speed, but miscalculating the stun duration by a fraction. If Rookie flashes early, he's probably away, but he thought the heal would be enough to get out of the gravity field.
And a lot of the focus is going to be on the jungler in this matchup, just because this is Ning's return. And I feel like this is Ning's bad on not shadowing the lane hard enough. That freeze was set up so obviously from Rainbow. You know that Rookie is going to want to get that lane into turret, because otherwise he's going to be denied gold, he's going to be denied experience. Ning should be there first. That's a mistake.
And you can almost imagine if Rookie just moved towards Ning, they probably win that 2v2. But the lack of synergy between them has him running away from his jungler as well. So not only could Ning have been closer, Rookie could have just flashed towards him.
Yeah, or even hug the right side of the lane. All those would have been options. And either way, we look back at the state of this game in the bottom lane, and it's about equal in CS. More for Jackalov to pick up, and farm going pretty close to equal. And as the wards get cleared out, Ning, and it's so frustrating. Yeah, just fight it. Running from an Ocean Drake really sucks because it slows you. It's the one Drake that does that, but it's Olaf. You can solo that forever.
This is what priority gives you. This is what the ability to push allows you to do as a jungler. Being able to pull over your support early. You can see already Rookie cheating into that fog of war. However, Ning is very low. This could be a fight.
Oh, this could be a smite fight at the very least. Here comes the attack on in. Shotgun hits only onto 1. That's forced the flash out of Ning. Battling over the wall now as well, but Waco's going to burn down, and Ysera can't find the damage. Flash to chase, can't get the kill. So it's Rainbow's turn to do that instead, and finally does knock down Ning. Drake resets. Fight might still continue as Battling over the wall finds the root. Rookie, though, without an ultimate's not going to find a lot of burst damage there, so instead you turn back to the Drake and you pick up this kill.
And the question we had coming into today was Ning subbing in a good sign or a bad sign for IG? The read off the first 7 minutes is not great because we haven't necessarily seen synergy with Rookie. We saw an incredibly high-risk Ocean Drake right there, pulling it in vision of a control ward and going down to 25% health. So by the time AHQ does collapse in, Ning can't be involved in this fight. So it gives AHQ an immediate numbers advantage. Yes, Rookie is able to trade back 1 kill, but it's an early Ocean Drake over to AHQ.
And I think the aggression here from Rainbow saved this play. If that had have just been 1 kill for an Ocean Drake, you can argue worthwhile because of how much work they were getting done, denying experience bottom lane, mid lane, and the continued shove on the top side of the map. But because now this Victor has been able to get that injection of gold, his laning phase should look much healthier now. I think that is a positive play for the AHQ lineup.
Other side of the map, though, we just looked at top lane. Invictus Gaming up in gold despite being down in kills, and a lot of that is 16 CS with Kleptomancy for the Shy. Just knocked down a turret plate as well. You can see richest man in the game without being involved in any kills, but he is just pushing Ziv around.
And he needs to wait for Ning now. You already see he takes a very proactive trade. Everyone is rotating into this top side of the jungle. They should be able to deny this wave all the experience. Ziv's still sticking around. This is very strange.
Could be 3v1 dive. No ulti, I believe, available for Ziv right now to wave clear. The Shy pushing up forward. Here comes the attempted dive, though. Big explosion, and it's just going to be the kill. No problem. A shield from Rookie guarantees it. No way out from that one.
And sometimes greed is good, but a lot of the time, greed is bad. And that time around, I feel like Ziv knows he's playing weak side at the moment.
Yeah.
Just overstays his welcome.
Yeah, but with every time you roam a top laner up like that, or a mid laner up like that, HQ can try and make a play on the bottom side.
Push him off the turret at the very least. It's at least farm denied, and as much farm denied as Ziv is losing, but of course the kill matters, don't get me wrong. 2 plates down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's what you would have wanted to see Ziv do, is just back off and give up a plate, because it's 300 less gold that you'd be able to concede, and now Jackie Love and Baolan are still able to get the experience.
Not even that. Let's look at where Jackie Love and Baolan are, and look at where Ziv still is running back to the turret. It's just extra time that you're able to save, getting back towards the wave. That's why these things are so critical. It's about maximizing every piece of resource, and experience is a big piece of resource in League of Legends versus what your opponent is able to accomplish.
You can see Ziv having to go early Ninja Tabby and the Cole to try to stem some of the bleeding here, so very late Sheen, very late Trinity Force going to come through for that player. As mid's pushed in, 1 plate down there as well, so HQ on 3 plates killed, I believe, so far.
And I gotta say, Rainbow's probably feeling pretty good about this early laning phase. When he looked at the CS early on and it was 41-18, that wouldn't have been great, but the fact that he's been able to pick up a kill and an assist, get his first augment upgrade, so now he can just wave clear pretty well, he's been gonna be feeling all right.
Rainbow's gonna hit a little bit more, but no more slows available. Burn, Spellbook, Summoner, heal, and back into the lane he stays.
And potentially a big cooldown there expended from Rookie just to get a heal out, given the fact that it is 10 minutes into the game. With an Olaf, you would love to be able to take yourself something like a Rift Herald. Top lane is certainly in a position where they should be able to go towards that objective. But now without a Shockwave, it does become a little bit riskier.
And we can also see that IG is still just dominating lanes. We're being fairly critical of them because of how early game their composition is, but they're still up 1.4k gold.
They're going to find so much damage, and Sarah finally burns a stopwatch, but just able to walk away. The stun buying a bit of time as well, and nearly a kill.
And that's just straight up 2v2 power. Yeah. And you can see that the pain isn't going to stop anytime soon. Ziv once again in trouble.
2v1. You know Ning's going to tower dive this. This is 100% going to happen. Going to go for the wave clear as Ziv. Still going to take a whole lot of damage. The flash comes in late. He will at least trade the kill. 300 gold back in his pockets.
So we'll have to look at what happened there, because I think the game plan would have been the Shy to take turret aggro first, but when the final minion died, it auto-acquired onto Ning, so it wasn't about the Shy being able to wait his time and then hit him first. Because normally the way you want to play that dive is wait until Ning's about in melee range, then have the Jace auto, but watch what happens here. Ziv actually manages... No? How did the turret get onto...
He dropped...
He must have just hit it first.
Yeah. And that's like the most Ning thing ever. Like, I was sure Ning was going to pull turret aggro in that dive, and sure enough, he's the one in first. I don't know if it was with a blue smite or what, but either way, that is a kill traded back, and it's still 700 gold lead to Invictus Gaming. This is a large lead, a very substantial one, already 4 plates down to the top side. The Shy, the first one above 110 CS in this game. It's like he doesn't even have a lane opponent.
Yeah, I mean, he's just absolutely dominating at the moment. The fact that he's nearly taken the top lane turret as well just shows how much time Ziv has had to spend out of this lane. And more impressively, he's going the very greedy build. He's got himself a Phage as well as a Tear. This suggests Muramana into Black Cleaver, which is such a good dueling build in the mid game. It's not like he's even building straight up lethality into something like that Youmuu's Ghostblade.
I mean, he's doing everything. It's components of 3 different completed items. Like, it's as greedy as you could possibly get, going for the early efficiency, just maxing out the slots. But yeah, it's going to be a bunch of armor penetration, a bunch of damage up, but a lot of attack damage. And the Shy's rich. He is completely smashing lane. He's doing well on CS and plates and everything else. It's going to look very good for him. Now looking down onto this bottom side as Ning again to invade in and walks away as Predator gets popped.
And this is what they need Ning to be able to do. Look at the amount of control they have over the bottom side of the jungle, and because the Shy has already been the beneficiary of so much attention, he can just sit top lane and control it himself. That means that right now, they have starved AHQ out of nearly every quadrant of the map. And this is what we want to see IG doing, playing past their waves. You know, that confidence that we saw from the 2018 World Champions looks like it is starting to return.
And basically all of IG's gold lead is concentrated on the Shy. He's 2.4 thousand gold up on Ziv in this game. It has been 2 ganks, maybe 3 sent up towards that top lane, but most of it has just been through his dominating play. Now he's taking over that entire top quadrant of the map.
And what a better player to have a lead on than the Shy. This is a guy that pushes everything to the nth degree. Can it explode into his face at times? However, you can see right now playing on that edge, zoning away topside jungle and allowing his team to pick up a Rift Herald.
And it won't be summoned in time for extra plate money, but can still knock down the second turret of the game as Ziv just does his best to wave clear under his tier 2 turret already.
And I still think that Herald will be big in this game because the one thing about Victor, he's been out of the game for a long time, but his straight line wave clear means taking mid lane turret becomes an absolute pain in the bum as the game progresses. So being able to have that Herald to just drop down mid, try and take that turret, open up the map, free up things like the Baron. We already said this team comp does need to get the game finished relatively early, only going to help that objective.
Yeah, I think if IG uses that Rift Herald anywhere but mid, it'll end up being a mistake. The turret is still at about 3/4 health if we think about the mid lane, so Rainbow should be able to still keep it alive unless IG win a fight around a Drake or find a way to rotate multiple people down. And you can already see on the minimap, Jace running down, killing the Scuttle Crab on the way, and then I wouldn't be too surprised if IG group up to try and get that mid turret.
And Ziv has ult but no TP to join the fight, so if IG does pull the trigger and attack this bottom river, grab this Cloud Drake, there's not going to be a full answer for the opposing top laner.
So I want to see how AHQ now try and problem solve this stage of the game, because we've already mentioned they do scale quite well. They are looking for those mid-game team fights. So how do you cede as little control as possible, not lose these mid and bottom lane turrets? You know, you can give away an Ocean Drake as not ideal, but it would be acceptable. Instead, they're going to look to continue to try and force.
With no TP on Ziv, they'd be looking to take this fast, because if IG actually make it in there, they'd probably win the fight.
We've got about 6 seconds. They're still walking over. Ning jumps over the wall by himself, gets a black shield, ults, runs away, but his health bar is very low. Loses the flash down to this one. The shot go for the burst. It's going to be smited, though, and AHQ managed to grab that one. No
that
casualties.
was one of those greedy plays that ended up being good for AHQ, because starting up a Cloud Drake while your top laner is top lane without TP, massively risky, but IG didn't necessarily have the coordination or the timing to be able to get there. They caught Rookie in the Shy during a reset. Ning wanted to go in, but his solo laners weren't there, and he ends up going anyway and having to flash out.
And I think that if people were wondering if the time on the bench taught Ning anything, that play right there allayed any doubts. He's still exactly the same player, willing to go over the wall, blind off just a connected bind, has to burn his flash to get back out, but still that raw aggression that we love to see.
Cloud Drake's definitely plenty good, running away from things like Orianna Balls and Olaf's pretty useful. Shockless comes in, still smited away. Alex grabs that, but now Ziv has to be careful. Not an easy way out. Shockwaved in, flashes, explosive cast, but he's burning, and a blue spike claims that kill. Invictus Gaming on their 4th kill of the game.
And another just invade into this topside jungle. You can see what those early game turret dives gave to the IG lineup. They have complete control over this side of the map.
And we'll have to just continue to track where the Shy goes and if AHQ can stop that. Still waiting for Ning to find the window to use that Rift Herald. Now would be a decent time, but again, IG's not necessarily seeming like they're that much of a team right now. It's like a bunch of lanes playing, and then they happen to have an Olaf. A more coordinated play in this instance would actually be Jackie Love running out mid lane, dropping the Rift Herald as the Jace pushes the top lane, and getting that inner turret. Instead, it's just kind of everyone farming at once.
But at the very least, they are farming really well. 61 CS
they're still winning.
Yeah. I mean, I understand your point. Yeah, IG looking very good, at least as far as the individual mechanics are concerned. Second turret goes down, all in the Shy's lane. Herald comes back up as well. Inhibitor might be cracked sub 18 minutes.
And this was a big brain play. We said it had to be used mid to try and set up for the Baron, but maybe they just try and break the base.
Big chunk goes down there. It's going to get stunned up. They're going to try to chunk this one down, but the Shy willing to keep going in for the auto attacks. They're going to knock down that turret as well. Open inhib. 17:35 into the game. Alex here to defend. They're finally recalling the Kaisa, but until he actually comes back, it's just Ziv dying in a dive under the inhibitor. Ning is running. He's trying to get away. Just barely gets out of the Chaos Storm, and a re-engage might just happen. Ysera's at 1/3 HP now as well. In comes Waka, but doesn't have the damage, only on one item. Ysera low again, has to flap his wings and get out.
That was the most IG play I've seen. Yes, because the whole time Jackie Love still wasn't even there. He was just tracking the other waves.
The good news is they used Herald to break mid lane turret. Did they do it in a convention fashion?
No.
Absolutely not. It also broke the base, but you're right, Jackie Love was able to rotate into that mid lane. But let's take another look at this, because this is IG at 17 minutes, laying siege to a base turret, and not only that, then having a willingness to dive past the structure, past the inhibitor, and just take the fight.
Why not go for the inhib? They know it's a flashless GP. Ning sees his window and he just takes it. Rainbow doesn't use his ultimate until after Ziv is already dead, and they just take it.
If there's ever a what's your move play, it's this one where you just dive into the inhibitor itself and get kills early on. And I want to call back, because we talked about the last time these teams met and how close that game was. Gold back and forth with the first 23 or so minutes till IG finally broke it open, and it was Rookie having a very solid game. No longer the case here, right? You can see, there's the gold graph. Last time they met, oh, it was close, it was close. There's a bunch of red till 20 minutes, and then, finally Baron comes up and they break it open. And then we look at the live gold difference, and it's just a sea of red. It's just a sea of Invictus Gaming completely clapping.
And I don't even think the gold graph tells the entirety of the story, because things like forward presence in this game, counter jungling stats, would all also be off this charts. Obviously, that leads to gold leads, but it has really been a dominating performance from the individuals of IG.
Yeah, I think an indicator of that is the fact that they have no Drakes. They've just kind of been focusing super heavily on individual lanes. 64 CS advantage for the Shy. Still a valid way of getting an advantage and winning, and the Shy now also just making sure they have wave pressure in as many places as possible.
They're going to knock things down as the red's going to go over, no problems. You can see some split push on the top side. Little bits are going back. AHQ sacrificed part of their base to knock bottom outer. They're sacrificing their bottom jungler to take top outer. At least some gold's coming back in, but IG, of course, not slowing down pretty much ever. Bot tier 2 could be sieged soon.
But once again, you really don't want to be trading in situations like this. You are so far ahead. I would have loved IG to go for a little bit more of a calculated play. That top lane wave is about to be eaten. All that golden experience is going to go to waste. You can see that they are still playing typical IG style. Break the rules, just siege, just try and push things down. See whether it works out.
Well, turret's on a half HP right now. Chaos Storm, though, burned. Victor, no ultimate anymore, just for the wave clear, trying to make sure they can keep their base alive a little bit longer. Next Drake has spawned. That's Ocean. Baron, of course, on the map now as well.
Yeah, I want to take a brief moment to touch back on the Shy's build, because there's certain things I actually really like about it. So the Phage that isn't even working towards a Black Cleaver, I think is actually pretty cool, because he's still getting the movement speed from the Phage. On top of that, base Last Whisper, like pre-upgraded Last Whisper, has been buffed to be a very efficient item recently. It's 20% armor penetration and 20 AD for not that much gold. So comboing that with a lethality item from the Ghostblade and soon to be a Transform or a Mana, that's actually a very big power spike he's going to be able to hit.
Yeah, mathematically, base Last Whisper is a serrated Dirk against like 60 armor and more, which, by the way, every champion has in League of Legends. So even like a air quotes lethality build likes base Last Whisper.
Yeah, we see a lot of Jaces just stack serrated Dirk items. I think this is better.
Yeah, I think mathematically it's actually the case, because also multiplicative armor pen comes in first. There's a bunch more math. We'll stop now before everyone falls asleep.
My people. That's all I'm going to say. My people. It's so nice to actually sit down and be able to do the numbers on stuff like that. However, I think more importantly, the fact that he's got an additional 70 CS means that whatever items he's going to buy right now, he's doing so from a very big gold lead.
I think AP Jace with Nashers would probably still win this game. We've seen the Lizard Wizards back in the Moscow 5 days, and now we've got a mid lane siege. The Herald has used top lane, mid lane tier 2 under fire, and another AHQ ultimate burned for wave clear. This is how far behind they are.
And the danger about doing this means that because you have no control over the map, you're burning ultimates for wave clear. If they ever just disappear into Fog of War, start Baron, you're going to be fighting from an even larger deficit. You won't have the tools necessary to defend.
At least Chaos Storm is back. So they've got one yet again. Explosive Cask is next, I'm sure, but IG, you can start to look at where the ward line's going to come in. They're going to set up for the Baron, most likely. The Shy currently split pushing in the bottom lane. He's got TP up, could join the team, no problem.
So one of the reasons this Baron's going to be incredibly difficult is because none of their tanks actually have any armor. You know, you look at the support position or the jungle position, it's going to be Spirit Visage rushed from Ning, as he felt like he was taking a little bit too much damage from primarily jungle mid duo, I guess. So this time around, they're going to have to hold on for a little bit longer. They will have to play patiently. You don't want to give the game back.
Whoa, that could be a kill. Cask brings in Ning, but it's a bait! It's a bait for the Shockwave, and he flashes right back out. Thank you for the delivery.
And this will be the test we're going to have to put IG to kind of the whole day is how well can they convert some of their laning advantages into team play, because it is things that they were able to do in securing a world championship last year. It's about taking that incredible laning skill and turning it into victory. So now that they've managed to kill the other jungler, how quickly do they transition into a Baron? They go right away.
Pretty much instantly here, it's Rookie's turn to try to build some space, try to slow him down with the dissonance, and no one's going to be in range at all. You can see the bind lands now as well, and not going to be the W, not going to be a likely steal. That's going to get claimed by Ning, and now over the wall is Rainbow, and that's going to be a pot of gold at the end for IG. AHQ forced to put away 3v5.
And pretty big desperation there from the rest of AHQ. If they were going to have Rainbow flash in, I would have liked to see the Kai'Sa follow as well, but just watch this one more time. I don't fault the Cask from Alex. This is a really good look to be able to get Ning into the turret. It just so happens Rookie responds amazingly to it. He eased to get the ball in faster, and then ults Alex right off of it. That's just a Rookie godlike play.
And I really think Rookie has some of the greatest shockwaves off weird things of all time. Cast your mind back to the shockwave off Kakal's Nocturne in the KTE versus Samsung final. One of the really great plays I think I've ever seen in League of Legends, and this has been a commanding performance so far from IG. This has been one of those games where they are just outperforming, outmuscling, and running over an opponent.
You wondered if IG is going to show up in the day. They certainly have.
Especially in game one, and that's going to be what all these teams have to do. We know coming into the day it's 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 between IG, DAMWON, and TL, and AHQ is looking to play spoiler to any one of those teams. IG got first up. This is a good tune-up for the rest of the day for them.
And more than likely, you're going to have to beat the other 2-1 teams to guarantee first. But the easiest way to drop out of the race entirely is by losing to AHQ. This is the trap game. So the fact that IG are playing it a little bit more methodically, while still very aggressive, is a positive sign.
Well, bottom, mid, both broken up and past the tier 2s now. Top inhib is still open, but they'd rather siege for the turrets themselves. Hook's not going to land. Black Shield is in time anyway. And Ysera, it's going to be almost the kill, but just can't quite nail it down. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, actually, a nice engage has happened, and the Shy is gone.
And that's poor play from IG. They're sieging on two angles, trying to fight both at once. They also lose both the battles. The Shy falling down, no flash available on Jackie Love, also no ultimate. This siege is pretty much done. The Baron's probably going to expire before the next push can come in, and I feel like they wasted a lot of time there.
Yeah, that's Baron power play kind of down the drain. They'll be able to take the Mountain Drake on the way out, but based on the death timer and the flash result as Jackie Love, as you mentioned, Spawn, we're in here for a little bit longer. This isn't the quick victory that you thought maybe IG would be able to close out.
It's an easy Drake picked up right there. Watch replay that kill.
And this was just Ziv and Wako being able to go for the kill. The slow lands, Wako lands a W, can just get straight in there. And yeah, the Shy thought he might be able to burst out, but dies, ends up being with flash up. Can't quite get anything done.
And we reset on the game. Baron power play, only 2,200. Maybe a bit lower than you might have hoped. With that kill coming over, makes it a little bit easier. You have to imagine the Shy had a pretty big bounty with all the farm he was getting in this game. Pretty well above almost everyone else in the opposing team. But the resets come through, and we'll see what can be done with the last 30 seconds of this Baron buff. 7,500 gold lead. IG have incredibly slim odds of losing this game.
However, if they are going to lose it, and it is slim odds, as you mentioned, Freak, it is the fact that they are running a tankless comp, and this is a pretty fed Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's very good at being able to shred through carries as well. She has great mobility and is hard to deal with in teamfights due to the stealth. So if Wako can get one of those fights, and this is what AHQ lent on heavily in their regular season, it is possible because he is still equal with the clock.
And you add that to the fact that Victor can wave clear very well. Even with Baron up for the last little bit of that push, they cleared everything but the cannon fairly easily. And if Victor ever does eventually get to the 15,000 gold build, he starts to just one-hit people with QE auto attack, but we're so far away from that point. It's a very slim chance, and IG's going to try and keep the pressure up before the next Baron, or if they can get a pick now, just win.
on 2, and Rainbow is gone already. The turret's next up. That should fall. A little bit of HP left, but next wave you have to expect IG kills it too.
And once again, decisive play from IG. They read it as well, so instead of split pushing, they just group up. They're going to break the base in a second place and look to try and push in.
The one person that couldn't die for AHQ gets hit by the Dark Binding and immediately comboed by IG.
And now they go onto the bottom lane as well. They've got a Cannon in there to tank it up. Plenty of damage on towards Ziv. Cannon still alive. Ulti burned for, again, the wave clear, and just barely that stays alive. Ning, a bit by himself, does have ulti. No hard CC onto him, so he's going to finally walk away. And IG reset with 80 seconds till Baron, a large gold lead, and a broken base.
However, that is just going to be mid lane inhibitor. It's not the most important inhibitor on a Baron setup. You can generally push that out as 5, as a team, and still gain access to the vision. Let's see what AHQ go for, whether they do decide that they need to shove this wave as far as possible out, or whether they try and catch IG in their setup. I love at this stage when a team like G2 will just run as far into the enemy jungle as they can, look for the skirmish, because you can nearly guarantee, if the waves are prepped, that IG will win the game.
And I think, though, at this situation, since AHQ used Victor and GP Ultimate in base, they can't make that play right now. It would be a nice idea, but it gives IG a little bit of time to properly set up this Baron.
And once again, pushing through the jungle, getting rid of these wards. Sweeper on for Ning, walks around, says, are there wolves? Are there wards? None of the above. Okay. Fog of War for AHQ. I don't know if they can give up a second Baron. I don't know if they have the choice, but it's already an 8,500 gold lead, and Baron probably seals the deal.
And Poke likely to come through from IG. Level 16 on Rookie's Orianna. Also, gone for the Spellbinder again, so can get a bigger one-hit Shockwave if he procs that active at the right time. Might even just go for a flank.
Baron up in 8 seconds. They are pushing down the mid lane, ensuring that HQ gets to play farther and farther back. Ning's already there to siege, leading the charge. Cleared away by the barrels, but still here to push down the minions at the very least. Hook's not going to land. Ysera yet to awaken in this game, but siege continuing.
And I guess IG says, why even bother with Baron when we have 2 exposed inhibs? Let's make sure we get both of them down, and that'll make the Baron even less likely to be contested. Or if they try and contest this inhib, IG thinks they could win a fight and just win the game off of that.
A little bit of poke towards Ning, but now it's time to back on up, and they can go through their army of control wards. The Shy waits around to poke a little bit. They're not the ones to kill the Baron as fast. Let Jackie Love do most of that work. AHQ push down the mid lane, kill what wards they see on the way. And they know to be afraid of Baron. Blue Trinket just burned right there. They see, okay, they are on it. Shockwave! Oh, and that is Alex gone. Baron still being taken by 2. IG guarantee there is not a play to be made. They clear the way. They take the Baron too.
And just a beautiful setup from the solo laners of IG. They know that as a 2-man unit, they are able to chunk someone out. They look for the pick in the jungle. They make sure it's an uncontested Baron. And this is getting very scary for other teams in the group because it looks like the Shy and Rookie especially are still continuing that week 1 form.
Yeah, to me it's tricky to kind of put my finger on it because yes, the Shy and Rookie are on that week 1 form, but Ning has had good moments and Ning moments where he would go too far or the sync wasn't quite there. It's hard to fault them in this game, 10,000 gold up, 31 minutes in, never really in danger of losing. It just tells me that this is still going to be a very exciting group.
And I think that that is something that is underrated in League of Legends. Playmaking, the ability to generate action. And I feel like IG as a team thrive in action. They accelerate the pace of the game. They pick up more gold. I mean, right now, the Shy's pretty much done with his item build. We're only 30 minutes into the game. And I feel like Leon, whilst a stable jungler, wasn't necessarily the jungler that IG needs to win a world championship. They need some of this chaos that Ning brings to Summoner's Rift.
Low Rookie flashed to look for the shotgun, couldn't find that one there. Backs right out, still finds a 2-man though, and it's time for AHQ to run backwards. No, instead they go in. Wako tries to find the kill, 2 autos. They nearly knock the kill, but they blow in 1. That could be a pickoff. The feathers fly, Jack Love stays alive, gets the shield, walks out, chases in, flashes after Rainbow, but the trade flash, it's actually Alex picking up 1, but we still have a bit of a siege. He's got nowhere to go. It's a trade, it's 4v4, and the siege is still going on. AHQ heals up inside the fountain, but IG look to knock down the turrets before the team can regroup. regroup. A bunch of poke comes down, not quite getting a kill into AHQ. That turret at a sliver of health, and one finally does go down, and they keep on pushing, looking to find that last little bit of damage. The gold lead's certainly large. They can hit him with the bags of gold. Wako push back yet again, and the siege keeps going. The minions, the fifth man, they knock down the second turret. Another hook in, but Ning is going to stay alive. Ysera nearly falls, and that's the Nexus. That's IG picking up the win and eliminating AHQ.
IG takes care of business in their game against AHQ, moving to 3-1 at the start of the group. Ning gets his first game at Worlds, and they set their sights on the rest of the group.
And they did look a little bit more like IG. I don't know whether that's a good or a bad thing, but they did look a little bit more like IG. Heavy topside play, playing around the Shy, diving his lane multiple times, setting up for risky objective takes. This is reminiscent of the team that did win that last year's World Championship. Now the question is, what's the ceiling this time around?
And I think you just don't know with IG. And we didn't know last year either with the way they made it through the run. We also didn't know at MSI when they went 9-1 in the group stage. So I think the fact that they came in with Ning and it wasn't a disaster is a good sign for IG. And that's all we know for now.
And to me, this game looked better than last week's games. And last week's games were enough to tie for first place. With a domination like this, with the Shy completely clapping Ziv, with Ning willing to trade his life for a kill so that the turret could be solo pushed some more. That's all part of that puzzle. That's all part of that IG championship mentality.
Now, the problem I have with IG is that was a pretty commanding victory. You know, they pushed in, they did play that solo style. I don't know whether this is a team that actually even carries momentum through games anymore. Like, you kind of just show up and you get a variant of what we know is just going to be an aggressive lineup. If the early game works, then it looks great.
I mean, after yesterday, is game-to-game momentum real? Right? You can have a bad game and immediately smash SKT the next one, so who knows?
That's true. It's going to be exciting. Either way, North America's last hope, Team Liquid, step onto the stage as they face off against DAMWON Gaming when we return. Stick around. Body slam's a guarantee. The slow comes on top now as well, and Rookie not going to burn the summoner spells. He'll drop down. You know Ning's going to tower dive this. This hunt isn't going to happen. Going to go for the wave clear as Ziv. Still going to take a whole lot of damage. The flash comes in late. He will at least trade the kill.
You don't want to give the game back.
Oh, that could be a kill. Cask brings in Ning, but it's a bait. It's a bait for the shockwave.
IG's going to try and keep the pressure up before the next Baron, or if they can get a pick now, just
on two, and Rainbow is gone already. And the minions, the fifth man, they knock down the second turret. Another hook in, but Ning is going to stay alive. Ysera nearly falls, and that's the Nexus. That's IG picking up the win and eliminating AHQ.
Behold the World Ender!
Hercules, I have been expecting you.
And I brought you a gift, so you can fight properly. Red Bull.
Ooh, how nice of you, but also rather foolish. Mine, no mine, mine, no mine,
Mine. Red Bull gives you wings.
when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A soul reign of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A soul reign of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the Welcome back, guys. Laure here, and joining me right now is Rookie to talk about the lineup decision from Invictus Gaming this morning. Rookie, you chose to go with Ning instead of Loyan today. Could you explain to me how is it different for you to play with him as a jungle mid duo?
可以跟我们说一下，跟乐言打野搭配的话，跟您打野搭配的话有什么样的区别吗？
这就是一个，就是因为您是打的已经很久的职业选手嘛，所以经验来说还是比乐言足一点。然后跟我们搭配的话，也是之前搭了很久嘛，所以大家都知道我们该干嘛这种东西就配合。但是乐言的话还是经验不太足嘛，所以希望就是他慢慢就是越来越好吧，打的。
It really is about the experience. Ning is a pro player that has played a long time, and in the past, I've played with him a long time as well. Unfortunately for Leyan, he's a rookie, so he doesn't really have the experience. I hope that he can improve with time.
Yeah, understandable, and it looks like you have a way better synergy with Ning here. Now, with this victory, you're going one step closer to the quarterfinals, and you're one victory ahead of TL and DAMWON, even though you're the only team who played yet. So how do you see things developing for the rest of the day?
目前为止的话，你们比 Team FLICKR 跟 DAMWON 都还要多拿到1胜，那你会怎么样看到今天的赛程？会怎么样的发展呢？
如果我们准备的足够的话，可能打谁都应该有机会赢嘛。只是主要我们看我们的状态好不好吧。 然后今天第一场打的时候，可能就是大家都还没有就是醒过来，就睡醒过来，因为就是第一场比赛嘛，然后就时间比较早。但是如果后面比赛的话，可能比刚才打的要好一点。
I really think it comes down to everyone's condition, and in the first game, no one was really awake. It was very early, so I expect us to play better than the last game in our next matches.
Well, good morning then, and good luck for the rest of the games. Thank you very much, Ricky, and thank you, Clément, for the translation. As always, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Laure. He's my spirit animal. I also think it's always too early, but I think that was pretty impressive nonetheless. Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst
I mean,
desk.
if they're asleep and they just slammed them, that does not bode well for the rest of the people that got to play them.
No, welcome, Mithy, to the desk, by the way. So glad you could join us. Mithy will be hanging around for the rest of the day to talk about the matches, namely this big one coming up right now, Team Liquid versus DAMWON. And Team Liquid, they've reached new heights this year, and today they look to reach the quarterfinals for the first time in the organization's history. And when you look at the dominance of Team Liquid domestically, it's still weird to say that this would only be the first time that they would make it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, but it's only the second year they've been at Worlds, right? And they did have big improvements, I think, added to the roster coming into this year. Jensen and Core JJ have been two of the standouts. I mean, Core JJ was an MVP. Jensen made it to semis last year. He has been, very successful for the organization.
Yeah, and I like the previous interview he's setting the tone with experience, because experience is definitely there amongst every member in the Team Liquid lineup. So I think confidence will definitely play a role here.
Well, if they look at the first game they're going to play now, it's against DAMWON, and that is a game that they won. It was a really hyped one, and not a lot of people actually pegged TL to come on top that convincingly in that one, so that much gives them a bit of hope for this one.
It was definitely a close match, but I do think that the two big difference makers for TL were Smithy in the early game, getting them priority to actually get the first Infernals, and then Impact, showing up huge with Noguri being so hyped. He was able to get this solo kill that allowed TL to run rampant in that team fight and get a Baron.
Yeah, for a good majority of I would say the first 15 minutes of the game, I really liked what DAMWON were doing in that one. They had a pretty good advantage. It was when that one misplay happened. This is just great from Jensen. Team fighting when Team Liquid had the advantage and the full control in the topside river looked spectacular.
Mithy, what has been your impressions of Team Liquid in summer and in the World Championship so far?
So I was very surprised with TL. I thought they were a much slower team than they actually showed up to be, and I was also very unimpressed with DAMWON. I heard very good things about them. I saw that they were also very, very high in the ladder in solo queue, so I expected them to roll over TL solo lanes, but yeah, it didn't really come out as I expected.
Can you speak to DAMWON a little bit? Because we often have this, you have these hyped players, not Noguri, like Showmaker. We see this across other teams as well, like FPX. They're so hyped. But it can be very different when you step on the world stage and all of a sudden have to play these teams who've been in this position before and are very experienced.
I mean, yeah, TL definitely, has a lot of experience, but they played play-ins. They should be ready. And yeah, I was just very unimpressed with the first week. Yeah, I expect more from DAMWON, and hopefully they pick it up for this week.
I think that's super fair, because with the craziness we've seen in the last couple of days, you really want teams who advance it to make a statement. So let's check in with DAMWON, the new wave from the LCK, the first team ever in Korea to make it from Challenger to Worlds. They've now played through play-ins.
Yes.
They've played through the first week. We're going to have to start seeing the real DAMWON.
Yeah, so we'll start off with Noguri for me, because for me, DAMWON is about the players. High solo queue, individual talent, Noguri and Showmaker being incredible talent, but Noguri is somebody that kind of has that swagger of saying it doesn't really matter what I do in the early laning phase, because he goes for the Cull, Klepto, Vladimir. He tries to make the riches go into team fights, and his team fights, for me, is the standout. He is an exceptional teamfight performer, and I think if he can get past the first 5 minutes, he'll do a great job.
It's a feeling of inevitability. When you're playing against a guy who has the mechanics and the laning prowess to actually be able to pull off Coin, Klepto, Cull on Vladimir, if you do not dominate that guy, it's putting so much pressure on your opponent, right?
Whenever you play against a good top lane Vladimir, that's so scary.
It's like the ticking clock. You're like, kill this guy or we're screwed.
He gets a death cap. It's like, guys, death cap, it's coming.
It's all over.
It literally reminds me of Rift Rivals when TOP went up against him, set up the camp, literally didn't leave the lane. 15 minutes minutes later, Vladimir in a team fight. It's like, what happened? I thought we put him out of the, like, it didn't make any sense. But that's what Nuguri can do.
Exactly, that's what Nuguri can do. And I think when you talk about DAMWON, you talk a lot about their solo laners. But I think there's an edge for Team Liquid in the bottom lane, the strongest part of their team in Doublelift and Core JJ, Mithy.
I mean, yeah, Core JJ is a world champion. What else is there to say? I've seen a lot of his POVs. He always plays super, super solid, super well. It always impresses me. So I expect a lot of that bot lane. I don't think the DAMWON bot lane is bad at all. But yeah, I do think that the way also TL's playstyle, right? Like they do play more around bot than DAMWON does, so I expect them to get a little bit ahead.
It has been interesting because people have been expecting Nuclear and Beryl to fall apart in the laning phase. That hasn't been where they have been weak to me. You know, when you look back specifically to the TL DAMWON game from last week, they were fairly even in the laning phase, but it was the teamfight contributions where Nuclear actually did fall short, doing very little damage. I believe Doublelift did over triple his damage in that game. So despite going to the mage, despite trying to play passive, you have to be able to have a contribution in the later game teamfights.
That's the scary aspect for me, because looking at the stats there, if Team Liquid is completely playing through their bottom side of the map, it makes sense that Doublelift has a 12 CS differential. The fact that the bottom side of the map for this squad has Nuclear having -1 CS difference when he is the weak side consistently is actually exceptional for him. That's great. He can go into team fights, and the fact that he's misplaying is unfortunate, but I do not expect for him to play as poorly as he did in the first round robin. I saw glimmers of great play from him going up against AHQ, so I think it's going to work out well.
And as much as people say, Doublelift gets all this help, so that's why he's doing well, I believe he's actually the most focused as far as the jungle from the opposing team of any AD in the tournament thus far. People have been going down there nonstop.
Yeah, and you have to be fair to Nuclear and Beryl as well. It's just the way the team plays as well. It doesn't matter if they fall down a bit in that lane. What are your predictions for this huge game? Of course, TL is the last remaining NA team in the tournament. Raz, are they taking this first game?
This was probably the hardest one for me, because I was been flip-flopping. People are probably upset because they've heard me say Team Liquid. I've ended with DAMWON. I think DAMWON is an incredible, talented team. The last time we saw them face up against Team Liquid had the better draft, I felt. Had the more, the easier of execution in their draft. I think it's going to be different when they go up against them now.
I'll be quick because I don't have a lot of time. I am going to go TL. I think that the bot lane advantage is enough. Yes, Nuguri is an incredible top laner, but we have not seen Impact get exploited at MSI. Hasn't been here. I think he's going to stand tall.
Player's about to go in draft, so Mithy.
Yeah, I'm going to go with DAMWON.
There you go. You want to add something, or is that just it?
No, let's just,
That's just it.
I'll just go with
We'll
DAMWON,
check in with you after the game, and we'll see how Team Liquid and DAMWON start their day as we send it over to the casters for Game 2.
Thank you very much, Shox, and thank you, Mithy, for showing your expertise. Team Liquid and DAMWON Gaming tied in the standings, and I want to quickly posit that if IG keep the form they had in the first game, they look like the favorite, and this to me looks like, at least just to me, the battle for the last spot in the quarterfinals. Of course, there's still more to be played, but this is the tight one.
Yeah, I'm not willing to say anything after what we've seen so far in this World Championship in terms of favorites. One thing I'd want to point out, though, was the early ban Renekton by Team Liquid on blue side. I think quietly Renekton has gone under the radar as the second strongest champion at Worlds. Second highest presence is actually 9-2 when he goes through, but specifically banning it on blue side tells me Team Liquid's not confident in flexing that pick between mid and top, which is going to hurt their overall flexibility.
Additionally, when you have a look at something like Qiyana as well, which we've seen in mid, top, and jungle, this is an old pitfall for the Liquid lineup. They don't necessarily have the most flexible solo laners, but when they are on their picks, they do have great impact. So I think that this is to the game plan. This is what you should expect. And Liquid has a lot of games that have gone to script so far in Worlds. Their game plan is very difficult to disrupt. I feel getting the best marksman on the patch for Doublelift is certainly going to be a step in the right direction.
And I think it's even better for them to first pick this because Nuclear is so comfortable on Kai'Sa. Looking at this group overall, I feel like DAMWON and ID are somewhat similar in the fact that they're very solo lane focused, and it's based off of having the same coach. Coach Kim was ID's coach in 2018 and DAMWON's coach now. And Team Liquid is much more a bot-focused team.
Well, we've seen the Yasuo Gragas. It was just last time these two teams met, I do believe.
Yep.
That's going to be exciting. Last time it was Showmaker on the Yasuo.
And it certainly was. However, in play-in stage, for the first time ever, Nuclear and Beryl picked up the Yasuo Gragas in the bottom lane. So I think this team has shown flexibility with it. They've also shown the propensity to take a mage into the bottom lane if they need to be able to balance the composition. So certainly is a very nice start to what could be a skirmish-heavy lineup for the DAMWON team.
It's keeping the flex picks alive. It's one of the most flexible first 2 picks you can have, especially because it's not often you have a support jungle flex and that's also a mid-bot flex.
Lee Sin is going to come through here for Xmithie with his Gragas taken off the board. It's going to be Lee Sin, and Xmithie has been exceptionally good so far at Worlds, I would say. Huge performances for him. He's been out jungling his opponents so far. The question is, can he keep up that level of play?
First time they played, he played Jarvan with a support Galio, and they pulled off some good combos. That's not what they're going to be able to do today, so mechanics will definitely be put to the test for Xmithie.
Now, I've been really critical of the Kayle pick throughout the entirety of this World Championship. I think I tend to agree with Yamato that it has turned into a little bit of a bait. However, the conditions for Kayle, when she is going to be successful, from what we've seen, is the ability for the carry you're going to ult to get themselves into the fight. Now, who better than a Gragas Yasuo combo to be able to set that up? If this is going to be a mid or a bottom lane Kayle, we've seen it can be protected in the short lane or with the support, and with the right amount of items, could certainly set up a very potent dive comp.
I think this is likely to be a mid lane Kayle. If we look at the performance from Jensen in week 1, I think it's a risk that DAMWON would be willing to take, that they don't think Jensen would have to outplay it, and then that would push the Yasuo Gragas bottom lane. So if Team Liquid was kind of trying to guess where this stuff is going, I think that's the best bet they would have.
One thing I want to point out is we have seen Kayle bot lane. SKT played that with Tristana in the mid lane. That was a solid win for them, but you're right. That seems likely here as the final bans come through, Irelia and Vladimir.
Now, obviously, it could still be top, but it doesn't seem to really be a Nuguri champion from what I've seen so far. He wants to be able to push up and take over Summoner's Rift. The Rek'Sai lends itself to being the bottom side of the map for the Yasuo Gragas, in my opinion, so we'll see how the rest of the draft goes.
Yeah, and you could see how many solo lane bans Team Liquid was throwing, probably because they were expecting the Yasuo Gragas to go bottom lane anyway.
Does he blind the Aatrox?
Well, they already banned the Vladimir, so I wouldn't really do that so much, but...
Blind the...
Sion. They're going to play a tank up here because I guess they think they could just withstand all the damage. If there's no marksman for DAMWON, if you can be tanky enough, you don't get through that.
But it can be anything that DAMWON plays top lane for Nuguri. It could be Jace, it could be Camille, it could be something that can...
Tristana, Vayne,
be a pinata of... Well,
Cassiopeia?
It could be anything. I would expect... Okay. Team Liquid, they've been off on the moon scrimming because no one else has been bringing the meta over here. So Sion Anivia in an all-important game at the start of week 2.
And that's really interesting to me because the amount of control they now have in these fights is going to be incredibly potent. However, Anivia historically has not dealt well with anything that can force on top of Anivia if you interrupt the ultimate. Can lead to a bad time, and that actually is going to be Nuguri playing Kayle top.
Well, they can do it now because the Sion isn't going to be a lane bully, so potentially...
You say not a lane bully, but Spellbook Sion hits real hard, and if you take Ignite and you have something like a Lee Sin for like the follow-up 300 damage that leaves, I think that you can potentially fight around this top side of the map. I'm not sold on Kayle in a solo long lane.
94 champions picked and bans at Worlds so far. Thank you, Jensen, for giving us yet another one here. Corki in the mid lane. There is a marksman after all, chat. I thought about all the top lane and physical damage ones, but Corki, of course, an obvious one Showmaker's played plenty of times. This is going to be a very exciting draft to see because Impact, part of the reason TL won last time was that Impact was so much better than Nuguri. Several solo kills. Sion, I feel like, is less likely to be that.
Yeah, one solo kill, but it was a very important one.
Very important one.
Yeah, he'd burned his flash previously. I'm still kind of trying to make this draft in my head because also Corki mid has greatly fallen off, but Showmaker would be confident in this Corki versus Anivia matchup, and we're just going to have to see how the early game plays out and whether or not those solo laners end up being volatile.
Exciting matchup here. Team Liquid and DAMWON Gaming hoping to keep pace with Invictus Gaming to get out of the final group stage here at Worlds 2019. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift. Team Liquid is the last team remaining from North America, and they've got back-to-back games here. DAMWON Gaming right now, AHQ just after this one, hoping again to keep pace with Invictus Gaming, the reigning world champions, hoping to make it into the quarterfinals. DAMWON hoping to follow through with what the rest of South Korea's done, which is get out of their groups.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we take a look at these compositions one more time, I do want to throw back to what Mithy said on the desk. He said he's been surprised at which the pace that Team Liquid has currently played the game. He thought that would be much slower, much more reserved, much more about their team fight. Well, if there is a comp that is built for that, I think we have located on Summoner's Rift.
Absolutely. And to Mithy's point, Team Liquid did work on their ability to close games quickly in the LCS. They had the lowest average game time and the best early game of all the teams in the LCS. So even though they play more controlled, that doesn't mean that they haven't been able to close out games quickly. And on the side of DAMWON, they too close out games fairly quickly, but typically not with early game strength.
Is this a lane swap? Are we seeing the lane swap? You can see the level 1 invade coming in on the top side of the map. Sion is taking Raptor Camp.
It's a lane swap.
Low-key eSports have changed the meta this world.
Woo! And that's going to be a red buff taken away. Impact's going to be rich.
So listen, Loki Esports beat DAMWON in game 1 of their best of 5 with the lane swap. It's because Nagari was completely disrespectful to the strategy and allowed himself to get dove. This is just Impact taking the red buff. This is par for the course. Don't worry that he died to red buff. This is planned. So he'll be closer to level 2 by the time he heads bottom lane.
And not even that, of course, we're going to be in vertical jungling land where Smithy gets all of these camps. There's now less camps for Canyon to take. Red buff Lee Sin going to battle Nuggery here, going to fight over some Krugs. And Canyon will be sad to see that there's no red buff to take.
Well, there we go. That's what the Sion's for.
I mean,
crack the code.
It does make a lot of sense because another thing that...
Ooh, if he greets for this. I think he knows Core's missing from lane, but if he greets, that's a hook into a kill. This could be it. He's going to land the root. He's going to find a lot of damage, so he should be able to walk away and stay alive, but that is 0 XP entirely for the Kale.
Yeah, and that's really nicely played again from Liquid because they're not going to be able to answer a top lane wave here for DAMWON. And you can see that Impact already, with that level 2 and red buff, is collecting farm and experience bottom side.
The big question will be, though, is can Impact live through a turret dive? And actually, he can. They've decided not to turret dive him. Barrels ran top lane to help support this, so Nuclear's not even going to be able to get turret plates.
The one downside you do see of lane swaps, this was the change that was made to make lane swaps less likely, was turrets take half damage in the early game if they're not in bottom lane. TL's still going to plate for it. They're still getting some money out of this one, so the penalty for lane swapping is less gold, and TL have more gold.
And right now, Nuggery is level 1 and going to struggle to farm up on all of these creeps. Impact is 20 CS, the top in the game.
Yeah.
And has just been able to farm fine. Now against the Yasuo with the red buff, with Glacial Augment, this is actually a difficult lane, I feel like, for Nuclear to be able to play.
Yeah, A+ for me for TL on this early game strategy. Just the fact that they've decided to lane swap, knowing that DAMWON isn't that drilled against it, because they actually showed on an early ward in the jungle. If DAMWON wanted to make an immediate adjustment, they could have, but they were slow to it. Nagari got completely starved with the first 3 waves of the game, and it gives TL a 300 gold advantage to start.
And not only does it change the matchups around, where you talk about Kale getting a safe farming lane against a Sion, but even the players are playing unusual roles. Nuclear is now essentially a top laner playing a one-on-one against Impact, who, by the way, has thousands more experience in a game like this, and you've got Nuggery on the other side playing a 2-on-2, which is not as likely for him either.
And the last thing I do want to mention about it is the fact that it isolates the mid lane. Now, this is the area of the game where Anivia is so vulnerable. She is so slow. Her wave clear at this stage is also lacking. She really does struggle in the early stages, especially if you get jungle pressure towards that lane. Well, the ability to split the map, give Jensen a side of the lane to play towards, and now farm up towards that level 6. He's going to have the teleport available, has completely negated the area of the game that you want to attack this mid lane.
I don't think there's a punish here. He is recalling onto a ward. Nuggery not looking like he's going to try to stop that one. So TL going to put themselves back onto the bot side 2-on-2. Now that the pickaxe and some extra mana is there for double lift.
Yeah, now they're deciding to swap back, so if the Yasuo Gragas can reset in the bottom lane, it'll mostly be okay for them, and it would just be that 400 gold advantage from TL off the start.
Well, what I would love to see them get off it, it's not going to happen, is Impact sticking around for potentially a Dragon, because it is a level 3 Kayle that would not be able to get up there. And Ocean Drake would be the icing of the cake for this very potent early game. We'll see with the recall that's coming out of Nuclear whether they can still force around the objective. It looks like DAMWON has scouted it, and Beryl wants to be able to get some control.
Ward comes down, both teams sitting around right there, and Tremor Sense even spawning a lot of this one. As Team Liquid make their way over, you can see Doublelift already pushing in the bottom wave, and Beryl the only one here to absorb any of that farm, and they're still going to go for the Ocean Drake. So Team Liquid so far, in these first 6 minutes, are staying a step ahead.
We'll see if they contest this, because Jensen needs to push the wave out in the mid lane. They might decide to fight this, even though Kayle is only level 4.
This might be a little bit scary. 1,000 HP. Beryl is around. Here comes the dive in top of this one. Looking at the kill. Doublelift out of the wave, and a nice smite comes through. Good pickup there for Canyon. Nuclear on the chase. Finds first blood. Showmaker in for number 2, and DAMWON step right back in. Canyon may be traded. How about Beryl now? Because Core JJ is running out of health. The Nuclear explodes onto him. Now more kills coming across. Jensen does have flash. Waits around for more. Impact not going to be in a good spot. He's going to lose his life, and DAMWON pick up a 4-for-1 as well as the Drake.
It's a disaster on the bottom lane for Liquid fans. You can already see Nuguri has not moved from that top side of the map. They win the fight. Once again, Canyon outsmite Smithy, and they take everything away from the Liquid early game.
That went pretty much as bad as it possibly could have for Team Liquid, when you consider that they burned the teleport to actually try and force the 5v4, but they weren't willing to preemptively force the teleport, which would have stopped DAMWON from going for the engage. Well played by DAMWON to go in for the fight. Actually, it looked like the Q from the Lee Sin got absorbed by Canyon, so xMithy couldn't even get the execute on the Ocean Drake. And then even right here at the end, look at this ultimate from Jensen being placed not really where it can get onto Nuclear. Nuclear goes right past it and just destroys the rest of TL.
And that is so well played from DAMWON. The ability to coordinate over the back of the pick up the necessary kills before they then re-engage as a group. And there were 2 smite fights the first time around these teams played, one over a Dragon, one over a Rift Herald. Canyon won them both, and he's already won the first smite fight of this game. And that's a big game changer when you consistently lose out on this.
1,600 gold in a very early Ocean Drake to make the lanes even better. Puts DAMWON Gaming ahead right now after some early plays out of Team Liquid. Top plate goes down. Credit does go to Impact, who touches the lane and still has some gold for himself, but a 0-2 Scion, not going to look great.
And beyond the kills and the Drake, the Kayle is the big beneficiary of that fight. Nuguri would not have had a way to get gold if Impact didn't leave that lane until he hit level 6. He got about a level and a half in that lane, also able to get enough gold and a safe recall off, so now he's sustaining in Kleptomancy and level 6, so the Kayle is completely fine.
Farming up nicely, 53 CS right there. Meanwhile, look over to the mid lane as well. Showmaker, who got 2 of those kills, 83 CS, highest in the game. That man is rich right now. And that Corky last picked, saw the whole comp and said, all right, it's up to me now, and he's doing a great job out of this one. Team looking now forced off of their bottom turret, and more money goes in the pockets of DAMWON.
And Azael spoke about this briefly on the analyst desk. However, Doublelift is drawing so much attention in the bottom lane this tournament, and I feel like it's because of setups like this. Unless Impact has the ability to exert pressure, you know, something like an Anivia not going to be the lane bully that we see out of Jensen, and he's had a pretty bad tournament so far in general, then it's a very easy game plan. Get in the bottom lane, shut down the last remaining piece, and don't allow Liquid to play their style.
And we've seen more ganks bottom from Canyon this tournament than you necessarily would have expected when you think about the players on the roster. Nuguri and Showmaker are ranked 3 and 5 in EOS solo queue, with Canyon being ranked 1. So when you think of that, oh, they're just this top side map, and they leave this weak side Nuclear Barrel, kind of the whole LCK summer split. But in fact, Nuguri and Showmaker have been so solid that Canyon's just been patching up the bottom lane, and it's been working out great for them.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right, is there's 2 ways to help out your solo laners. You either isolate the matchup and force pressure elsewhere, or you gank for them. And I feel like DAMWON do a very good job of identifying when they need a gank and when they just need to allow Nuguri and Showmaker to absorb farm. Kayle and Corky are not lanes you generally gank for. They are farm-heavy champions that once they get to 2 items will be able to take over the game. So I really respect how Showmaker has played this early game, making it about isolating the matchups.
He's almost 1,000 gold over anyone on Team Liquid. What an amazing performance so far for this Corky. Check to see if there's throws a ward around, can come right back into the mid lane, and he is so close to Trinity Force already.
And don't get me wrong, this is a part of the lane that Jensen should actually be online now. He's got double mana items, he's got the Catalyst of the Ages, or Aeons, or whatever it's called now, to be able to start stacking up a little bit more health as well. So it will be hard to take him out. Early game Anivia is not a strong champion, but at this stage of the game does have a lot of control.
Yeah, I think he'll be able to hold this at a 20 CS disadvantage, but he's not going to be able to get side lane pressure, which Showmaker will be able to do. You got to watch out for when Package respawns, because Showmaker can then crash that bottom lane again. For the most part, DAMWON has no need to go top lane. It's very unlikely that Nagari dies to the Scion, and he's only going to get stronger. So expect him to just play from Rift Herald down on the rest of the map for the rest of this game.
And normally when you speak about a team that has something like an Anivia and Scion, you'll be expecting great scaling advantages. However, because there is a Kayle, as well as that Yasuo Gragas bottom lane that has so much backline access, I feel like this is one of the few comps that can bypass the tank line and try and just blow double lift up. If they catch him in a combo, it is going to be very difficult to survive.
Yeah, also got to correct myself. DAMWON going for the lane swap with the 10-minute Rift Herald, that's actually become an extremely standard play throughout the World Championship once you take the first Dragon to move your AD carry and support up. So the fact that they were stronger and first to the play meant they could just get it. It would be a big play if TL can get a turn here.
They're going to flash wave then, puts down the wind wall, but it doesn't stop this one. The knockup is there. They're going to find a lot of damage. He's still jumping away. Will finally get the shutdown. Credit goes to Xmithy.
And that's the type of play that Team Liquid would have to do, but DAMWON is probably fine with it. Nagari has actually been able to pick up numerous turret plates with early game Kayle, so the gold is going to stay pretty advantageous for DAMWON.
And they're going to win in multiple areas because they're going to grab 3 plates most likely in this mid lane, plates in the bottom, and a second of those Ocean Dragons. If you want a prolonged, extended laning phase, you know, getting the additional gold now is great, but the second Ocean also just going to leave you very topped up. And I cannot stress this enough. The range advantage that you're going to have on something like a Corki is very frustrating to play around as a short-range comp. And then you add something like... Oh, hold the thought.
There'll be a decent amount of wave clear in the dive. Not yet there, but now with 3 alive, maybe Impact needs to be a bit worried. Does back up. Looks like the first turret may well go to Team Liquid's side as they try to get the gold a little bit close. You can see the gold difference. 2,000 will shrink somewhat as this goes down. Equally shares the gold. Now it's only 1,500, but DAMWON Gaming going to easily respond to the bottom lane. They'll claim the 5th plate on the bottom outer turret. The only thing they lose is the 150 gold per first turret itself.
Yeah, so overall, that's decent for Team Liquid. I also don't feel like it's something that DAMWON will be too broken up about, since they could get solo turret gold to Nagari's Kayle. But watching this one more time, it was a good setup. You're expecting a reset from TL, so that's why our Nuclear was going for that. He burns his wind wall very early, and it ends up being fairly ineffective, and then smartly double lift ults through. The one thing that I would have liked is if they could have been a little bit more deliberate about getting the gold onto double lift, especially since it was shut down tier gold, but the kill is a kill.
Kill almost got cast by Barrow, would have stopped double lift mid ult as well. Might have actually saved the teammate. Couldn't find him though. Double held onto the killer instinct. And we keep watching this mid lane. It actually has shrunk a little bit. You mentioned it being a -18, but it's actually down to only about -10. So at least something going Jensen's way. Still though, make no mistake, a very, very good game. 2,500 gold puts DAMWON Gaming ahead.
And I feel like the fact that all of this early game was based around shutting down Nagari and trying to disrupt the isolated top lane matchup is the biggest disaster. If you look at what the game plan was, it was a lane swap, injection of gold into Impact, and the ability to kind of shut down how DAMWON like to play around their solo laners. Well, right now, Nagari is 30 CS up. He's found himself the completed item on the Kayle, and as you mentioned, he is getting share on all these plates that's falling down, if not isolated. So I feel like the split objectives right now is actually falling very heavily into DAMWON's favor, and Liquid would be quite upset the fact that this game plan didn't work.
I think it'll be interesting to track with how Doublelift can use this gold, because as we mentioned before, the range disadvantage Kai'Sa will be at against the Kayle and the Corki is going to be difficult for him to find his windows. So yes, he's getting a lot of turret plate gold, and oftentimes you can say it's a good play as the team that's behind to trade objectives. I think that's where TL, like I can't really fault them for doing this. It's just DAMWON also is okay doing this because of the Kayle.
Yeah, I mean, once you've already botched the dragon fight, this is all you can do now, right? Yes. You don't want to go back into the standard lanes. You have to keep trying to accelerate the pace of the game and feed gold. And, you know, you can see that Jensen is actually up in CS now, so he's doing a fantastic job of playing towards his strength in the composition. It's just that they would have loved to been able to go back time, had a second crack at the first Ocean, because that is where the game plan started to go south. However, now looking for some picks. This comp's still very good at being able to change terrain and split someone off from the rest of the pack.
Team Liquid hoping for a little bit of an ambush in that brush. Doesn't find anyone, though, and it's an easy set of wards getting traded back and forth. The game state now, still 2,500, really not moving around too much just yet. You can see 10 plays to 13. A lot of this has been the team's handshaking and switching different sides of the lane. 3v0 one side, 3v0 the other.
And I think the pressure is actually on TL to try and force plays. We've gotten to see a lot of DAMWON games all the way since the play-in stage, and one thing that's been about this team is that they wait on item power spikes. They play actually very passively until they seem to hit that point, and then they go for it. So I think that's yet another item on Kale. It's 2 or 3 items on the Corki, and then I think they'd really try and do something. Sure, it can change in the time off, but that's what I'm expecting from DAMWON, is for them to just try and isolate this game and hold this 2,000 or 3,000 gold advantage until they hit the items they really care about.
On the flip side, I think that Liquid are also okay at the moment to say we still have 2 item spike as well as transform coming through for double lift. We have the second mana item stacking up right now for Jensen. He's going to become even more difficult to deal with and more oppressive in these fights. And their Baron, especially if Jensen goes towards something like Leandri's as his third item, is maybe the quickest Baron you can get in the game. Anivia does so much damage to Baron just through the repetitive E-spam as well as the ultimate being put down, and is one of the better champions at keeping it safe. The turning tool of the Q is very undervalued in Anivia's kit. So I feel like there is very clear win conditions left. It's just about whether you can get towards that state of the game before DAMWON start to take away more gold.
And they also already have river control for this Infernal Drake, which would be so beneficial to the triple carry threat that DAMWON has.
And arguably all 5 care about it as well. You've got the Warrior enchant on the Rek'Sai, and even Gragas is going a little bit of AP. Not a ton, but it's going to matter somewhat there. And it's spawning in 8 seconds. Team Liquid and DAMWON Gaming going to fight over mid-control. Everyone is on this side of that. You can actually see them all on your screen.
And this is very interesting because Showmaker does have package, and you mentioned this, chat. This is actually one of Corki's strongest spikes. When he's able to have the mobility, uses it to split.
Xmithie might be able to try a steal.
He's going to Q over the wall, go in for the smite fight again. It goes to Canyon, and the fight begins already. Stopwatch burn by CoreJJ, same for Nuclear. What's the re-engage? Flashes to safety, but Impact can't go that way, so DAMWON not only claim the Drake, they also grab a kill.
Another smite fight goes over to Canyon. Nerves of steel on that guy, and then of course, DAMWON is going to likely win that fight in the river since they already had a lead. So 5 strong with Impact down. They're looking to break mid.
And with a split on bottom lane, Double Lift's not here.
Look for the body slam into the knockup. The ult comes across as well. That's an egg, and that's going to get poached as well. Turret falls. DAMWON, 2 straight kills. The Drake, the outer turret. Tier 2's next up on the plate.
And that's just disrespect coming through from Liquid. That's too much confidence in what Anivia's wave clear is able to do. We already mentioned the dive tools that were not expended in that fight. And you can see that they run over the mid lane. Take another look at the Dragon, however. I really want to see how this goes with Xmithie because I thought he was down in levels. He's actually equal.
Yeah, and also the package was used a little too early. So watch this smite right here. He takes Q in, but now he no longer has the Q execute. And it ends up being both of them pressing smite at 900, and Canyon just really played it better. I don't even think he timed that with his E necessarily. And then Impact kind of field goes through the rest of DAMWON. TL not willing to fight.
And a couple of things to look at in that fight. Wind Wall from Nuclear did separate a lot of the damage sources that was going to come across. And because already the fact that Impact was so low, Double Lift didn't want to get backline access through his ultimate. So that was a very split fight. Certainly not the way that Liquid want to be fighting, I feel, in this game. If anything, they want the front to back. And I feel like DAMWON want to be playing more of a dive split up game.
And this has turned into an incredibly one-sided game. 6,000 gold and 3 Drakes at 18 minutes. DAMWON kind of just needs to run their playbook and execute here. Make sure the side waves are prepped. Make sure they get a little bit of control on the Baron buff. And then just look for picks in that area with the Gragas Yasuo, which is a great team fight initiator. So DAMWON's looking very comfortable at the start of the final day of groups.
Yeah, and it's not surprising because with the maturity of League of Legends as kind of a sport, you have 2 distinct styles coming across. You have your G2s, which are more of your, eccentric artists that like to keep the map in a fluid state. They like to be able to change the rules and kind of bend how the game is played. But then you have teams like Liquid, and they are the scientists. They have the recipe on what success looks like, and I feel like they do tick all the boxes when they go for these plays. But that means when something goes wrong, it is much harder to combat your way into a game because you need so many things to line up before they will look for their play.
Well, item's going to completed, and Team Liquid looking to find their way back in, but a Baron steal might not be one of them, even though it is how they beat AHQ last week. And we can see a 6,000 gold lead, ward control, Drake control, DAMWON Gaming, with Baron spawning just now, set up that left side river. And as they push in, the wards come down, the other ones get cleared.
And we were talking about item power spikes before. DAMWON's hit them. They have the 2-item Corki, the 2-item Yasuo, and the 2-item Kale. So if any fight prevents itself, I expect them to be able to go for it.
Once again, it's Fog of War mostly. Team Liquid sending Impact to side lane against Nuggery, which is still a solid matchup here for the DAMWON side. Let Kale scale.
Now, I really like this play out of Liquid. When you have run teleport on your AD carry, you have the option, especially with a Kai'Sa, of looking to attack the side lane, then being able to teleport towards the objective. We'll see how many times they cheat this, because it is allowing Impact to still be able to head towards these tank items. Having a tank is very important when you're behind for the ability to be able to vision check. And I feel like that is going to be Impact's role for the majority of the rest of this game.
Well, for now, he's stuck on the other side of that one. And you talk about vision checking. I want to bring up something else that's interesting is when Team Liquid are fighting for these wards, Jensen's putting these walls down to try to cut someone off, but the ones who are clearing the wards are Gragas and Rek'Sai, who can freely just jump back over the Crystallize and not get caught out. So even one of the strengths of Anivia, which is cutting up these jungle fights, they're not getting catches in the jungle vision fights.
Yeah, you can just really see Team Liquid, not many options for them to go off of. Even the Kai'Sa in the side lane, I think, is a risk for them because there's a chance Nuggery at level 13 Kale and Gunblade active can just force a flash or ult of Kai'Sa away, right? He's an incredibly strong duelist. No one can really step up to him, so they're taking their vision checker and Impact, running him back and forth in the mid lane, which means they can't actually get control of the Baron River again.
And very importantly, I mean, even Doublelift at this stage of the game has fallen behind in CS. Sure, there's not as much available for him. And he's also still waiting on that transfume of the Manamune. So not going to be at a stage of the game where he wants to fight. And if you miss a spike, it generally puts you behind another item towards a 3-item spike of AD carries. At that point, they just do a lot of damage. It becomes largely irrelevant of who they're hitting. But I feel like this is going to have to be a mistake from DAMWON for TL to be able to get their way back in the game. As I already mentioned, I don't think scaling is an advantage. I think ease of execution is also in DAMWON's favor just because of superior range. So then you're coming down to very small windows that you can look to punish. And unfortunately, DAMWON just look very patient in their setup and are taking those windows away from Liquid.
Triple Ocean even benefits patience as well. I don't think it's the strongest Drake setup, but it does let DAMWON shrug off pretty much any offensive TL puts in. If you win any fight at all, you are always healthy enough to Siege or Baron. You will get enough health back that you will not get one shot off some random poke. So it lets them stay on the map kind of forever. It lets them really easily play these setups.
And you can see they can already start up this Baron buff. A win at the start of the day is also so big from DAMWON. It's the 3 teams fighting to get the 2 spots out of this group. TL, DAMWON, and IG. IG took down AHQ. TL plays AHQ after this one, so they will definitely have to do a mental reset if DAMWON can close out this game as we think they should.
And further to your point, it's very important to get the win against Liquid because currently Liquid have their head-to-head. So this would equalize it, which means that DAMWON get that little bit of extra breathing room. They'll at least be able to force a tiebreaker if everything else goes poorly today. So I feel like that is certainly an area that DAMWON fans would be relieved about.
Once again, fighting over a little bit of vision. Back and forth, the wall comes in, and again, it just cannot really isolate these champions. That one couldn't even put them in the side, but regardless, Body Slam still exists. Once again, DAMWON Gaming removing wards.
Yeah, and if DAMWON wants to have a really safe Baron, they really want control ward in that blue area that they just fight over, so it is good for Jensen to be able to hold that spot, because starting Baron without control that deep in the jungle does carry a higher level of stealing risk from Xmithy, so that's why DAMWON, I think, is just not going for Baron yet.
Red buff stolen now as well. Level 14 on the Kale. At 16, you get even more range. You go up to 575. You'll start outranging all the other ranged champions in this game. And just sitting there in the side lane, catching farm, catching farm. Nuggery, highest damage share player in this group. And Kale can certainly be an amazing late-game team fighter.
And I would be very surprised if DAMWON start and commit to the Barons once they see moves. And you can see as soon as Liquid enter Fog of War, they actually peel up. Because I honestly think the only way that Liquid come back into this game is through securing the Baron somehow.
Yeah.
And the easiest way to do that is maybe to steal it away. So they just can hold the pressure they currently have on the map. When you think about it, they're losing red buff every single time it spawns on the side of Liquid. They're losing maybe a Gromp or a Wolf Camp at the same time. Resources are being drained away. And you can see that bottom lane is crashing. And Impact has to be able to move up because he is the person they'll use to face check. This is just gold continuing to funnel in.
They can also see the next Drake's Infernal. There's no reason to do anything too risky when they know that level 16 Kayle is coming and another Infernal is on the way.
Level 15 already, 1/3 of the way over to the next one. That's the huge power spike that really starts to take things away. Going towards a Lich Bane that's turret sieging as well as move speed for a side lane. And here comes the Baron setup.
See whether they get off it again.
Kayle's going for a kill.
All right, they might pick up one. They got to deal with the Kayle ultimate, but they should have the damage.
If they kill him, they try and double TP back in. That's what they're thinking, but Nagri is just outplaying them.
He's taking so much damage in the Impact. Baron has already gone. Devil's going to re-engage now. Look to find the damage. They do find the kill, but it's already the kill onto Xmith. He went in for the steal way too late. Gets picked off. The Baron is going to do a lot for DAMWON here.
And that just took so long to kill Nuguri in the side lane that the Baron was already gone and a Smithy is dead, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, and DAMWON get the objective.
So that's pretty much what they would have wanted. We're going to watch the other side of this where Xmithy actually was close. That was very close. So that's, I can't completely fault the game plan from TL since they were down 10,000 gold and DAMWON was forcing them into a play. Ultimately, though, it does just work out once again for DAMWON.
And now we will see whether the power of the Nivea is justified in the composition, because the Nivea used to be able to make games go forever. I have not missed this champion in League of Legends at all. Games used to go for well and truly over an hour when she was picked. However, Baron has been buffed since then, and the additional range on the cannon creep might just be enough to be able to push over the wave clear.
Definitely going to help, and the magic resist that, rather magic immunity that those minions have with the Baron buff will contribute.
Yeah.
And one thing that could also end up stalling the game is the fact that there's no Baron buff on Kayle, so that he's the split push force that would actually want to have something. So there you go.
Thank goodness for Corki. Split pushing marksman mid laners are such a benefit in being able to break the base. And you can see right now they are setting up in multiple lanes, and they might bring Kayle towards a group and allow that Corki to split.
You can see slowly but surely the mid lane wave dies. They take about half damage from champions. Gets yelled at, goes back as well, but top lane tier 2 could be under fire. No, it's going to be shoved in and left alone.
And it's all about minimizing risk. The Infernal Drake's up in 10 seconds. So that's going to take 30 seconds off this Baron because it means they're not going to escort these waves towards the base, because anytime they actually get towards the base is when TL might go for some type of fight.
And once again, that's going to be soloed. They could have spent the rest of the time sieging, but it's just very slow and steady. Almost 28 minutes in. Triple Ocean, double Infernal, third Infernal coming up.
I mean, Spot and I are shaking our heads, but this is just good League of Legends from DAMWON. You don't need to take the risks to win the game.
What happened to the young, plucky Korean rookies that were going to come in and reshape the LCK? This is exactly the opposite of what I want to see out of DAMWON. Sure, it's the right way to play the game. They might still win with it.
They've still got a minute of the Baron buff left. That's turret number 1 on the top lane going down. They're up to the inhibitor turret already right now. Rapid Fire Cannon on Showmaker means that poke can look good. Some scarce waves are coming through now into the mid lane. Like they're still gonna crack the inhibitor line while also having their cake, eating it too, and killing Team Liquid. Impact forced run away, knocked up now as well. He might not get out without flash, loses the shield. Ults when that was not needed. He was already in the clear, but turns around and go ahead and clears part of that top lane. But has to run away as well because Canyon is back.
But they'll get the inhibitor. Yeah, so mid lane inhibitor will fall down, and you can see already that Canyon is on that minion wave. So DAMWON certainly looking to break the base on this Baron.
They've still got 28 seconds. They can knock down this turret as well as long as they want to push in for the damage. They're taking a little bit of space. Wave goes down. Knockup going to land, but Impact nearly dies. Goes down to 140. He's going to have to regen now.
And you can see that Impact not as tanky as he would like to be at this stage of the game. Maybe the last wave they'll get the Baron. See whether they go for it here.
Ooh, Nivea turns off the ultimate. That's no wave clear. That's the turret falling. That's going to be double inhib. So yeah, take the Infernal, take double inhib. That's a great Baron siege. That's a lot you can gain right there. Under 30 minutes into the game, Team Liquid not able to find the fight at all.
This is just DAMWON coming in very solid. They've been here at Worlds for 3 weeks now. Remember, they started in the play-in stage. They had a few bumps along the way, dropping a game to low-key in that best-of-5. They did lose the first game to Team Liquid, but this has been just so solid from them. Sure, they fell down 400 gold with an early lane swap, but since then, they've just been in full control.
However, maybe the first time in the entirety of the game since that Dragon that Liquid will start getting priority over farm, because they're going to have 2 super minion waves pushing into their base, and there isn't going to be a Baron for a couple of minutes. So as FrostGurren loves to say, the objective now, hoover as much gold as you can off Summoner's Rift, try and get to as many item spikes as possible, and then look for your one shot, because if you don't win that fight, I think it's game over.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting down the barrel of Baron spawning in a minute and a half. If that one someone doesn't end the game, Triple Infernals coming up a minute after that one. This is going to be an incredibly long shot for Teal to come back here.
And we keep talking about creativity and versatility at the League of Legends World Championship. And I think this is the first game where I've really seen a stark contrast in style from DAMWON. This hasn't been wait for an item spike and explode onto Summoner's Rift. This has been a very long drawn, bleed out style of League of Legends.
Yeah, but part of it, I think, is just the fact that they have 2 crit scalers on their team and a Kayle. So they just feel so confident in their ability to win this game later. The Drake spawns don't hurt either. This could actually be a 6 Drake game unless they find a fight here to win.
6 Drake games are pretty rare.
It's super rare.
They almost always win. I think one has lost in pro play since this change in the game. Wave clear in mid, wave clear in top. DAMWON Gaming happy to sit inside the base. Baron in 45 seconds.
And one of the weaknesses of Anivia is if you come from multiple directions, she doesn't deal well with it. So I like the fact that Canyon and Beryl are keeping Jensen guessing. He would love to have stepped up, already put down that ultimate that you can see they're trying to hold waves, trying to bring multiple angles in for Liquid to have to deal with.
Well, bot lane is cleared, top is shepherded in, but it's just going to be farm going back on over. So at least money goes to TL, at least XP goes to TL. That part stabilizes a little bit. The gold lead only 10,300. It was higher earlier.
But the hope is that Doublelift now has 5 items, right? See whether he can make something happen in a team fight. Because they're going to have to look for it. I feel like you can't allow them to sit around Baron with vision.
This could be the play. Looking forward, looking for a potential knockup. They're going to find the hook on in. Here comes the battle. That's going to end it all. Into the mid line they go. Over the top goes Nuggery. He's trying to knock down Doublelift. 1 for 0 so far. Look at a second. Knockups come around. 2 for 0. Impact's going to fall now as well. And here comes Yasuo. Looking to knock down Doublelift. Not going to find the knockup just yet, but that will be the kill. Goodbye to Doublelift, to stopwatch. Canyon. Oh, poor Canyon will go down. At least a kill goes to TL, but there is nothing else they can do. Their base is in shambles. And DAMWON Gaming will knock down Team Liquid.
And we thought DAMWON was just going to try and scale into infinity. Eventually they said, you know what? We're probably strong enough to force a 5v5 right there. They get a 5-for-1 at the very end, and they kill the Nexus.
DAMWON did scale to infinity, 1 in the mid laner, 1 in the bot laner. That's what it took, and they closed the game out. 3-1 record, ties IG up at the top of the table right now. That's going to be an exciting battle later on in the day. Current standings look like this is your other quarterfinalist. The LCK has topped every single group they've been in so far. DAMWON would make it 3 of 3.
And I think right there, DAMWON does show the variety that we want to see in their gameplay. We've seen big explosive games, that's a slow bleed out, but in the end, it was the correct way to play.
Yeah.
And I think Liquid fans are probably scratching their head right now because that was a very different look out of them. They tried something, and ultimately, it didn't work past the first 10 minutes.
Once they lost that Ocean Dragon fight, they could never recover, and for them, they're going to have to put their eyes right back on the Rift for their game against AHQ, because if they can't recover from this loss and they lose to AHQ, that's probably the end of their Worlds run. I'm expecting 4 wins is what's needed to get out of this group, so I think Liquid has to play perfect from here on out.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough road for them. Theoretically, they could tiebreak IG if they somehow lose the rest of those games, and those teams are both 3 and 3. That doesn't seem likely here, but it's going to be the road ahead of us. Still more games to play. So for more on that DAMWON victory, let's send it over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, DAMWON with a very, I would say, slow, cool, calm, and collected game from the moment they got the advantage. Before we jump into kind of the replays and the picks and bans, I just like to kind of gauge what it means if you're Team Liquid and you're very hyped to step on stage here, and then you get beaten in such a slow fashion, in such a fashion in which you get choked out by a team like DAMWON.
Yeah, I was just talking to that. I was just talking about that. It was just like I would have loved to see TL. Just at some point, it was kind of obvious it was going to be lost, and they would have just like had a bit more fun, tried to do like some more crazy engages. I don't know, Sion ults in and Nivea puts the wall, something like that. I just felt like they just slowly got choked out and they lost, and they're playing a game like they're sitting on stage right now, and yeah, it would have been more fun.
Yeah, I know what you mean with that sentiment. So let's run down how it exactly played out, because we were quite positive about the picks and bans, and I think we should still be. At the beginning of the day, Azael, you said, yes, Team Liquid is always going to give you standard, but they can definitely show you some new things as the Anivia here in the pick and ban.
Yeah, the style of the play was still going to be the same, right? It was going to be about team fighting with double lift, but they bring out the Anivia, they bring out Sion, so they mix up things a little bit. But to me, the most interesting thing was about that pre-game preparation, the lane swap, the early minutes of the game, which was so impressive from TL. But honestly, after those first couple minutes, there was nothing positive to say.
Well, we don't have to get there yet, because we can talk about how good that preparation was, because likely that is something that they can fall back on. Of course, not exactly the same, but something we know they can prep for the following games. What was so good about this pre-game plan and the first couple of levels from Team Liquid?
So, I mean, coming into this one, just taking a look at the draft, I think that one of the key points of it, kind of talking about the level 1, was the fact that they went for the late invade. I know you wanted to talk about this one specifically, Mithy, because it was nice to be able to see the Sion basically raid his own camps knowing that they were going to switch sides.
Yeah, they got such a huge lead. The Sion got level 2. He had augment. He was undiveable. He was soaking all the XP. The Kayle couldn't get a single minion. They even got a tower plating top when the towers are super strong. You don't really do damage to the towers in the early game. So as we can see here, he nearly gets level 2 just from doing those camps, and then they're now gonna zone the Kayle of 3 waves on top lane, get 1 plating. I wonder how ahead the Sion was in XP. I think it was like 1 or 2 levels up, probably.
Yeah, I think nearly 2 levels up, and it's hard to have a better start than this, right?
Yeah.
Sion, because he can actually do the inting Sion strat and you take down that red buff, then he walks back to lane. He's now already level 2 with the first minion or 2 that he got of experience, so they can no longer dive him. Even if you dive him, there's a good chance with Glacial Augment of him trading back multiple kills, and he did not expend his teleport. Kayle on the other side can't even get experience, can't farm, is losing turret plates. They created such a monumental advantage out of this that I really think they just needed to then go back to standard lanes instead of trying to overforce and really explode that advantage, which is where they kind of went wrong at that Ocean Dragon.
And what I enjoyed before we even get to that point was the fact that even the solution that DAMWON had, keeping Yasuo in the Sion lane and then also sending Beryl up topside so at least Kayle can get the wave underneath her, those are good matchups. And at worst, there's nothing that Kenyon can really do to upset it, get any ganks on the bot side of the map. There's no pressure that you have there.
Indeed. And then now let's look at that detrimental replay for Team Liquid around the Dragon at 6 minutes. What is kind of the first mistake here, Azael or Mithy?
They did start Dragon when Yasuo was in base, and they did have tempo. It made sense, but they are like level 4. The Ocean Drake does a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think they really overestimated how fast they can kill this, right? They saw that the Yasuo went back to base. They're like, great, free Ocean Dragon. We lane swapped. We're here first. But you have a pickaxe as really your only damage item that has been purchased out. You can't actually just instantly kill that dragon like you can later in the game.
It was a bit too early. And that was also a very well played fight by DAMWON. Yeah, they definitely went on the right targets and made the best out of it, but just a bit too early for the Ocean.
Even if you make the stretch and say that they had a numbers advantage, Anivia had a huge wave that she was dealing with too. So even in that case, you're going to have Showmaker that's going to be there and pivoting for the fight.
And I think we're looking at it a lot from the perspective of Team Liquid, but then I think we have to commend DAMWON for how they play after this, because they really make sure to cover all their fundamentals to push their advantage forward, Mithy.
Yeah, it was super methodical. They played on sides, didn't take any risks really, and they just made sure that, I mean, they were out scaling really, I would say so. The Yasuo got to be 2 levels up on Kai'Sa, and just everyone was like farming so much that they had no rush to win the game. They slowly played it out and eventually got the Baron.
Even their prep for this Dragon was actually really good, because we were talking, we're saying, all right, this Infernal is maybe the last shot that TL has. You talked about kind of taking a shot. This perhaps was it. And TL did have vision prior to that Dragon, but they actually lost it because of a deep ward that DAMWON had over by TL's blue buff, where they spotted Smithy and Jensen going over there. That allowed DAMWON to come into the river, take the vision back, and be the first team to the play.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think TL did even though they screwed up on that ward, they did a very good job at swapping around the map so that they eventually had forced DAMWON to swap on bad tempo to get the right matchups and stop dodging. And they did get tempo on the river because of that, so they were set up to win that fight.
Two things I want to hit on still is, one, the Oppo player of the game, Raz, because you even before this game said we have to look at Beryl because we look at that weaker bottom lane of DAMWON in general, as has been in the LCK, but Beryl has been a standout player.
Yeah, because in that context, it's about the 2v2, but Beryl is an incredibly smart support player that finds himself out on the map supporting either mid or top. And in this case, recognizing that the Kayle was going to be in a really bad position, of course gets sent up top side to deal and help Kayle out. And also in the second Dragon fight, I think he was just instrumental in being able to open up the map. So I think, once again, it's a pretty tough one to award player of the game just because of the nature of this game.
Yeah.
But it was a smart play from him.
No, I totally agree with you. Even the fight that we just saw there, he did a great ult, and he was also there at 10 minutes for the Herald. So definitely, you know, like Gragas is also not an easy champ to play from my own experience.
Methodical play from DAMWON. Before we have to go, I just want to get kind of a final thought on Team Liquid, because nothing is lost here, but such a game does make you feel a type of way. However, they have no time to feel like that. They are up on stage again right now versus AHQ. Azale, what do you want to see?
I just want to see them be able to mentally reset, you know, laugh it off, say, all right, we ended it at the Dragon, who cares? The early game plan was great. And honestly, they played it out fine from that disadvantage, but they were pretty doomed. So I need to see confidence. I need to see, you know, preparation that had for this first game in the second one as well. Because if they play to their best, they should win.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, yeah.
Sorry, I thought you wanted to get in and then I cut you off. What do you want to say?
No, the psychological feeling that, like what I mentioned earlier, that it would have been, I just hope that they really, you know, stay strong and, you know, they don't stress out too much and get the win against AHQ.
Absolutely, they need to shake it off. Yeah. Up next it is Team Liquid, who return to the stage to face AHQ. Before we go to break, make sure you enter for your chance to win a World's Prestige Edition chair from Secret Labs. Head on over to secretlab.co/LOL eSports and select your favorite team at Worlds to enter the raffle. The contest is open through November 11th, but you might as well sign up now as we're going to break. Do it.
Looking at the kill, Doublelift out of the wave, and a nice spike comes through. Good pickup there for Canyon. Nuclear on the chase, finds first blood. Showmaker in for number 2. They're going to flash wave then, puts down the wind wall, but it doesn't stop this one. The knockup is there. They're going to find a lot of damage. He's still jumping away. Will finally.
And with the split on bottom lane, Doublelift's not here.
Look for the body slam into the knockup. The ult comes across as well. That's an egg, and that's going to get poached as well. Looking for a potential knockup. They're going to find the hook on in. Here comes the battle. That's going to end it all. Into the mid line they go. Over the top goes Nuggery. He's trying to knock down Doublelift. 1 for 0 so far. Look at a second. Knockups come around. 2 for 0. Impact's going to fall now as well.
And we thought DAMWON was just going to try and scale into infinity. Eventually they said, you know what? We're probably strong enough to force a 5v5 right there. They get a 5 for 1 at the very end and they kill the Nexus.
We came to win. We lost before, but never again. Back on our grind, you know what it is. We gotta win.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never
welcome back to Berlin for the final day of the group stage. It's Team Liquid versus AHQ Esports Club. TL back on stage. One thing to note about the Worlds format, if you're the highest in the group, you can choose whether or not you want to play back-to-back or you want your game spread out on the day. Team Liquid clearly chose that they would like to play back-to-back, so hope this warm-up does make them look better today.
Yeah, if they're looking for a long day today, cutting that first game to be the second game of the day might shorten things, but then you're also in situations like this where you're right off of a loss. You're playing against a team who's clearly looking to play spoiler. AHQ now at 0-4 can't advance to the quarterfinals. And this was actually AHQ's closest game to a win in the first round robin. They had a massive gold lead, and it was xSmithy who had to kind of bail TL out with the Baron steal. So TL has to kind of regroup after that loss for this game.
And if you cast your mind back to how that game was playing out, it was a lot of chaos created from AHQ. They had themselves the Kiana composition that was able to catch Jensen out so many times. Jensen coming off a pretty rough performance on that Anivia as well. And I always debate to myself whether those kind of games where you have a game plan, you mis-execute one game and you get shut out, are easy to shrug off or harder, because you have to sit on the frustration for such a long time as you try and stall. However, it is very easy to kind of do the root cause analysis of what went wrong.
And I think it depends on the team, right? How regretful would TL be from that win? How much do they feel like they missed out versus what was their mindset coming into the day? Was it that we just need to pick up one win and then we'll go from there because that would be enough to force some tiebreakers? Because where we are right now, Liquid is still in control of their own destiny. If they win every game for the rest of the group stage, they will advance, even if that means winning a tiebreaker at the end of it.
Yeah, right now the best record TL can find is 4-2, and that is going to be enough for at least a tiebreaker. We'll see how this goes, though. They do need to pick up some wins. Technically, even with the loss, they can stay alive if they can beat IG, and so does AHQ. But that, of course, makes that really dicey, and we'll stop with the bracketology. But TL would certainly love a win right now. They ban away the Kiana. Kiana Rumble was how AHQ nearly took down Liquid last time.
And looking at some of their bans on the blue side, the Kiana is good against AHQ because they beat them with the Kiana Rumble last time. But I don't like to see banning away so many kind of meta-defining picks as a blue side team. Oftentimes, you'd want to kind of force the other team into that so they can't target as many bans at you.
Yeah, I completely agree. However, in this specific matchup, I think that one of the ways AHQ is going to look to beat Liquid is introducing some, disruption into the game, being able to speed it up, change the rules. We saw Liquid try and do that last game with a lane swap. We know the way that AHQ like to do that is through heavy skirmish around Rainbow, trying to drag Ziv early to the play because he is one of the star carries on this lineup. So I like the fact that most of the bans are to deny that play pattern.
Yep. Well, this lines up for a first pick Xayah. Kai'Sa banned. They've already gotten rid of the Kiana Rumble.
The hover. They got 20 seconds to make the choice. They decided they really do want to do that, but I think putting your eggs in double basket is a good choice for Team Liquid.
And now, obviously, you know that's coming if you are AHQ. So what do you have in response? Is it going to be something like a Morgana pick? Is it going to be, I was going to say, maybe a Veigar or a Vega, because I can never remember how to pronounce that champion's name. However, it doesn't look to be the case. It's going to be an Ezreal instead.
I think we've seen Ezreal as a thing you can play into Xayah. Uzi tried it many times yesterday to mixed success. I think one of the more important things that AHQ is going for is the Jarvan takeaway. It's something that they banned against TL in the first game, and it's something they wanted for themselves here. I think the TL probably ends this with a Rakan and the Gragas, but we'll have to see.
Letting the time tick down, they're going to lock that one in, and then we'll see if they do indeed go for the same jungle matchup. TL, one thing we did see of them at MSI, where they made it to the finals, they beat the world champions Invictus Gaming, was TL playing TL style. It wasn't about what are the meta picks, all these heavy flex things. It was about Team Liquid saying, no. We're going to play very standard team fighting. We're going to play around double, and that was good enough to take down the reigning world champions, that BO5. And now we'll see if TL wants to bring out something else that's unique to them as they go around. And okay, yes, Jensen's second game on the Blanc here.
I can see it. I think that xSmithy's champion pool is going to get a little pinched in the second phase of bans, but based on the way that Jensen performed in the last game they played, where he died a bunch of times trying to get him onto a champion that he's had success on. If we remember, Jensen's LeBlanc against DAMWON was probably his best game in the group stage, so completely understand why they would pick LeBlanc here.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. And when you have a look at the Lissandra response, it is something that has fallen out of favor just because of the fact that Lissandra's mana costs were increased, and she now really struggles to be able to deal with the wave clear. So LeBlanc wins the push in this matchup, then has very good priority on the roam. Sure, if you isolate the lanes, get junglers involved, there is kill potential there for Rainbow. Might even force Jensen to take something like a cleanse. However, I feel like it is no longer a proactive matchup. I feel like more options are available for Jensen to be able to take over the map.
It's more of a late game counter because the cooldowns and the mana cost will increase. So even if you're willing to burn through your mana pool early game, you just can't shove the waves Lissandra the same way LeBlanc can.
Looking at the last few top lane options, AHQ get the last pick of this entire draft. They need a support. They need a most likely top laner. We're really expecting List to be mid, but we've seen her in other places. Just theoretically an option. Elise goes away, as we still have yet to see a jungler out of TL.
And now this becomes a difficult choice for AHQ because I would love something like a Morgana for the laning phase. Morgana, Ezreal would be very good at guaranteeing the shove down bottom lane, could disrupt a lot of the aggression that's going to come out of Liquid. Now the problem is when you play these mage supports and there's something like a LeBlanc on Summoner's Rift, you tend to die a lot.
Yep.
So I wonder what Ysera's option is going to be. This is another mage that could do all of those things, but has the added safety of being able to disappear inside an ally.
Yeah, hard for LeBlanc to kill an untargetable cat.
A little bit.
Yeah, it would have been this or a Leona as far as I'm thinking. This is a safer play for them.
Team Liquid really happy to play tanks up in the top side here. It could be their last day of Worlds, and no, it goes over the Gangplank. They're going to put impact on a champion that you can generally leave alone and will still have an impact on the game.
And Liquid fans, I challenge you. Put the draft side by side, what we saw in game number 1, now what we're seeing in game number 2, and just pick your favorite, because I think coming into Worlds, Assassin for Jensen, being able to dominate the laning phase, weak side top laner for Impact with great global accent, and maybe the best aggressive bottom lane and jungle on the patch. This looks so much more promising, Jet.
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked that they were able to last pick Gragas with the priority that Xmithy and TL has had it so far in this World Championship, so quite happy about this draft for Team Liquid, and we'll see what AHQ is going to do because it looks like they ended up going with a lot of counter matchups. We saw Vizicachi able to pull out Cho'Gath as a counter matchup to the Gangplank, and I said at the time, hey, maybe we'll end up seeing this in the quarterfinals. But this was also several days later. Ziv has potentially been able to refresh on his Cho'Gath mechanics since he's a such old-school top laner who has played it much in the past.
And now I'm going to throw this one out there, right? Do you guys watch The Simpsons, Simpson fans?
Yeah.
Have you seen?
Pretty sure.
I've watched like the first 300 episodes.
Okay, have you seen the episode where Homer tries to build the barbecue?
That one, no.
And you see the box, and then he lowers it, and he's like, why doesn't mine look like that? I feel like when you have a look at Liquid's lineup, right, it's like perfect. It all fits together. Everything's coming. And then you look at all the counter picks that you kind of see on the side of AHQ, and you see where it's going, but then you say, why doesn't my team comp look like that? I feel like it's just such a strange... This is... A lot of the champions like to go backwards, like to kite out. Then you have a supremely hard engaged 80 carry jungle duo, and I just don't see, apart from a lane counter pick, what Cho'Gath really does in this composition.
Well, it's going to be an exciting game all the same. AHQ may be eliminated, but Team Liquid still have a chance at being the one and only North American team into the quarterfinals. Beating AHQ here would certainly help them do that. Let's get into the game. Well, we've got some Team Liquid fans in the audience, and of course, plenty watching on the stream right now. TL, the last hope of the LCS, AHQ, sadly, their entire league failed to make it out the LMS, but they can play spoiler here.
They certainly can, and once again, we have a very scientific comp coming out of Liquid. You understand exactly what this composition wants to be able to do. They have a very good 2v2 in the bottom lane. They're going to look to gain pressure in the mid lane, rotate for bot lane dives. They have the Gangplank to supplement all of that. However, on the side of AHQ, they have picked purely for lane counters, I feel. And when you do that, you must win lanes.
And it seems like they at least have CC follow-up to chain with the Jarvan gank. So TL will probably look to either 2v2 mid and then crash that pressure bot lane versus just winning 2v2. AHQ is going to be looking to either kill Jensen or go up top and shut down Impact.
And with the one thing I will say about the AHQ comp is I feel like they do come online slightly earlier. Ezreal at 2 items outperforms most 80 carries that are currently in meta, especially once the transform of the Muramana is there. Jarvan as well as Lissandra are also just great pick tools in the mid game. So I feel like AHQ are going to have the window around 15 to 20 minutes to set up the map and look for those kills.
Really small thing I want to point out when the crowd cheered for Jensen autoing Rainbow once. It's actually bigger than it looks because it put bone plating on cooldown, so that next time he does go for a poke with like the 40-second cooldown that has, he'll actually get the damage to stick, and that's pretty useful as the top laners fight back and forth. Klepto, by the way, for the GP. Again, Grasp has been the much more common keystone. Gonna farm up what he can as Ziv will try to push down.
Have to see how that one plays out. I feel like that's a very risky move by Impact because Cho'Gath is something that can actually match GP with early trades. Part of the way that GP gets through to level 6 and starts scaling his items is he's so strong really early on with Grasp auto attacks to be able to proc that. Impact can't do that here, so he's probably going to be giving over some lane priority to Ziv Cho'Gath.
Yeah, and as long as you can access a wave, you can stack up the Grasp with the Undying, you can trade very efficiently with the Parlay. That's the trading pattern we see. Also keeps the wave fairly neutral. However, going something like Kleptomancy does remove some of those options. I feel like Impact is going to have to continue to push the wave, because if Ziv ever is able to trade onto him, he'll kill him. And then the danger of pushing the wave is if you get hit by a Rupture, you might just die anyway.
I mean, we've seen Vizicachi dominate this matchup when he played Cho'Gath versus Gangplank. It was with an early gank, though, so really, we'll see how that works out as Rainbow. You can already see just even the fact that he's been able to proc Aftershock when Jensen's been trading, even if he can't shove the wave that quickly, makes it strong for Lissandra.
In a slip move as well, ran forward to dodge the chain. Jensen didn't get the full trade out there as well. Want to point out TP on Jensen. We sometimes see cleanse on LeBlanc to get out of the flash engage combos. Jensen will not have that luxury if a level 6 gank comes in.
However, it is important to note the fact that Jensen still does have a potion available, whereas Rainbow has just chugged through every charge right now of that corrupting potion. So whilst there is parity in the HP bars, it is going to be a slight advantage for the TL mid laner, and this is a problem right now with Lissandra. She is very resource intensive.
Well, this is now TL slightly outnumbering as they fight over this bottom river. We've seen these fights go interesting for LCS teams before. They're still sticking around. Doublelift gets flashed onto, his shields are there, and Albus gonna look for a whole bunch of damage. Not Albus, that's an old team, but still Alex taking the bunch there. Double force to flash away. Core has to flash as well. His spells are on cooldown, and now looking a little bit more. Alex finds another slow. The flash in for Rainbow, and they're gonna find 400 gold. Core JJ drops as well.
And this is the thing about getting an early game comp. You have to be able to generate the lead. And once again, a North American team fights in the river, and it goes horribly.
You could see Doublelift and Core JJ actually had the lane priority in the bottom lane, but Xmithy spends so long on the Scuttle Crab, it allows Ezreal to make it all the way into the river, and Doublelift is the one that's getting caught out. Normally, when you have bot priority, if you just stick with your jungler, the other team can't do this to you, but Doublelift and Xmithy are out of sync, and then they think they're in the clear after flashing the wall, but Rainbow then has the mid lane push, willing to commit everything to get the root, and that's what gives AHQ the early edge.
And the decisiveness from AHQ, I feel like this is what we saw last time they played against Liquid, a fearless game plan. And again, we see, once again, everything thrown in there. That's going to be a flash used on Alex as well as Rainbow, but ultimately they do get the kills they needed.
Of course, the TP out of Doublelift with a very awkward purchase there, a longsword and a dagger. Components of later items. We'll see if they can turn that one around right now. 900 gold lead puts AHQ ahead, about what you expect for early kills like those.
And now it's a flashless bottom lane. Team Liquid's stronger 2v2 is what they want to be able to play through, but it's so difficult now that they don't have river control and they don't have flashes on either of those players. So they're not really able to play through top anyway. It's meant to be a weak side top laner. The fact that the strength of their team now has to play conservatively will put Team Liquid behind for a good portion of this game.
And it should be on cooldown for when Alex does get towards that level 6. He will be able to get level 5 off the 2 remaining camps. Second buff is going to spawn just a couple of minutes. So when you have a look at how this game should play out, he should end up on the bottom side of the map with that ultimate, with a flashless bottom lane to attack.
TV comes back into the top side now as well. Managed to get pretty decent recalls on both sides. Impact with Sheen plus some extra mana regen. And on the other side, you got the full Ninja Tabby is there so that Ziv can chase his opponent down, right? No boots in the gangplank. That can make things really, really scary. Nice root right there. Guarantees that Aftershock gets on. That trade's not too heavy from Jensen.
I wonder where the next play is going to be, because it's also the level 6 Lissandra that often wants to try and go aggressive. That's why Xmithy is here shadowing Jensen, worried about this play. The 2v2 from Lissandra level 6 is pretty strong still.
has gone with early magic resistance as well. So should be able to shrug off a lot of what Smithy's damage and Jensen's damage is at this stage of the game. No penetration picked up, and you can see that is very tanky. Well, surprisingly tanky for this stage of the game.
And let's see what AHQ can do here, because they've had a few advantages throughout this group stage that they have been unable to close out as Alex moves towards bottom, and they're looking to pincer a little bit.
Ward comes down, spotting him, but with the wave controlled as it is, the control ward dies just after it's placed. 100 gold difference for that kind of situation, but at least they spot the gank and no one dies for it.
However, I do like this from Alex, because the start of every good aggressive play is control. And look how much of that they have on the bottom side. Without flash, it's very hard for TL to be able to push out in that bottom lane. Now they're being invaded in the bottom side jungle, and you can see that this gives Alex more choices. He can either look to counter jungle, maybe go for that red buff once it respawns. Turret dive's always going to be on the table, and it looks like as they bring Rainbow into the play, that is what AHQ has decided.
Flashless, altless double if this will be a tough one to avoid.
4v3 on level 5. Here comes the potential dive on in. Jumps forward, looks for the ulti, finds the root, finds a whole lot of damage with the knockup, comes in for CoreJJ. This could be the turnaround. A double root, but it's still a 2-for-1. No, 2-for-2 as kills come across.
Jensen's on his way.
Only one died actually for TL. It's actually been a positive situation so far as you've got a lot happening across this side. A big damage as Sarah's going to go down, and Wako's going to get hit, knocked into the air. Yet again, Team Liquid find a way to turn around the fight. No way out for the Ezreal. Auto attack slowly but surely. Jensen finds the kills.
And sometimes comp is just king. TL's comp is designed to play towards the bottom lane. And you saw, even with the advantage, even with the early movement, Gangplank's ultimate just swings the tide of that dive.
And that can be so huge for TL's morale. Starting the day, losing to DAMWON, starting this early game, down 0-2. And a good idea by AHQ to go in with this Lysandre, but they don't quite have the burst damage. And I think CoreJJ also got the Guardian Shield right here to make it very difficult for TL to die. Also, massive props to Doublelift for getting such a multi-route, even though he was the target of that dive. And then finally Jensen does arrive, and I think does the right thing, right? He just cuts off the Ezreal, makes sure he kills the Yuumi first, and then it's easy to clean up and get the kills on the right person.
Yeah, and that's the important thing here. Watch Smithy. As soon as he gets a body slam, he leaves. CoreJJ not even auto-attacking. They want the gold onto Jensen. We've already seen his LeBlanc wreak havoc across Summoner's Roof once at this World. Now has himself parity back in that lane after a disastrous early game.
I got to give a huge shout out to CoreJJ for how he played the fight, stayed as far away as possible to not be in the CC chain, so he was available to give double the shields and land the double knockup to help secure those kills. So optimal play right there. Made sure he didn't die first and had all the cooldowns available. Is now this game state, look at this, 600 gold lead for Team Liquid. This is one they can absolutely win.
And now on the flip side, we're going to have a period of time where Smithy has the availability of ganking bottom lane just because of the fact that Ezreal now doesn't have summoner spells. You always get the 2-for-1 special if you bring a Yuumi in as well.
Absolutely. We'll see how much Liquid is able to play like Liquid here. Because in the LCS, when they'd have a 2-kill Jensen, they can take so much vision control over the river and just crash plays down. They've also had a few disastrous river and dragon fights so far at Worlds, but they're looking to push through and they're looking to run their plays.
We've got 3 people here and an explosive cask available. Do they pull the trigger? That answer so far is no. Smite fight is going to go to Alex, and there might be a slow come out of Yuumi. Don't quite catch CoreJJ there.
And strange play there from Liquid, because it looked like they had all the boxes checked. They had CoreJJ rotating early. Ultimate was available, as you mentioned, Freak. So that would have been a play that I would have liked to see them go for. They had perfect vision due to Gragas's cask, but a little bit hesitant in pulling the trigger.
They're still going to try to make some type of play happen bottom, though, as you can see already getting control. Well, Jensen went missing, but they pull off. You can see Jensen again showing mid.
Ziv a little bit low up here. Not going to land the barrel, though. Impact can walk in for a Q. Earn another 5 gold and walk right back out. Is Core still waiting around? Now he's on a ward. Has to be a little respectful of the fact that Alex definitely sees him. The fight now on the bottom side, forcing the ult. Trading those back and forth. Longer cooldown, though, on Doublelift.
Yeah, however, ult for ult trade is a good tool for Liquid if they're still able to continue to push it on that bottom lane. Yuumi's ultimate is one of the only tools they have to chase away a dive coming across. So I feel like they wouldn't be completely upset. And there is a time now where Impact is going to have his ult available and Ziv is not going to have a way to impact the play.
Right.
So I still think they should look for it, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
I think bottom side pressure will be consistent for them. Have to give credit to Impact using an ultimate bottom, going Kleptomancy, not Grasp, and still being at CS parity with Ziv. So helping keep Team Liquid in this game. And it's just about bottom side pressure and whether or not TL feels like they need to rush in this one, which with the normal Team Liquid composition, they don't typically have to, but you do want to see them eventually get control of the bottom side and get that Mountain Drake.
And I don't think it's about rushing. I think it's about looking for the plays that should be yours. You know, when you don't have summoner spells available on the bottom lane, when Yumi's burnt the ultimate, that should be a time that you look to go aggressive because you do have tools. Sure, they still have scaling options available, but I want to see a decisive Liquid come out because you feel like they should beat AHQ. This is a game that lots of people would be taking for granted in this group, but they have to be able to beat IG if they want to proceed in this group stages.
Almost certainly. And we're going to see now as this moves forward, Ziv finds himself a knockup. Looking okay so far as the level 9 Cho'Gath has been just in lane the whole time, hasn't been able to TP down to the bottom lane, hasn't been able to do much of anything compared to Impact, who at least had that bot lane ultimate. And if you go equal after getting counterpicked, and yet the GP also helps the bottom lane, that is obviously a matchup going Team Liquid's way. Looking at the game state again, 900 gold separates the two.
And if AHQ goes for a fight, I think it would be relatively soon now that they're on Proto Belt for Lissandra. That's a big power spike. It doesn't necessarily mean he can outshove the wave because the mana costs are still very high, but if he doesn't get jumped on early, his in-fight power is at its height.
And another key cooldown is going to be Alex's stopwatch. That allows Jarvan that one-time reckless abandon, you know, dive on the backline and just secure the ultimate. Obviously, there are ways for most people on Liquid to be able to escape. But you're right, chat, if there is ever a time that you can just throw everything at TL, maybe around a Mountain Dragon, maybe around something like that Rift Herald, it could be now.
A little bit of damage there, no electrocute triggered though, and Jensen just clears away some minions.
And I think we also have to keep in mind, AHQ hasn't been the best team at having advantages in closing or getting the right play started. So TL does have control of this, and we're wondering if AHQ is going to be able to make the right play. They, you'd think, would want to do something around Jensen in the mid lane, who's gone cleanseless against Lissandra, but Alex hasn't been able to find any approach and is actually falling fairly behind in this game.
There's the Mount Drake attempt now, 14 minutes into the game, but it is being hit. The control ward's inside the pit. Team Liquid control bot and mid lane, and no one is even approaching the river right now. This should be a pretty easy pickup now. Still no answers being seen. In fact, the Jarvan's top side anyway.
And when the game is like this, when they're splitting the map, I always love to just cast my eyes to the mini-map and check out what the top laner did. Impact sacked his wave. He didn't go up there to be able to contest anything. Instead, walked down river, checked out the Scuttle Crab. Knew that the Jarvan was taking it, but knew that Jarvan in a one-on-one fight was not going to be able to beat him down. So that's very good weak side play from Impact. You can see him hovering between lanes as well. This is what we do when we judge how well a top laner plays weak side. Maybe someone like the Shy, already still at his turret trying to collect that farm. Impact backing very far away.
Yeah, you just saw another version of that, right? Didn't know if the Jarvan was sitting in the Triburst, didn't know if Cho was following the wave, sees that Cho's not with the wave, okay, no dive, cool, I can take the farm. This is why he so frequently has these zero-death games, and yet when he does know where the jungler is, takes those trades aggressively, fights for his farm, stays equal.
And even though this has been a very slow early game, it's been well controlled by TL. The fight in the river could have very easily just snowballed into a disastrous game, but you can tell the overall pace of the game is slower by the fact the Rift Herald is still alive. How many games is the first Drake taken at 14 minutes and then Rift still up? So you can see that AHQ actually had that first early chance to take control of the game, was unable to convert, and now TL is kind of back in the driver's seat.
And you can actually see TL think their way through a lot of these plays. You can see that maybe it is going to be Herald on the card next because Core JJ deploys straight to River. You can see Double Lift flipping into the top side of the map. And they're going to be able to get control over this area. Very good pathing once again from Smithy. He wants to be there early, ignores the bottom side camps, knows that they can generate a fight. However, Double Lift right now is under threat.
It's the ult to get away from the knock, but at the very least, that is still a large cooldown missing, and once again, he'll be under threat next time they want to do something like this.
Well, that was very surprising to Double if the Ziv stayed up there. That's actually the play that TL ran against DAMWON to pick up a kill in the top lane. It's the fake swap where you're expecting the top laner to go and he doesn't. The fact that he dodged that is fairly beneficial for TL.
Once again, trading blows with Rainbow as Jensen as the Herald is under attack, but now Alex is here. This Smite fight could be a bit difficult. Looking at the eye going down, the Smite comes over, nicely done there, and 1,000,000 damage comes across. Xmithie's already gone. AHQ is showing big signs of life.
And as much as I praised TL before, you have to criticize them there for taking an undermanned Rift Herald fight. The fact that Ziv had done the fake swap and stuck around, Impact was in the bottom lane, so therefore TL shouldn't have stayed on the Rift Herald. If they just wait, eventually Ziv would have had to match that wave, then they could have gone for the Herald.
Because there is no lose situation there for TL. They have a stronger 2v2, so if Ziv stays top to try and fight over the Herald, they're just going to build an advantage on the bottom side of the map. If Ziv never collects that, you're going to have an out-of-control gangplank, so completely agree with you. That is an overreach. And this is what they need to clean up. You already see Jensen has rotated into this top side.
Double if respectful of this. Oh, here comes the ult, and look at the immediate knock-up. Ults from Fog of War, waits that little internal cooldown out, and now CoreJJ just walks right away after that kill comes through.
Much better decisiveness from Liquid. They are able to pick up the kill, and you can see that they are also managing to farm the mid-lane wave with Impact. That's a teleport they also got out of Ziv there. Very nice setup on the play.
That was a lot of damage very quickly.
Yeah.
Ezreal just evaporated under the turret. Now they move straight to mid.
And they can threaten to dive on a Rainbow. Now that ultimate should be available to save him in case there's anything too spicy happening, but you never know. A TP defensive comes in. They are somewhat hiding it as well by not putting it on the outer turret, but nothing to be done there. Out they go, and Team Liquid call off the dive. They'll just take the farm and walk away.
Okay, so now let's take stock of what's happening on the map. Liquid need to reset, and this is a great read from AHQ. They immediately drop the Rift Herald. They're either going to pull them out of the reset, which means they're not going to have the control wards or the items to fight, or they're going to get this turret.
A lot of damage at the very least. Smithy could be in danger. Walks backwards, stays alive just enough. Explosive cast. Not going to find the engage, though. Not immediately finds double up. There goes the turret. Here comes the attempt from Jensen, but no. Once again, they find Xmithy, and Gragas goes down twice in a row now. The re-engage on Ziv likely to not happen. Jensen in the wings, going to find a root. There could be something. Impact coming over as well. Barrel chain lands. Half HP left. They're still looking for Shogath, forcing the flash out. Here comes the root out of Yuumi, and they're going to get a lot onto Impact. Might be the re-engage. Ulti finds absolutely nothing, though. That cannon barrage hits nobody.
Good read by AHQ overall, and again, TL end up taking a 4v5 fight. You thought maybe the teleport would be enough to share or push AHQ off the turret, but Jensen kind of this whole time was looking for a flank in the back and never quite found it.
But look at where Impact is again. This is another time that TL are trying to defend a mid lane turret at a numbers disadvantage. There is just no way you can pull Impact into the playing time. So despite everything going right, that is a good ultimate from Smithy. Jensen gets so many people on that. It's still just going to be a one-team fight for AHQ.
AHQ has Lissandra. The way they win is going in, Lissandra ulting a person and winning the fight. The engage is so darn reliable when compared to how many compositions have to function now, and TL is just not respecting it there.
And I feel like the power of Yuumi in those fights can never be understated. The continual heals that come across, the ability to make someone slightly tankier than you would expect, and just the additional chase and damage that you are able to manufacture. She's an invisible champion, so it's very hard to gauge the skill, but so many times I hear people be like, a 1v3, but really, Yuumi doing more than a fair share of lifting in those fights.
Yeah, and especially after so many of the nerfs, Yuumi's laning phase is really weak, but the scaling is wicked good. And that's why we often see the Garen Yuumi, because you get a bunch of Relic Hold into it, you get the Ludens. So, yes, the early game bottom lane was unable to play through any sort of advantage. Ezreal Yuumi's very weak. The later this game goes, the better the Yuumi gets.
Smithy just knocking down a ward right now. Yuumi not quite finding any poke just yet, but going toward the Athene's build, the more supportive of the ones. I definitely have seen a lot of the Luden's Echo builds where you really do funnel into her. I think that's usually when you have the Relic Shield teammate. Ones like this, it's going to have extra MR, extra CDR, extra shielding, extra healing.
And so now we're entering the stage of the game where I feel like AHQ have kind of botched their lane assignments. I would love to still have the Cho'Gath into the gangplank and be playing a heavy 1-3-1. So they've had to give up their own blue buff to recover the lane states. Now they've found this, what I want to see them do is shove this mid lane wave up as far as it can possibly go and look to try and chip down on these outer turrets. In a 1-3-1, if you have mid lane priority, you guarantee first move to every single play, and you should start being able to pull this team fight comp apart.
Game state right now, 2,000 gold difference. Team Liquid with non-combat Drakes. Ocean and Mountain. Next Mountain spawns in 3.5 as they once again look at where they can be. Impact took some time top lane. Couldn't knock down that turret, though. Still, the only turret TL have taken is that bottom outer a long time ago. AHQ broke mid. That's it for them. As Smithy takes down a blue buff and waits for Jensen to come over to hand it over.
And the game can still turn very quickly. Liquid has a Mountain Drake, and good pick potential. So if Core and Jensen find one good kill onto Alex, the overall damage of AHQ is relatively low if they don't get a good initiation. So 1 or 2 picks for TL could very quickly turn into a Baron, and that would be the game. They just have to find the right opportunity.
And you can see that upsetting how AHQ want to play. They're continually swapping this LeBlanc around, fishing for the favorable matchups, trying to set Jensen up for success. And every time they do that, they're able to grab, a little bit of mid lane priority, maybe a cheeky camp, or the potential to be able to dive a top lane turret.
And it's at least the claw away. And you talk about getting around into lane matchups. Team Liquid very much up in farm. You're seeing 20 for the Gangplank. Only a few for LeBlanc, but 30 here for the Xayah. So just acquiring gold at the very least is giving TL a mid-game lead.
Yeah, and overall, I think Team Liquid should be relatively comfortable with their state in this game. As a team, they've had pretty good macro. You'd think that, especially after being able to come from behind against AHQ, they'd be confident in their ability to do that again. And AHQ hasn't shown that same level of macro. From as far as a frontline standard team comp perspective, HQ has it, but TL would feel pretty comfortable.
I absolutely agree with you, because if there's a stage at the game that you're comfortable at, Athene's Yuumi, as well as 2 items on Wacko, but they're just getting pushed in on every single lane. Right now, TL are bullying AHQ at the stage of the game that I feel is honestly nearly AHQ's strongest point.
Well, they might be running out of opportunities then on the AHQ side as the pushes keep going in, and maybe NA fans can breathe a little sigh of relief as Team Liquid do look to be in control right here. Jensen still putting auto attacks down. 2 more knock the turret. There it goes. And another turret on the board for Team Liquid.
And they take the push lanes into another turret. And with a small reset here, I think we have a little bit more time to talk about the comps. One thing that I'm thinking about here is the front line for AHQ could end up being very strong. Jarvan Cho'Gath, which makes it okay in 5v5 team fights. But beyond that, they don't have good sustained damage. So it's like they have the front line of a traditional team fight team, but not necessarily the sustained damage.
So I like the thought process behind it. However, I do feel like they have to come from a different angle, because what we've seen traditionally, if Xayah is playing front to back, is that her feathers will just draw you in, and then all of a sudden your damage dealers cannot chase onto what is now a big gap between, the feathers. Oh, hold the thought.
Almost find something. The ult actually got burned. Jensen managed to bait that one out, pulling back just in time.
Yeah, really nicely played from Jensen. So what I'm saying is, if you're Alex and Ziv, you have to be very aware of how many feathers Doublelift has put into you and kind of the separation between yourself and your damage dealers, because it can be very easy as a Xayah to split up these fights.
That Lissandra ultimate, she's a fairly easy target. Only has flash for the disengage, tries to wave clear, does so pretty cleanly. Turret at half HP, Team Liquid not getting a lot of damage in. So HQ get the safe wave clear and keep their base alive. We had seen Impact fight with Ziv a while ago. That seemed fine for the Gangplank. He's still farming up. There's a few more pieces come through, and
also looks like an interesting build on the Gangplank. Looks like we might have another lethality Gangplank on Summoner's Rift.
Steric's Gauge is surely to stop the Cho'Gath or the Lissandra from being able to burst him.
Yep. This could be a lot of things. Even Essence Reaver builds out of that one, so we'll see what it actually turns into, but wait to see. Not going to find the barrel chain just yet, but the Mountain Drake, number 2 of the game, is alive. Alex puts down the flag, which means the engage angle is shown. Ziv finds a silence, knocks up, and they might go for Xmithie. He's been the target the last few times.
Rainbow's ultimate's almost back up, so as soon as that is, we can see a fight.
Giant root, though. They force Alex away, and here comes the re-engage. Xmithie pops the stopwatch. Impact very, very low. Cannon Barrage buys some space, though. They knock in Rainbow. The charm there as well, and a kill comes through to Doublelift. The second root comes through on a Ziv. He put in the second chain, forcing the flash out.
And you can just see how hard these team fights are going to be. That was nearly perfect. Multiple angles, as well as the ultimates available for the fight, but you can see the stand and deliver power of Xayah is unmatched on the current patch. Doublelift just able to swing the fight.
Yeah, up to a 450 gold bounty because his CS is so high, and he's on a 2-killing spree. So Doublelift getting the majority of the team's gold now, which is exactly what you want to see from TL.
And the story of Doublelift in the North American LCS is just so fun, because I know people will point to, Jensen exploding this team into the international roster, or Core JJ's addition. But watch the AD carry of Liquid, because his addition is what made this team a championship contender. Gets the double root, gets so much damage out, kiting back beautifully, is never in threat range for this fight, and just pumping out consistent damage.
And on the other side, Rainbow attempted his all in initiation, but he burned everything on a Gragas, who just had a stopwatch to prevent it from being lethal. And then when you go into a fight as Lissandra like that, and you don't actually lock down a carry, you're probably just going to lose the fight straight up.
We reset now. Second Mountain Drake, of course, already equipped by Team Liquid, and they've brought the gold lead now to 3,500. This blue buff easily handed over, and you have to believe their eyes now turn to a Baron setup as top scuttle not being fought over. The 2.5 item situation here for Doublelift, QSS plus a BF sword.
And it's probably too hard for Liquid to think about this in the midst of a game, but average win time is important in this group. If we're at a 4-2, 4-2, 4-2 time, you'd want to try and do something faster, but they at the same time don't want to throw away their lead.
Just take the win. Like, at the end of the day, you're going to have to play a tiebreaker somewhere.
That's what they're thinking.
Absolutely it is, and I think that, we see that they are on the path towards that. QSS picked up for Doublelift. He recognizes one of the only ways they lose these team fights now is if he gets caught out. So just stay safe, build up to the Infinity Edge as your third item. They go again.
Oh, Doublelift forced to burn the ultimate to stay away from this one. Still going to find a bit of damage. Looking for the root, though. Once Alex finally goes in, might win that duel, force a flash away, finds the root now on a Rainbow, and it's already 1-0. That's already Wako dead. Self-ult now out of the Lissandra. They might find the re-engage. They do. Impact grabs kill number 2. Ziv nearly invincible, but cannot find someone to kill. Just slowly waddling away, getting a knock-up, and now you can turn the attention towards Alex, then back towards Ziv, then back towards Ysera, and that's going to be going to sleep out of that one now. Once again onto the Shogun's tanky, but not tanky enough. It's kill after kill after kill after kill for Team Liquid.
That's the fight that Liquid needed to break this game open, and when we get to the replay, after TL likely takes Baron, you have to look at Doublelift and how he played that fight, specifically around his use of Flash. The timing was perfect, and it was exactly what we've been talking about as far as bringing the feathers through the team towards the back end of the fight.
Yeah, and I mean, the setup there from AHQ was probably as good as you could hope. Mismatch numbers once again on the mid lane fight. But as we mentioned, you have to be very aware as a tank how you're playing against Desire, because if you're Lissandra, you cannot enter this fight. Look at all the feathers that Rainbow is so aware of. Finally goes through the flash from Doublelift, rips them back, and all of a sudden Rainbow up the paddle, up the creek without a paddle.
Rainbow saw the play. A tenth of a second later from Doublelift on that flash, he gets locked down by Lissandra. They maybe lose the fight because their sustained damage is down, but by outplaying that way, TL destroy the fight.
And this is the thing, now that you're just a tank lineup, you cannot actually go with the consistent damage that is going to be there from Liquid. This was always the problem with the composition that AHQ put together. They didn't get enough of a mid lane advantage. And now, at 28 minutes into the game, Baron buff on Liquid, I don't even know whether they have the wave clear to survive.
They might not, but we'll see how much gets claimed right now. Only 4 turrets taken off the map. Looks like the side lanes still have their two turrets alive. You can see that's where some of the pushes are going. Top being ignored, but bot pushed in.
And now this could once again be a very long, drawn-out game, kind of the way we saw DAMWON play last time around, waiting for the item spikes, because you have Baron, you have the ability to siege right now, but you also have, another Infernal Dragon going to be spawning.
There's also the other way of looking at it, that Rainbow would need to engage to make this game end, and if they go too far,
well, they
could
brought
just be
him
over.
in. The cast says, please engage, please drop down, please die, and indeed he does. Team Liquid 11-5 out of this one.
Yeah, and look, I didn't account for the fact that maybe AHQ would be the ones that look for the initiation, as Jensen again, a hell of a lot of damage.
Poking them down lower and lower. Yumi only has so many healing charges, and TL putting the damage in faster. Mid lane inhibitor cracked open. The turret is gone, which means the inhib is the target. And who's going to really stop Impact right now? The third barrel comes across. Wako pushed off. McSmithy only going to find some poke, but the mid inhib is down. Almost 30 minutes in, and TL looking inside the base. It's still 5v4. You talk about win time. It's only 30 minutes, and they can look for the Nexus turrets right now. The chain's coming across. Jensen can't quite find the root, and TL with the teammate knocked up. Impact forced to flash away, but the re-engage for Core JJ might mean the kills come across. Wako barely staying alive as the respawns do come through. 5 members of AHQ might stop the push, but TL don't find the autos on the turret just yet. They might look for Rainbow. Ult comes across for Ezreal. 1 turret now down. Looking for the re-engage. The root onto Ziv. TL staying around. They have the ocean region. The health bar's not too bad right now. When does the next cooldown get burned? Alex in the front line, still 2,000 HP. Wako forced backwards yet again. The turret under siege. Team Liquid looking to close it out in fairly short order into the back line. A great disengage for Wako. That's a pickup. This could be a re-engage, or will it be the Nexus? Team Liquid diving in, but dying all the same. A 1-for-1. 4v4 on the map right now. Impact cutting backwards, but TL still sticking around, trying to find those last little bits of damage. Minions flood into the base. They're going to go for the Nexus yet again. They should be able to close it out, and they do. Team Liquid still in control of their own fate.
And a nice ending there by Team Liquid after giving up 2 kills in the early game. especially with all the baggage they carry into the World Championship, knowing that this was as close to a must-win as you're going to get without it actually being a must-win. So 31-minute victory by Team Liquid. Now their eyes are set on that final game they have in the day against IG.
Yeah, and this time around, I felt like they had the correct recipe, that they followed the steps necessary. A little bit of a botched step at the start there with the fight in the river, but afterwards were able to regain control of the game. And it is very easy to identify when Liquid is playing well because a lot of the steps they're taking are very obvious and make a lot of sense. But I feel like that's what they need to consistently be able to do to get out of this group.
And if we talk about consistency, the performance there by Impact and Jensen was back to what you want to see out of them. 3-0-5 on Impact's Gangplank, 5-0-3 on Jensen's LeBlanc, and both of them very solid contributors in this game where the solo lanes were mostly isolated. They're going to need to do that against IG.
Well, they fought IG last week, and Invictus Gaming came through with the win. Team Liquid probably need to reverse those fates. That's going to be an exciting matchup to watch for near the end of the day. TL hoping they can make it into the top 8, make it into the quarterfinals. Doublelift's curse was not making it out of groups. And finally, Jensen said, don't worry, I got your back. I make out of groups all the time, and they made that happen at MSI. They took down IG in the semifinals. They made it all the way to MSI finals. Now, time to do it at Worlds.
Yeah, exactly right. And what you need to hope is that the team play of Liquid outshines the individual talent and chaos that IG are going to bring, because this is a huge conflict in styles.
Doublelift mentioned at the start of the day, he's been one win away from making it out of the groups last year. It's actually been the case the last 3 years.
Ooh.
He's been at 3 wins, 3 years in a row. Again, he's at 3 wins for the 4th year. If he can get to that 4th, that might be enough to get him into the quarterfinals.
It's going to be a tight one. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun. More games to play today. The group still undecided. For more on that win, let's hear from the State Farm Analyst Desk.
So what you're telling me is Liquid just needs 4 wins.
Oh my God.
I feel like that's a pretty good omen.
I'm liking our chances.
All right, so let's talk about this game where Team Liquid pushes through and picks up that much needed win. And we're going to look at this game in the context not only of the win, but I think we also need to be a bit critical in terms of looking ahead to that all-important game versus IG later. And I want to start with the AHQ 2-0 because that eerily looked like kind of that early deficit Team Liquid found themselves in the first game. Again, they get a curveball thrown in the early game, Mithy.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit of confusion from TL. They, like the AHQ mid laner had prio and they were fighting for Scuttle in the river, and yeah, I just didn't really. It felt like really confusing. Even there, where Doublelift is like trying to help CoreJJ, but CoreJJ doesn't have E. I don't know if they're communicating that. Yeah, not really sure.
It was confusing.
Totally. As you're saying, like these little movements, right? As soon as they're coming in for that, you just need to fully bail out. Smithy should have left, Doublelift should have left, but as you say, they're not talking about, are the cooldowns up? Do I need to stay for the E? That should have just been a complete bailout, and at worst, you just lose CoreJJ in that situation.
Is that a move you don't see very often from Team Liquid domestically? Are they usually more on the same page in those early games?
I think they usually are, but I also think that one of the things working against TL is that domestically, they often just outshine their opponents so heavily that Jensen probably has prio in that lane in NA, and all of a sudden that fight never happens because it would be, a numbers advantage for them.
It's just basic communication that they would be even upset about it because they would do it so consistently. Like the point of Xmithy focusing on the Scuttle Crab when the other two were basically already being converged on. Those are the details that you would have to look out going into the next series for them.
But luckily, compared to the first game, Team Liquid does not drop the ball, and they actually react very, very well later by turning around an early dive coming from the side of AHQ. And this, to me, was definitely a signal of, okay, mentally, they have reset because they're fighting back even though they had a small setback.
Yeah, and TL's bottom lane has actually been able to outplay in multiple situations like this throughout the tournament. Last week, they were able to pull it off 2v3. I believe it was actually against DAMWON, in a similar style of dive. TL's bottom lane came up huge for them. Jensen on the roam, able to clean up multiple kills. And honestly, this was one of many things that TL can be very, very happy with coming out of this game.
True, but I just liked the dive personally from AHQ's side. I just think that making the choice of who you want to basically target was the primary thing. If you go on towards the Ezreal, easier to protect from Rakan's side, but Rakan is actually leaning so far upwards that you can pick him off. So that was a small detail that I would have liked to see.
Yeah, I love the way they spread, and like the casters pointed out, the way that Doublelift set up the route, like right, even though he got CC, they did a very good job.
Yeah, there they can really be really proud of that moment, and then you think, okay, now we're going. Now it's going to go in Team Liquid's favor. But Azel, you were quite disappointed with what happened around the Rift Herald for TL.
Yeah, this is something, you know, maybe we can just roll the replay and I can talk over it. This is something where TL is just kind of trying to do too many things at once. So you can see that Gangplank has already had a pretty big side lane advantage. He went Greedy Runes, he actually went Sorcery secondary, he went Klepto, and excuse me, this is actually a different replay than I was thinking. So this is, you know, the Rift Herald actually getting dropped mid.
Which also ends up being in favor of HQ because they pick someone out.
Yeah, so TL are trying to kind of defend this, and this is a little bit perhaps overzealous to do it. But you know what I actually wanted to talk about was the initial startup of the Rift Herald that TL had tried to do earlier in the game. And they actually had a side lane position where Impact was already pushed to the tier 2 tower. And Xmithy sees Ziv topside, and yet they start up the Rift Herald, and they are trying to do it knowing that they're a 5-man top for AHQ, when all you need to do is actually just back off and allow Gangplank to take the bottom turret for free. And there's multiple times in this game where TL is doing things like this, and you don't get to get away with those sorts of plays against IG.
Yeah, and I just feel like it's kind of being a trend today for TL, where they've been a bit too greedy for the neutral objectives. Like, last game with the, last game with the Drake and this game with the Herald. I feel like maybe they should just, you know, be happy with just getting slow leads on sides and slow leads on their players and trust on their carries.
Yes, they should. All in all, though, I think we've seen improvement from the first game, right? And we're seeing steps forward. So, Raz, are you happier with this TL you've seen, knowing that they were able to close it out?
Yeah, and I'm going to be a little bit more pointed and say that I think that Jensen was a pretty strong point of this game. Not only being able to lean towards the bot side in the initial dive that AHQ was going for and picking up the first 2 kills, but also he was the one that I felt was slowing the game down, was heading towards top side. So I think Jensen was a good call here for me.
Yeah, indeed, when the game was on the fence, everything tilted the way of TL off Jensen's LeBlanc, just to say, I'm helping to keep your group's dreams alive. Brought to you by State Farm. There we go. He was instrumental. We called him out at the beginning of the day, Azel.
I honestly think that both of the TL solo laners deserved a lot of credit in this game. This was a great cleanup from Jensen, but individual laning prowess did show through from TL. We saw that Impact was actually going Klepto, going Sorcery, very kind of greedy runes against Ziv in what is a tough early game matchup. He came out winning very heavily. We saw Jensen outclassing his lane opponent in the 1v1s. We saw TL close out the game on the first Baron. We saw them playing the side lanes and collapsing in a 1-3-1 quite effectively in team fighting. So there's so many positives here from TL. It's just these little things that we are looking at because you don't get to make those little mistakes against IG.
Yeah, the question is Impact going to be able to take that greedy rune setup against...
Nope, not against the Shy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those are, of course, the questions, because everything looks like it's heading towards that all-important game, possibly even tiebreakers, but let's not talk about those yet.
Not any tiebreakers.
How much improvement are we going to want to see from Team Liquid to not just play those next games, but just make it out as a group in general?
I mean, for me, and I guess like just hearing a lot about the emotions from here from the desk, or at least the points, is that they can be reliant on the slow advantage that they've had for both of these games and not just rush to making a play. If that's the case going into IG, a team that's actually pretty hot-blooded a lot of the times, that's a great point to focus going in. As long as they have a strong draft, and they can make it work.
And at the end of the day, I think that individually, TL is playing great. It comes down to team calls, and like we were talking about, Mithy, the team needs to stay calm and make sure that they're all on the same page and that every call that they're making actually has been thought through and makes sense, because the individual mechanics, the individual laning has been good from TL.
Yeah, and it's going to be the hardest against IG because they're definitely, going to take you out of your comfort zone.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a challenge for TL.
It will be a challenge, but that's why we're at the World Championship. You got to overcome those challenges if you want to make it. And when we return, it is a crucial match for this group: DAMWON versus IG. Don't you miss it.
A little bit more. Alex finds another slow. The flash in for Rainbow, and they're gonna find 400 gold. Core JJ drops as well. 4v3 on level 5. Here comes the potential dive on in. Jumps forward, looks for the ulti, finds the root, finds a whole lot of damage. The knockup comes in for Core JJ. This could be the turnaround. Stays alive just enough. Explosive cast. Not going to find the engage, though. Not going to immediately finds double up. There goes the turret. Here comes the attempt from Jensen, but no. Once again, they find Xmithy. Alex finally goes in. Might win that duel, force a flash away. Finds the root now on a Rainbow. And it's already 1-0. That's already Wako dead. Self-ult now out of the Lissandra. They might find the re-engage. Minions flood into the base. They're going to go for the Nexus yet again. They should be able to close it out, and they do. Team Liquid still in control of their own fate.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave that one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. What do you know yet? What do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, what do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it. The dream is still alive for Team Liquid and North America as they just grabbed their first victory against AHQ. Congrats on turning things around after the first game. I want to know, tell me about the mental reset you had to operate after losing against DAMWON, especially also having to play back-to-back games.
I don't think we thought too much about the loss. We went for kind of like a cheese strategy and it didn't quite work out. So we felt like, you know, our comp kind of had to snowball and we messed up in the early game. So then we were kind of just like brushed it off. It was hard for us to win if the game went even and we didn't snowball. So we didn't really take too much from the loss and we kind of just moved on from it. So it wasn't really a big deal to us. And yeah, we just mentally reset for the next game.
As long as you know what you missed, I guess that's what you need to move forward. Now, facing HQ, they had nothing to lose here, and we know how scary these teams can be. So were you worried coming up against them?
I've been in these situations a lot throughout my career where it's like teams have nothing to lose, and usually they'll play like a lot more loose, but honestly they kind of like just played the same as I expected, so it wasn't really anything difficult for us, and I think as long as we focus on our game, like we knew it wasn't going to be a problem.
And now you still have your faith in your hands and you're going to have to play against IG once again, but this time it's going to be Ning in the jungle instead of Lulian. So what is your take on that?
I don't really know too much about their jungle situation that they have, but hopefully, like, you know, Ning will be scared because we beat them at MSI and he'll play worse because of that. I don't know. But I think we're feeling pretty confident going into the match, so we'll just see how it goes.
And I think that's one thing that all the NA fans wants to hear right now. Thank you very much for the interview and good luck for the next game.
Thank you very much, Alor and Jensen, and welcome to Caster Desk. I'm Quickshot, joined by Kobe for the last 3 games of the group stage. Team Liquid are going to be watching these next couple of games and sweating because they need a little bit of help if they want to guarantee getting out.
Yeah, I mean, we came into today with all 3 of those teams tied at the top, right? DAMWON, IG, Team Liquid. So all of them looking very heavily at every single matchup between the other 2. And we're about to go into one of the biggest. DAMWON versus Invictus Gaming. 2 of them actually, you know, with championship aspirations. It's defending world champions versus the hottest new team on the block coming straight from Korean Challenger.
Yeah, from Challenger to Worlds, the Origin-esque story for any of our European viewers. They played through play-ins. DAMWON have gone significantly better with every single game that they have played. And Noguri in particular has actually captured the imagination of social media and Reddit, and the Klepto Bros has been a debate and a discussion which I've loved to follow. But look, let's dive into the game. This could be one of the matchups that determines that first seed. And straight out the gate, LeBlanc and Pantheon in the ban pool.
All right, no surprises super early on here. Kayle has really risen in priority. We've seen so many of these teams prioritizing it because it is a flex pick that also scales so well. Meanwhile, Red Side has had to also ban the Kiana if they respect those players on the other team, and DAMWON's already shown that this is definitely one of the champions. You can't let that damage potential through. They're actually going to ban it on the blue side here, away from Invictus Gaming, not willing to go for the first pick.
Now, what do you make of that, banning it away? What raises in priority when it comes to first pick? I mean, both AD carries still up and available, the Kai'Sa, the Xayah. We've seen a lot of the Yasuo's up as well. We've seen that showing up a little bit in the second half of groups as well.
For me, it's a huge priority on flex picks, right? Solo laners have been so important, and solo laners are what these 2 teams have made their fame on. It's what Invictus Gaming basically won the World Championship last year on. So Akali is picked up so quickly there by DAMWON. And meanwhile, answered by another one here from Invictus Gaming. Very quickly, we get them locked in. High chance that we get the Shy's Jace.
I absolutely love this. You just said that solo laners are so crucially important and kind of bucking the trend of Red Side favoritism, so to speak. Both solo laners expectedly locked in. We can, of course, see that Syndra in the bottom lane. The reply, though, Lee Sin, Kai'Sa, and a hover on Rek'Sai for now.
And no surprises here, right? Lee Sin has been super highly prized because of the mobility and early game power of the champion, but also the common answer is always Rek'Sai because it's very easy to unburrow and interrupt the dashes of Lee Sin.
Well, let's see how well it'll play out. And what do you then decide to prioritize? If we assume this will be rookie Syndra, and I think that's a safe-ish bet, does DAMWON consider banning away those ADCs?
Definitely want to target the possible marksman for Jackie Love because I think it would be a win for DAMWON if they push Jackie Love into the mage's territory of bottom lane. Meanwhile, I think that Invictus Gaming should actually target some more of the supports and the hard engager because DAMWON's composition already needs some more hard CC, I think, to fully operate. But definitely we'll have an eye continued on the possible flexibility. As you mentioned, with Syndra being so popular bottom lane, they still have to ban out the Rise.
Okay, let's see which direction it goes. Whether or not DAMWON wants to go with that initiation route, I can't get the thought out of my head that Vladimir's open and available. I don't know if it's really something you want to run with already. A lot of AP. Blitzcrank taken off the table, one of those engaged supports, and the analyst desk was talking a lot about Beryl earlier in the day. One last ban from DAMWON, and then IG can start giving us some hints around who's going to get that last pick. And it's a Draven taken off the pool.
And I really do like that ban because they've already shown a lot of early game power here from Invictus. With the Jace trying to push up, Rek'Sai will be covering. You try and use the Rek'Sai passive there to gain extra information. And as we mentioned, it can match Lee Sin so effectively early on. Meanwhile, we have the very quick lock-ins of the hard CC supports.
Yep, you got your initiation that you wanted in Leona. I got the Vladimir that we wanted, and we'll see whether or not the Klepto Bros are on the table. But now, what does Invictus run into this? Do they keep that Syndra in the mid lane, which is most likely the case? I mean, Xayah is still open and available if they wanted to run that, but what other options would you consider?
I still put a high priority on Xayah, but I feel like because it's been left so long here, it might be the swap, and it is indeed gonna be the Syndra. Move to the bottom side for JackeyLove.
Okay, let's zoom out then. Tell me what you think about these two compositions then. Obviously, JackeyLove, the Syndra Nautilus, you've got a little bit of poke, a little bit of scaling, but how do you see these two team comps clashing?
So I think it's going to be incredibly important where the junglers decide to go early on, because of course, on the side of Invictus Gaming, you want to isolate the Jace and Vladimir early on so that Jace can get the maximum out of that matchup. The Shy wants to make use of Kleptomancy, poking down the Vladimir, being as aggressive as possible. So maybe they even go for a split map for jungling. That is offset though by the Leona and Nautilus matchup in bottom side. High kill pressure there. Meanwhile, mid laners gonna try and farm.
Yeah. You were so excited until try and farm. That's it.
There's an Orianna here versus the Akali. Orianna does not want to.
You cannot get through a world championship without seeing Orianna and Corki. I think those are the two biggest staples in recent years. Absolutely, the Rise as well finds himself on the ban pool. Look, this is a battle that could determine first in the group. Both of these teams sitting at 3 wins and 1 loss. And it was DAMWON that came out on top over Invictus the last time that they played. Welcome back to the third last regularly scheduled game of the group stage. If there are any tiebreakers, they will immediately follow TL versus IG. And once this group is fully wrapped up, we'll get to that all-important quarter-final draw.
Ooh, quick shot. We have a Nautilus heading up to the top side there. As you can see on the mini-map, Baolan has actually snuck into the brush. They're looking to attack this Vladimir. Can they get a summoner?
Well, not just yet. Flash is available. Nobody's going to get caught up by the Shy. Goes in hammer form. 250 HP. Transfusion used. Ignite burned down. Flash away. One more auto. Nuggery goes down. Invictus get first bloods.
Quick shot at Champion Select. We said the Shy wants to abuse the Vladimir early on. Little did we know they were going to start before the minions even get there.
We said nothing. You said it all, Kobe. And this is exactly how it played out. Everything that needed to land did.
Oh my goodness. All right, so Baolan, of course, on the Nautilus, is able to land the hook on Nuggery. And because Nuggery doesn't flash early to avoid that, wanting to save the summoner spell, Baolan's able to get the last root there as well. Takes up 2 turret shots for the Shy, sets his top laner up for success. What a true support there, helping out topside before they even go down to lane.
I absolutely love seeing the coordination on that tower dive as well. So sets up IG well. Comes back to lane with the Doran's Blade as well as that control ward in a couple pots.
Preparation. This just really continues to highlight how important that is in the group stages where you're playing these best of 1 games. So much effort put into level 1s and trying to prey on the tendencies that your opponents have shown. This changes the game so much because already the Jace side, like we were talking about in Champ Select, wants to push up. The Rek'Sai will want to isolate this matchup for the Shy. This is a flashless Vladimir. He's basically just a punching bag here that the Shy wants to get as many Klepto procs off on as possible. And since both junglers are clearing top to bottom, looks like that's what Invictus Gaming will get.
Okay, so I'll keep my eyes on where Ning decides to go next and if he can try help control that part of the map. The control ward that the Shy returning to lane with will help give some early information if Canyon decides to go up there. And literally every single time where we look at that top lane, the Shy is pushing past the creep wave.
Oh,
Ning, does he
dive
fancy the dive
central.
already?
Yeah, this is a low health Vladimir. And he already knows this is a possible building wave. Really good reaction here from Nuguri because he knows his jungler is not going to be in the area. Goes back really early. Will use the teleport. Let's see if they still try and continue with it. He's walking back to lane because the Shy, can't push that quickly. So he does save the summoner spell, but this is going to be huge advantages for IG. As you said, though, you need to look at the next step, right? Goal number 1 accomplished for Invictus Gaming with this setup, and goal number 2 is on its way. Ning will be seen in his transition to the bottom side of the map, but it honestly doesn't even matter if they have that extra information. There's just nothing that DAMWON can do about it.
And take a look at this. The Shy wants to deny experience and farm as much as possible, pushing past the wave. Nuguri's easily able to get past there with the W and catch up. But if you look at the minimap and the bottom lane, I want to talk a little bit about that the kill lane that you touched on. Level 3 apiece for Baolan and Jack11. They're shoving under the wave. This will get annoying for Scatter the Weaks and Dark Spheres. You can see Canyon already here to react.
Yeah, red buff Lee Sin is going to be able to loop around here.
All right, Flash Zenith Blade. That catches onto Baolan. He flashes away after being caught by the Sonic Wave. That was a flash forward. Canyon eats the dredge line. That was beautiful.
They call it a kill lane for a reason, quick shot. Leona is there, and he's able to land the Zenith Blade into the stun, right in perfect timing for Canyon. Honestly, I thought that Ning was going to come hover. When I saw him moving bottom side and I said there was nothing DAMWON could do about it, it's because he can go scuttle into using Rek'Sai passive to hover bottom lane and defend this push. But because they don't do that, because they don't have Ning there, Canyon gets to play off of the Leona. Oh my goodness, I didn't even catch that first time around, but that was beautiful. Locking him back up there for the kill.
Man, so nicely done. Flashing in front of the dredge line. I love seeing that to fully commit. I always wondered to myself, even if he got to the wall, would he really have escaped? Irrelevant, right? It looked freaking cool. But now that we saw Nuguri pushing the top lane back, he's put a lot of respective damage back onto the Shy, and Shy's going to be farming under the wave. I'm trying to see where Ning is. He's coming back from base, and their flash is almost available. So if Ning wanted to try keep the Shy further ahead, if they can set up a play in the next few minutes.
Yeah, Rek'Sai definitely is very mobile as well. Can use the tunnel to try and get past the ward, but looks like DAMWON with a very good answer. That bottom lane kill was so critical for them. Let's see off of the teleport if they try and do anything, because with Scuttle Crab taken, it makes it much more difficult for Ning, find a way past. And I think the Shy would rather, keep the minion wave on their side of the map.
Okay, so we briefly talked about mid lane. I mean, you said they're farming, but obviously, just looking to hit sort of 6. TP is available. Sorry, TP is on cooldown for Showmaker, so he can look to play around the map. You have to feel that for Rookie, waiting for those skirmishes or those team fights really before anything that can happen. Another big trade in the top lane.
Yeah, Rookie is doing a very good job of harassing while farming. I think that's one of the big parts. As he's been able to whittle down and force out the teleport like you're talking about of Showmaker. So that's going to set them up very nicely for this mid game. He's also invested very quickly into mobility with the upgrade Sorcerer Shoes. So magic penetration and the possibility of roaming to those scatter fights that we know can break out here. Let's see if Rek'Sai can actually continue to control bottom side of the map. Because it's an Infernal Drake, I think there's so much more importance, and both junglers maybe even be dissuaded from going up to top side.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case for now. Looking at the vision, I think IG's control ward that was placed in that top bush is still sitting there from that very first back. CS advantages for IG accruing nearly 700 gold lead, and that's advantages in top and bot, at least it was until this wave is pushing up. But yeah, Ning moved, he hovered, he's recalled, and it is Canyon that's actually now waiting in the wings. Remember, no flash on either bot lane for IG.
Yeah, those hovers and those recalls from the junglers are so important, especially with champions like Rek'Sai that get that extra information from the passive. Top side, though, Nuguri goes in.
Oh, the Hemoplate's coming out. The heal's going to be so important. Put the hammer down! The Shy gets the solo kill.
Oh my goodness, the Shy said, don't compare me to Nuguri. and he's going to be able to lay it down once again. And this is going to be an explosion.
It absolutely is, and such a great kick flash. But the route under the tower, Baolan's able to trade 1-for-1 in that scenario, but you have to give the small benefit to DAMWON, Nuclear 2-0.
Yeah, I think that's huge because now Ning is free. Bottom side going 1-for-1 there, getting the kill onto Canyon, taking him off the map means they don't realistically get any sort of objective back for themselves, and this is going to be exactly the early game Invictus we're looking for. Here's another look at it. Shock Blast missed, so that's why Nuguri decided to go in. He's got his second Q charging up, as you can see, and thought that his heal off of the Hemo Plague would be enough, but the Shy absolutely dunks him. Let's take another look at the bottom side, though. Again, JackeyLove and Baolan knew they're playing weak side, so they're expecting jungler intervention here, but it is Canyon going deep against the Nautilus. Baolan does a very good job. First uses the auto passive for the root, then hooks him back in for maximum tower shots and getting the trade kill.
Oh man, just really good performance out of the Shy. Second Jace on the day. He's already picked up that Avarice Blade as well. Got himself the Tia and the Serrated Dirk, plus 25 CS, plus 2,000 gold. Ning is going to get caught out here by Nuguri, or vice versa. Very good flash to avoid the Sonic Wave, and I'm looking at the minimap. No movement from rookies, so that tells you they're not really looking for the fights.
And that entire play, that flash earned, is because of the early reset from DAMWON. They have the support roaming, and whoever gets their support roaming first has the priority here. Because it is the Nautilus and Leona, it's going to mean there is kill pressure on the top half during those resets. We saw, resulting from the bottom kill, Baolan had to stick around a little bit longer. Now he's level 6 on the Nautilus, though.
Oh man, this Vladimir is getting just obliterated in lane. But look at the junglers coming up. Hemo Plague is available. The Shy will flash away from the Sonic Wave. Rookie's making his way top, but he will walk across a control ward. And now Ning fancies himself a fight. Here comes Rookie. Shockwave is available. Looking at flashes. Canyon and Nuguri got them up. No Hemo Plague. It was used. The Sanguine Pool will buy some time. Looking for the Shockwave. Hopefully it's not a sombrero. The hammer knocks Nuguri backwards. Rookie holds onto the trigger for now. Gets the Shockwave only onto Canyon, but the Shock Blast does not find target. Ning goes in. Finally gets one, but Showmaker gets an instant reply. Now the Shy gets blown up by Showmaker, who is putting on a show. Rookie has no mana, and he holds on to the flash. Triple for Showmaker.
And he reaps the rewards of the aggressive Invictus Gaming dive here. 3 kills, quick shot, all focused onto Akali at the 10-minute mark. That is going to be a gun blade for Showmaker, and this completely changes everything. He didn't have to burn any summoner spells to make that happen. He can quickly reset and go for a next one.
All right, Solar Flare into Killer Instinct. Very good Nautilus ultimate and Scatter the Weak. Baolan's depth charge, not doing enough just yet. Riptide will slow down Beryl. Looking for teleports, not available for anyone on the side of Invictus. The Shies was on cooldown. So an all-in doesn't result in kills.
Huge shift in the force. Here we go, bottom side though. Ning actually shows up, no stun.
No stun just yet, waiting to see. That's a good reply from the Shield of Daybreak. It's Nuclear that's on a killing spree, turning it around. Here comes Canyon, and the teleport, I think, is from Showmaker. He's going to join the fray. Ning goes down as well. And Showmaker with that Gunblade's looking for a target, but actually wastes it. It will unlock the Infernal, though.
We just keep on rolling quick and fast here. Quick shot. It's going to turn into an Infernal Dragon. So the teleport not wasted there completely from Showmaker. He's going to head on down. They use that pressure to pick up the extra stats for later. Meanwhile, it is still going to be Jace trying to mine as many turret plates on top as possible. And this is Showmaker's point of view. He's just looking at all these cooldowns. He sees Shockwave burn. He sees Rek'Sai diving under the tower. The classic Ning go 1-for-1 there as the jungler. And he's got his eyes set because of that extra ward up in the side brush on these very easy kills to clean up. He hits every single shuriken. He hit the tip of the ultimate there to pick up the kill. And he will be rewarded so greatly. Then again, action on the bottom side.
Now, when you see this all in, it's plays and counter plays, right? But do you think once I could have done it a little better?
Well, the initiation I do like from DAMWON, right? Because they just saw so much used on the top side, and you saw the combination of Leona, Kaisa there result in burning the summoner spell. Now there is no flash on the Syndra, but they don't have any information on Ning's whereabouts. So they do dodge out on the initial stun here, then Baolan flashes over there and just stuffs right into the minions. It's that Zenith Blade that makes it go on a little bit long. It's Showmaker teleporting in. Ning tries to go for the 1-for-1 once again, but in the end, it will be Infernal Drake over to the side of DAMWON.
Unbelievable. After the way this game started with the Shy going 2-0 on Jace, I just kind of felt like he was going to pop off. Look, 2,500 gold lead to Invictus that's already been negated. Who are you more afraid of in a side lane? The Shy's Jace or Showmaker's Akali?
Showmaker for sure. A Showmaker right now is the star, true to his name. Here we go, top side.
All right, Nuguri's going to use that Sanguine Pool to buy some time. Hemo Plague will pop and give some health back. And that is Ning just blown up with the Tides of Blood. And instantly there's a retreat call because here comes Showmaker. If he fancied a dive, honestly, I think he could kill everybody, but IG do not present targets. They back away, DAMWON in control.
This is such an exciting matchup, Quick Shot. If we go back to last year, there was so much excitement around DAMWON, and there was for a big reason. Even during the World Championship Finals that Invictus Gaming won, there's so little teams, professional teams left to scrim in Korea, that teams were scrimming DAMWON and losing to them.
Yep.
These World Championship caliber teams, now we finally get to see them all the way from Challenger here on the world stage against the defending champions, and they are going blow for blow.
And it's so amazing to see, like, Nuguri's signature Vladimir, not only does it get bullied in lane, it loses very handily, but DAMWON don't flinch at all. They found opportunities to come back, and they've got a gold lead, they've got control of the Rift Herald, and Showmaker is the beneficiary of those counter punches that DAMWON have landed just as turret plates are falling.
Completely agree. And honestly, looking back at how this game started, you put a big magnifying glass on Ning. He subbed back into the roster. He had the option for trying to hover bottom side and defend against the possible kill on the Syndra. It didn't happen. Then they went for the dive and force. Currently, though, in the game, this is DAMWON striking back on top side, trying to get some extra work done on this turret with the Rift Herald.
And you did put that magnifying glass on the junglers as you set up Kobe during picks and bans. But truthfully, it was Baolan and the Shy that got that advantage early on. And then the Shy was just solo killing. Many tower dives from Ning have gone, let's say, sideways, shall we? DAMWON have been able to reply. They got the first tower, temporary gold lead, and I actually think Nuclear and Beryl were able to defend the tower in the bottom lane. Rookie did run down, didn't commit much further, and he's backed away. So as it stands, DAMWON Gaming are in control of the game for now.
Yeah, definitely high possibility of more action towards the bottom side with top tower taken and Invictus Gaming losing defendable territory here. You honestly are going to have to worry about these cooldowns on the teleports. Currently, Invictus Gaming do technically have Jackie Loves for Syndra, but he is the most scared Syndra right now. There's a level 12 Akali with Gunblade and a extra rod roaming around the map. Jackie Love cannot extend anywhere.
Yeah, what do you think of the matchup into Sorcerer's Shoes and Lost Chapter? On a scale of 0 to oh crap, I think we're firmly in oh crap territory right now.
Definitely off the scales there, even. All right, let's see how it works out, though. They want to get some more money funneled onto Nuguri first before they start forcing, because, of course, he has been put so heavily far behind by the beginning of this game and the extra pressure that Invictus had on top side.
All right, 25 seconds to Mountain. I'm looking at vision around the Drake. Both teams are kind of congregating 3-4 members. Not the deepest vision from DAMWON, just starting to push towards the river. And it looked like IG got a couple of tunnels down, and at least that one little side ward by the Mountain Drake. I want to see if DAMWON are going to try to sort of rush it or whether or not IG want to pick a fight.
Yeah, honestly, there's a decision tree here, right? Because they have forced Jace into this top side of the map with no teleport, they know they should have the freedom to go for the dragon. Even though Nuguri isn't there, Invictus Gaming doesn't quite know that. He just popped a plant on top side. That might actually give them some reasoning, but they're just too far behind. You cannot fight this fed Akali in the river, and they'll pick it up.
No, absolutely not the case. Rookie just returned to lane with that Luden's Echo completed, so he does have that power spike, but it's too late to join the party. The second Drake goes to DAMWON. DAMWON, just so you know, they'll be playing AHQ in the next game. If they win this, and they win that, they'll be guaranteed first in the group, and TL versus IG at the end of the day becomes so important for that second seed. We've got a lot of game before we get there, and maybe Jackie Love on this Syndra can find a good stun, because one thing to note, Jace and, Akali and Kai'Sa, the Lee Sin, if they get caught by into that CC, they can get blown up by the Orianna, the Jace, and the Syndra combos.
It's definitely still possible here for Invictus. They're definitely on the back foot, though. It's just so difficult now to deal with the situation when they can't lean on one of their greatest strengths there. They want to be able to get the extra pressure with the Jace pushing, but it's just too difficult to take away the vision from DAMWON and actually support that play. So they're forced in this position where they have to play defense, and you see them constantly hovering behind this mid tower here. Syndra now even heading up mid lane. What are they going to do? Share CS on both their mage carries? It's very difficult for them to actually get their play off the ground.
Yeah, it really is the case. I mean, when you look down the CS numbers, it's only really the Shy that's got a sizable advantage thanks to all of that pressure he had early. And for the time being, with only one tower down, we still got a fairly traditional extended laning phase. Neither of these duos have swapped. I mean, the Shy and Nuguri are still fighting, and Canyon is still hanging out like, I got you, bro. I'm on the tails of your cape, and if anybody's here to fight, I'll back you up.
Exactly. It's a buddy system here from DAMWON. They know that the only attackable scenario that Invictus Gaming could actually come up with is going at Nuguri again, the weak point. But Canyon hovers him, and they move in to take out the vision together to ensure that they can close in on their pressure and keep Invictus on the defense.
So just taking a look at teleports really quickly. Showmaker and JackieLove have theirs available. Nuguri and the Shy is moments away. There's no real big objective to fight for yet. But if any of these tower dives are juicy enough, maybe we can see it being used. Look, Canyon again setting up. He's sitting in the chicken camp. Will get spotted out by the command attack. So Rookie, he felt something was up. He acknowledged that there was some threat. And I think very good game sense there to move that ball around, get some information. But look at the minimap. There's a dive coming bot.
Yeah, Akali's on the roam here. You do have a defense. You can see from Ning heading down on Rek'Sai, though, because they walked over the Scuttle Crab. Like I was talking about, it's full reactionary mode from Invictus right now. The only offensive play that you can theoretically come up for them is a flash from Ning, catching someone out by surprise. A full CC chain with a Nala Syndra, trying to get someone quickly. But Invictus will have to strike very quickly and then retreat to their towers, lest the Akali comes a Roman, because teleports are off cooldown for everybody. So the reactions will be very quick once the confrontation starts.
Yeah, definitely.
Here he goes.
The case. Nuguri flash is available.
Poorly.
So is Hemoplague. There's the flash on Burrow. Hemoplague and Protobell comes down, and that was a very, very quick kill. The teleport completes from Showmaker. He's got support from Beryl coming up the river.
And we highlighted the quickness. You have to be that quick shot, because the teleport does come down, but they've already dealt with the Vladimir. No pool available there. They burst him down. Ning goes under the tower, and this time he gets out alive.
There's just too much damage to deal with. We have an even game at 20 minutes, but keep your eyes on the items, because Kai'Sa just picked up that Rage Blade, and look how quickly Nuguri gets blown up.
Yeah, and that right there is the key part of the replay. Pool used in lane. So he's got no defenses left. Really good communication from the Shy to tell Ning, hey, this guy is a sitting duck. Without Pool, we can annihilate Vladimir before the teleport channel even completes. So even though Showmaker is just itching to make this Akali work here, he can't get there in time, and it is a win in the meantime for Invictus.
All right, 8 kills to 5, another Infernal Drake, 35 seconds away. And despite the fact Baron is up, the focus is most likely going to be that Infernal. Nobody's made a move for it yet.
One of the key things that they can at least look for DAMWON is that the key summoner we highlighted previous to that play was used. We mentioned the flash from Ning is their playmaking tool. That's the only theoretical play they can come up with. It was used. That was expended before the Infernal Drake does come up. So there is definitely some solace that they can take with another death from Nuguri. Here we go, though. They're going to push up mid lane with the minions first. I like this before Infernal spawns.
Now, do you want to see Invictus fighting this dragon? They conceded the previous one. They got a couple extra items under their belt, and do you think they want this fight?
I for sure think so. They've got river control right now with the extra control ward. Problem is that Nuguri is actually still pushing bottom lane, so they don't have the numbers, and Invictus are moving in through the small corridor here. It's a very split maneuver from DAMWON.
Solar Flare will find a target. There goes Beryl into the back line with the Zenith Blade, but he's cut off from the rest of the team. Ning rather takes him down. The dredge line is dodged away from Nuguri, and the chase is on. Ning's going forward, gets the unburrow. The Shockwave finds the kill. Put the hammer down. You can't touch this from the Shy. Nuclear finds a kill back. The next of the fights is from Rookie. The Shy from long range gets the accelerated shock blast. He's still hunting. Will he put the Mercurial Hammer on? Not yet. 2 for 3.
And Trevor, it collapses for DAMWON. They are completely split in the river fight. That's how Invictus are able to solo out Barrow. He goes all the way in on the Leona. They kite backwards, kill him in the jungle, and then return for their prize.
Unbelievable. The first Drake of the game to Invictus. 18 kills at 22, and keep your eyes on Beryl. He lands the Zenith Blade and goes too far.
And just look at the split line here. And he goes all the way in, as you're saying, flashes forward, and then nobody else can really follow through the jungle corridor. You look at the DPS. Nuclear is killing a ward during that, down on the bottom side, because he can't auto-attack anything else. So Invictus get to focus fire and then chase down once again. Vladimir has no pool. They go full steam ahead.
And I missed the first time around. Nautilus's ultimate knocked up 3 members en route, just swimming around the corner. So even if DAMWON wanted to go forward, well, they were catching some airtime and picking up some frequent flyer points.
Exactly. The terrain that should have been in their favor, because they chased into the small corridor and funnel there, really turns around for Invictus. And now we've evened up the Infernal scaling for later as well. Quick shot. This one is going to be exciting till the end.
Oh, this is so exciting. And again, this is a precursor for what could determine the first place team in the group. If IG win this and then win against TL, they're going to be sitting on 5 wins and take first. So there is so much on the line. As now we're 25 minutes in, only the second tower has fallen, and now we're starting to see a lot more movement cross-map.
Yep, DAMWON are trying to exert control over the Baron, cleaning it fully of the wards here. They still have Showmaker, who hasn't died on the Akali, and Death Cap is complete. So there's a huge amount of burst damage potential there. He really does have to keep checking inventories for stopwatches. Those are the things that are going to save the members of Invictus. And you don't see very many right now, only the broken one there. So looks like it might be open season. They are getting off a full reset, though. Invictus trying to move in and take advantage of the small timing window.
Okay, a little bit of chip damage on that outer turret. Invictus still unable to take a tower, but like that bottom tower is a gentle breeze away from knocking over. And actually, interestingly, after all of the benefit that the Shy earned early on, DAMWON's response saved the top tower, has gotten Nuguri to the point that, yes, he's still down in CS. Oh, that's a lot of trouble. But he needs support to stay alive.
Yep.
But crucially, the structure he was defending was still alive in that top lane.
Daddy Shy coming back once again, and he's pushing Nuguri off the rift here. Takes down the tower, does have the split push for Invictus, but there are 2 parts to it, right? Usually, well, never mind, tower dive!
All right, Protobelt into Hemoplague. The hammer comes out, flash forward! Whoa! Finally goes down! I thought the Shy had done it. It's a trade 1-for-1.
DAMWON minions there will be able to even it up and get the last kill there.
I didn't have words. I just started screaming. That was so fun to watch. The Shy is making a statement. Invictus defending world champions. They want to make it out this group.
However, it's very reckless of him because he is the advantage for this team. With that even 1-for-1 taken off and his flash used, the power actually goes over to DAMWON. Even though he gets the kill under tower, he gets to feel good about that dive. Because the minions finished off the counter kill, it cedes control to DAMWON once again. They sweep all the vision. They're going to force Invictus into the scary situation of having to check around the Leona.
He only feels good if he typed worth in all chat. Take a look at this. The Baron was started. I can't see if they've peeled away yet. Good vision toggle from our observers showing what the teams are working with. The game is still bang on even. Keep your eyes on the items as they continue to scale. Protobelt and Morella Nomicon was just picked up, and here's that dive again.
All right, he just runs straight into him. Even with the pool here, I was surprised for him to see his jump onto the Canyon minion there, but he just flashes over, finishes off the kill. Minion autos that were already in the air finish him off.
It feels like it's about sending a message, Kobe. It wasn't necessarily about everything that was expended. just telling Nuguri, if you're here alone, you're going to die.
Canyon received the message.
All right, remember, no flash available. Sonic Wave, take a look if we find a target. Kick comes out, the Shy moves away, Sonic Wave is dodged, Solar Flare comes down, and in a 3-on-1, they get the kill.
Problem with sending the message, DAMWON has an entire team answer it. No longer a 1v1, and they turn the tides once again. The Shy goes down.
The call center received the message and has dispatched support for the struggling Nuguri. 1-5-1. But as I was mentioning itemization, by the way, Rageblade and Hurricane sitting on Nuclear's Kai'Sa, he's quietly built up 4-0-2 in the kills, a 600 gold bounty, and I'm very, very, very scared of what Nuclear is going to be able to do in late game team fights because he is so well set up as DAMWON start the Baron.
Yep, teleport goes through. You know they mean business.
All right, the Shy is still dead. 10 seconds. Teleport is available to him. Moving into the pit. Scout of the Week comes out. Shockwave catches Showmaker. He's forced out of the fight. Solar Flare comes down once more. Depth charge knocks up Beryl. Baron is helping out IG. The defending world champions push DAMWON out of the pit. And now they're on the Baron. Canyon has got Flash. He has got Smite. He has got Ultimate. 2,000 HP. There's the dash. Nuclear wants to turn around. Nuguri's pushing for the fight as well. The Prince of Jackie Love. DAMWON gets the barrel. Nuguri goes down, but at what cost? Canyon continues the fight. Take a look at Showmaker. He's rejoined. Ning is managing to get him back into Canyon. And now Nuclear's running for his life. Got the double buff. Lands the W. Gets the Captain Rain. Shut down. The Shy gets burnt alive. And now Showmaker kills Baolan. Not just yet. One more auto. It's an ace.
Sign me up for more of these, Quick Shot. What was that Baron start in the end? Showmaker left alone with the audience to himself. The only one with the buff left. Look at the beginning. DAMWON just tunnel vision on this so hard. The shockwave from Rookie onto Showmaker makes them go into full retreat. Barrel gets ignited. Ultimate from Nautilus knocks him up, keeps him in Baron range. Then Invictus started up. But it's Canyon who loops around the backside, and the important thing to watch is the recall from Showmaker. Akali went back to base, is going to teleport in with full life, while Nuclear and Nuguri try and distract them. Showmaker and Canyon go in for the execute on Baron while they're trying to outplay. Then, on the bottom of your screen, Nuclear has been able to survive the entire time, tries to fight them off, dodges Rex IQ right here, finishes off Ning, even after he flashes into his face, and the burn as well takes him down.
Unbelievable, and just before that chase into the jungle, there was a missed shock blast onto Nuclear that allowed him to peel back. I know it's a classic, but Berlin, are you not entertained? DAMWON Gaming taking on Invictus, 30 kills, 30 minutes, and frankly, there's no clear lead just yet. One Baron buff on Showmaker. This will allow them, with a small gold lead, to keep playing on the front foot.
Got to be able to keep up with these high-level Barons, Quick Shot. There's even a backdoor to the Baron pit.
You know, you actually said it so convincingly, I believed you, Kobe. Well, let us see how the next Baron plays out. But like we said, just going into that fight, Nuclear was where my eyes were. And he did so much damage with the old Q combo on the back end. And look at this, Invictus finally fighting, going to put pressure on the tower. Down from the South River, Showmaker's making his way up, but the tower hasn't fallen just yet.
All right, they've got a flank going on. You can see Leona ult used.
All right, the Shy gets caught out for now, forced to flash defensively. Ning makes it into the lane, and look at the damage from that 5-point shuriken. And all of a sudden, IG are now pushing back.
And I really want to highlight an important tactic that Invictus Gaming are using. They have Baolan right now completely marking Nuguri. He is going everywhere Nuguri goes. You can see the Vladimir trying to find those flanks, but Nautilus stands in his pathway. They're trying to keep track of him, but now Canyon actually made his way all the way around. It's a double flank.
It is indeed. Canyon's got his ultimate available. The Shy will get to the blast cone. Canyon finds the Shy. That's an easy kill. And Canyon's GA gets popped. Barrel goes in with the E. Nuclear sidesteps everything. DAMWON melt Invictus.
DAMWON with the clean ace for themselves. From challenger to taking down the defending world champions. They've got an open path to the Nexus.
Unbelievable performance. DAMWON Gaming with the Baron buff just wearing off on Showmaker will have an uncontested Nexus. They will set themselves up 4-1. DAMWON are 1 win away from first in the group. I loved that game. It was so fun to watch. And with the advantage that the Shy picked up early, my first 5 to 8 minutes would never have predicted how the next 15 would play out.
For sure. For sure. There are two turning moments right after there's such a big advantage for Invictus on the top side of the map. DAMWON strike back. Bottom lane gank from Canyon, finds the kill onto Syndra, taking another opening for them to start working off of. And then the top tower dive where Showmaker collects 3 kills on the Akali. Completely turning around the possibilities here. Honestly, my favorite moment though is of course the sleight of hand during that Baron.
Trust a jungler to focus on who picks up the Baron.
You're watching the team fight down bottom, quick shot, but meanwhile, the Akali is teleported back to base. Behind you,
Canyon and DAMWON pulled the sickest bait and bait and switch ever, because it looked like Invictus were going to go in and get that objective, and just sneaking in around the back, the teleport comes in. It was a lot of fun to watch, and it was very impressive from the DAMWON side. Again, not choking on the pressure, not worrying. They knew how to respond to Nuguri being put down, and Canyon was everywhere he needed to be.
Yeah, I think that was absolutely insane performance here. Honestly, Invictus Gaming, highlight Ning. We talked about it again a couple of times. With this lineup, you have to be incredibly careful for those small openings. And some of the trades, especially that tower dive, give them the opening that they want.
There's a discussion I'm going to bring up in the next game, but DAMWON are 1 win away from placing first in the group. And the question I'm going to ask you at home and Kobe in the next game is, do we welcome back our Korean overlords? Let's find out a little bit more on the Stay Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much. Well, we are also going to talk about that, but can I first just say, that was just so much fun to watch. Oh my gosh.
That's just the type of game you come here for, honestly. Like, when IG versus DAMWON go, I just want to see the action, and thankfully we got that.
You love to see the stars battling it out, too. It felt like it was so much about Showmaker and the Shy and these incredible performances on opposite sides of the map.
Yeah, definitely felt a lot like an ego battle at certain times.
Yes, that's a great point.
It was awesome, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up, because of course in the top lane it was a bit of an ego battle. There have been shots fired by the Shy to Nagari as well. This time it was Vlad versus Jace. And I'm going to tell you actually a little fun fact.
Yeah?
The Shy gave an interview and he said, when I play solo queue against Nagari, or when I watch him, he always has 300 gold, and I have to admit that I think Klepto might be the way to go on Jace.
Yep. Taking a little bit from him. That's why he tried to take a little bit from him in this dive right here, but this is the most heartbreaking moment. You think you got the clean getaway, and get off of me!
The coolest thing about watching the Shy, for me, is how almost recklessly, how aggressively he plays. And that's how he creates these incredible advantages. We were talking so much about this, and you don't get to get, 3, 4, 5,000 gold ahead of your opponents if you're playing with full respect to the jungler, if you're always playing defensive and trying to play the 100% play. He's willing to take these skill checks and to assume that he's going to make it out on top every time.
Yeah, and even just today, just from the last 2 games, I was just saying, wow, he's getting so ahead on Jace, just both games, But he did not play perfect. That situation that we just saw there cost his team a lot, and he definitely could have done more, but stellar performance, honestly.
Yeah, fantastic. But you said it. They didn't win the game, and maybe sometimes these overforces, you can't give those moments to teams like DAMWON. And I think we are starting to see the true might of DAMWON, especially in this game. We're going to take a look at some replays where they really take over, and they are starting to look very... Okay, wait.
Look.
First, let's talk about this Baron.
We'll talk about this first.
This was a bit of a clown fiesta.
IG should have got it. They pushed them off completely. In fact, this was when the support barrel here got a lot of HP taken off of him. And then I was pretty confident about this one, and yeah, look at this.
IG honestly just lost track of the fact that Akali had gone back to base, can come back in, and it was all about the coordination here, to me, from Canyon and Showmaker. They know the Baron is down pretty low, they have a pink ward over the side, and they have Nagari and Nuclear drawing attention, and then Showmaker and Canyon just go in, and from about 2,200 health, they burst down the Baron.
Yeah, it's just such a such a split-second decision that you have to make that call and like burst the Baron. And it's not easy for IG to just go and finish Baron because the Lee Sin is there and you're basically taking a 50-50. It's not an easy Baron finish.
No, it isn't. And it looked like it would be a big mess, but somehow DAMWON makes the right decisions when it counted.
That's what's impressive about, you know, the new age Korean teams. They come in, and when they get forced into team fight situations, they come in big and come in clutch. So 2 team fights in a row that you get to see here. Of course, you just look objectively in that situation. Nice kick from Canyon, and then just to finish off from the Vladimir. It's nice to see from DAMWON that in team fights, they come in big. That being said, I'm a little bit disappointed in specifically, I would say, Invictus Gaming here. Really early on, I know we kind of jumped straight into the later portions of the game, but when they tried to isolate the top lane matchup and get Jay Sohad, Ning took a lot of risks. 2 times in a row, he actually died for those risks. So diving on tower and eventually giving 3 kills to the Akali right from the get-go. And then when they went back top lane, he decided to 1v1 the Greg, or at least this was a game ago. But this is just mistakes that are happening here from Ning in particular.
Yeah, and even, like the last fight that we just saw, I wasn't really sure if IG was being overconfident or just tilted because they were literally running it down mid. So yeah. We'll see how they play next game.
We will see. The Oppo player of the game was Showmaker, and that is impressive if you know that in the first kind of 10 minutes of the game, you think the Shy is going to absolutely run away with this, but you have a superstar on the other end.
And this is kind of that play that you were talking about, Raz, in the early stages, where we see Ning, diving back in, and IG then trying to stay around to actually support him, trying to see if they can do anything. If you had just retreated as a 3-man squad, Showmaker should not be able to get any of these kills, but he capitalized, he punished IG the maximum for every little mistake, and that is why he is very deserving of player of the game.
Exactly, and of course we already saw the great replay of the Baron steal. A lot of that is him in coordination with Canyon to make the play happen. So just a great game from Showmaker. I think it was much needed with how the tournament has been going for him.
So let's talk about the conversation that Trevor brought up there. Of course, 2 LCK seeds already in the #1 spot. Now, if DAMWON wins that next one, they will have that #1 spot as well. How scary are they starting to look to you, Mithy?
They did play well once they got there, once the pieces fell into place, but they were really getting pressured early game.
Yeah.
And it honestly was about Ning just inting for his team the whole early in top lane, and Akali getting 3 kills and getting that Gunblade super early that made it hard for IG. I feel like if they just played a consistent game like they were doing, they were winning mid on top way too hard.
And looking at the LCK as a whole, I just think it's too early to call, right? I want to see how do they perform coming into these quarterfinals, how do they perform going deep in the tournament, because that is the level that we expect. When we talk about the Korean overlords in League of Legends, this is them winning every single final for years and years and years, and getting into the quarterfinals is great, but it's not there yet.
It's not there yet. I do love that we're seeing kind of different looks coming out of the LCK, and they are proving that you don't always have to win like SKT won their previous championships, and I think DAMWON is a great example of that, but that also means that sometimes it looks a bit messier, as you say, and you have to rely sometimes on the other team giving you something. But I do think that in general they bounce back well from a deficit, and that's something to commend them for.
Yeah, I mean, and they're also playing IG, right, which is namely the best solo laners in the world. So you never know. When they play against a different team, we'll see maybe a different beast on DAMWON Gaming.
Yeah, hard to call it a best of 5, Raz. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to claw themselves through that team fight says a lot about the team ability to adapt on the fly in a game. So already pretty promising.
There we go. When we return, DAMWON look to secure that first seed as they go up against AHQ. And later tonight in Game 6, we'll have a direct elimination game as Invictus Gaming and Team Liquid go head-to-head. The winner goes to quarterfinals. The loser is out of Worlds 2019.
Up by the Shy, goes in hammer form, 250 HP, transfusion used, ignite burned down, flash away, one more auto!
Get that extra information from the passive top side though. Nuguri goes in.
Oh, the Hemoplate's coming out, the heal's gonna be so important! Put the hammer down! Finally gets one, but Showmaker gets an instant reply. Now the Shy gets blown up by Showmaker, who is putting on a show. Rookie has no mana. Ning's going forward, gets the Unburrow, the Shockwave finds the kill. Put the hammer down, you can't touch this from the Shy. Nuguri's pushing for the fight as well. The Prince on Jackie Love, DAMWON gets the barrel. Nuguri goes down, but at what cost? Canyon continues the fight. Take a look at Showmaker. He's rejoined. Canyon finds the Shy. That's an easy kill. And Canyon's GA gets popped. Barrel goes in with the E. Nuclear sidesteps everything. DAMWON melt Invictus.
The new Oppo Reno 2 quad camera. Zoom into imagination.
Behold the world ender!
Coming round again. You wanna dose of this right now? It's KDA. I'm a goddess with a blade. 소리 처음 나 이름 믿지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad gal, gal, gal. And when I start to talk that, oh, you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 래퍼. 나와 되길 원한 늘 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough. Let's get it, show you up. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. Go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. You ready for this? Let's go. See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아? 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여. I'm trouble and you running it. I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name, ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. We so
And welcome back to Worlds 2019. Today we're closing out the Worlds group stage, and the fans have made this an amazing experience. Here we're watching them through the lens of the Oppo mobile cam with anti-shake technology to capture the best moments from Worlds 2019. Thank you to everybody here in Berlin and everybody watching at home. We're about to jump into DAMWON Gaming versus AHQ. Quick update, AHQ are starting Apex for Rainbow in that mid lane, and we were kind of expecting Apex to play more of Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, he played all of their playoffs. They defeated Hong Kong Atu. They lost to J-Team. The one interesting thing, coming into the tournament, what I was kind of excited for, was that he has played a substantial amount of Ziggs. He played the normal stuff, the Azir, the Silence.
Sorry, you're telling me you're
Akali.
excited to see Ziggs?
Yes!
What
Short
world?
fuse, quick shot, short fuse.
Oh, I don't know what weird realm we've entered. Will it work against Showmaker? Like, what do you have to ban to make Ziggs work against this team?
I mean, it's definitely going to be very difficult, especially considering the performance Showmaker just turned in. But I feel like these are the things you need to look for, right? Embrace your style on the world stage and really put it out there for everyone to see your best possible counter here. Maybe you can put them off of their comfort zone.
Yeah, and of course, so important. DAMWON, they win this game, they're guaranteed first in the group. If they lose this game, they could set themselves up for a potential tiebreaker pending the last game of the day. To catch up on the draft, Rumble, Syndra, Kayle, followed by Pantheon, Gragas, and Kiana. In the previous game, it was an Akali first pick. This time around, it's the Renekton.
All right, so with the Gragas ban, I actually raised priority on Elise right now. Everybody has been accustomed to seeing Renekton. Oh my God, you have to get Elise with it to combo. But we've seen so much already. The Talia, if you have a stun setup, Talia jungle is so devastating. You can stun someone into the seismic shove and burst people just as quickly. And Talia has the advantage of being ranged and making use of the passive. One of the biggest differences is how the professional junglers use that extra move speed going close to the walls to get into position. Quick answer here from AHQ eSports though, Lee Sin going to try and get around it, close the gap with that mobility.
So what you're saying is you like the fact that both Xayah and Renekton have abilities to combo with Talia no matter which direction Canyon decides to go. What does Showmaker want to run? I mean, we have seen some Renekton mids, depending on what gets locked in, but we'd anticipate that top.
Honestly, I am feeling the Ryze here. If Ryze goes unbanned by AHQ, to me that's one of my favorite setups with Talia because it is a point-and-click rune prison. Also, it gives you options later. You have the Renekton. You can send the Ryze off to try and split push. And Renekton, by the way, people are very used to being like, he falls off a cliff, terrible late game. But because of this unique item, quick shot called Spear of Sojin, Renekton becomes a monster as well. Ooh, the Zillion! We do get some fresh looks.
Yes! Okay, I much prefer Zillion to Ziggs. Much more excited about this. Obviously, we anticipate that to go, would you say mid lane?
Yeah.
Would you think mid lane Nautilus? No, probably going to be mid lane Ziggs.
Probably going to be mid lane Ziggs. I mean, mid lane Nautilus definitely possible, especially with Doinb at the tournament. You have to give respect there. But you got to think it is the Nautilus-Kai'Sa duo lane. Just works so well by stacking up Plasma. Ooh, late game answer here from DAMWON with the Ornn being locked in. Possible support Ornn, I would think. Don't think it's going to be it could be a mid Renekton though, and they could put Ornn up top and grab another support.
A lot of physical damage thus far. It's going to be a pivot away, so it's going to be the Yasuo locked in. Yasuo Ornn bot lane. Wait,
I would say
Yasuo
Xayah
mid.
Ornn bottom lane.
There we go, yeah.
And the Yasuo and the Renekton are technically flexible. Showmaker has been an amazing Renekton. But I would not be surprised if Nuguri took it either.
Got a couple of options. So what does AHQ do as a response to this? Hovering the Cho'Gath for now. Definitely seems to be like a week 2 flavor of the week, something that's been growing in popularity. And the last second swap will be the Sion. So Sion expected in the top lane there for AHQ.
Yeah, and AHQ feel very comfortable with Ziv on these tanks, or even pseudo tanks like Gnar that can bring frontline aspects to team fights. And they're going to put him on that Sion, try and soak up the pressure there. I have to say, with the Zillion, they are trying to scale a little bit. We'll have to see where he goes to use the passive experience bonus. When you're a mid lane Zillion, it usually has to be a jungler coming over to your lane and try and get that early extra level. So we'll see how well Alex can actually use that. Lee Sin does have possible combinations here with the Zillion. It's gonna be very difficult to pull off, though.
And so challenging, because you got to hit all those skill shots against Yasuo if he has any minions to dash through or the wind wall to block Sonic Wave. Tools to work with on the side of DAMWON Gaming. And for AHQ, on the verge of going winless in the group stage, being eliminated without causing any real splash in this group. And a lot of pressure on Apex, coming in. He's got that Zillion. What do you make of their chances this game based on just compositions alone?
Going to be really rough, Quickshot. I'm going to be brutally honest here. They are fighting an uphill battle, and it is going to come very quickly.
Grab your drinks, get your snacks, and welcome back to DAMWON Gaming taking on AHQ in their last regularly scheduled game of the group stage. All of the pressure is on AHQ to play spoiler here and to potentially give us a dramatic end to the day. And for DAMWON, this is just about putting in the business. Win the game, guarantee first, guarantee all 3 Korean teams take the first seed out of group.
It's absolutely astounding here that Korea is on the brink of having 3 first seed qualifiers heading into quarterfinals. After SK Telecom didn't make Worlds last year and the big fall of the Korean style of play, so many of these teams had to rethink the way that they play the game. And a lot of it is because of the teams like DAMWON. The teams coming up, the new blood here, actually changed the landscape.
It's really exciting to see them play and take down defending world champions. DAMWON went 2-0 over Invictus, and really fun games. And talking about new blood, there's a new pick on the Rift. Little quick stat for you, Kobe. 96th,
Ooh, I love these.
96th unique pick at the World
Are we at the most of all time?
Not of all time, no. We're closing in.
All right, not impressive. Come back to me when we're actually number 1.
Okay, I will. It's not up to me, but I'll report it, all right? I'll scream from the rooftops. And now I want to see what Apex can do. Last-minute substitution, coming into the game with this Zillion. Not the Ziggs that for some reason you were sickeningly excited about. But it is still fun to see something
Ziggs
different.
hater over here.
I am
Honestly,
a super Ziggs hater.
Honestly, this is pretty rough for Zillion. It gives Yasuo a very, very easy lane to get plenty of CS towards the crit multipliers really early on. It's difficult for Ziggs to ever land bombs on Yasuo because he's so mobile through the minions even early on with the E. So as you can see, Apex is trying to bomb out the wave, trying to get the CS. And meanwhile, topside Alex, MVP Alex, looking for a topside play. Doesn't look like they're going to go for it as Nuguri was charging up the rage bar there on Renekton. With that much fury, you can't take that fight.
You really can't. Wako and Ysera get some good damage onto Beryl on that Ornn. He was spitting out the bellows breath, but not a huge turnaround for now. And that wave is pushing in. Top and middle, though, is going towards AHQ in favor of DAMWON Gaming. So I want to keep my eyes on Canyon. Level 3 for now, making his way north into the top lane. That seismic shove can set up a kill onto Ziv.
Yeah, there are some key indicators that you look for when you go for dives. First is champions, of course, Renekton and Talia, but also building waves crashing into the turret, like this one.
All right, there you go. Stun, shove, dead. Easy.
All right. The silver lining is that Sion, zombie form, gets to get back up and collect some of the wave even after dying to the dive. So Ziv is able to CS under turret as a zombie, then teleport back, and at least doesn't lose out on the big buildup of the wave that we were just pointing out.
Yeah, really nicely done. Here's a replay clearly pointing out everything you just said.
So exactly what we talked about in Champion Select. Renekton plus Talia is so easy of a setup. You're able to get the full stun into Seismic Shove, 100% to 0. Like clockwork, basically. HQ unable to recognize and play around the combination here means that they are going to start with a very big deficit. That money going to Talia, I think, is even worse than it going to Renekton. Usually people like to talk about, oh yeah, you want your solo laner super fed. but especially magic damage junglers and burst mages here like Talia, getting to the Runic Echoes upgrade is an insane power spike. That item is stuffed with gold efficiency.
Yeah, and in the previous game, if you watched it, Canyon was everywhere he needed to be without a Weaver's Wall. Add that into the equation, and it's going to be even more impressive. Also, while we do have a brief lull, I have to eat humble pie. I have to apologize to Kobe.
Yeah, we'll eat it right up.
The stats team just got into my ears and really yelled at me. Like, actually told me quite aggressively. We have set the most unique picks and bans and have done so for a little while already. Previous record was 92 in 2018. We're at 96 already.
You're trying to undersell me on 2019?
I completely am. Dude, I'm so sorry, and apologies to the stats team for literally misrepresenting your information. I just, I misread the numbers, and like, I'm ashamed right now.
Quick Stats might have to look for a new sponsorship.
Dude, I'm hanging my head in shame. Jat Stats significantly more factual, right? That's the way it always is. But we jump back into game. DAMWON 1,000 gold up already. Advantages in mid, advantage in top with that early kill. Ziv, he held his flash, if there's some small solace. But you just have to feel like the options are here for how Canyon and Nuguri and Showmaker want to play around this Talia.
And honestly, after this Raptor camp, I would not be surprised if we see a journey through the river here from Canyon, heading towards the bottom side. Even a level 5 Zilean, if they could get here before he dings level 6, could be a target, but he's going to soak up that wave. Once you get level 6 on Zilean, of course, quick shot, with the revive, that target is no longer available.
Yeah, the Chrono Shift is so impactful. I didn't pay super close attention to Alex's pathing as he snuck around to catch any of that bonus XP from Zilean as of yet. It was something you talked about in the draft, and he's level 5 to Cannon's level 5 for now.
Yeah, and that's a breakpoint that you want to look for it, because dinging to level 6, Lee Sin acquires so much extra burst damage that you can actually take the Talia even with the early cure. Here comes Canyon, though, looking for round number 2. Alex is lying in wait.
All right, looking for slice and dice into the stun. Nuguri's moving forward, throws down the Dominus, sees Alex and goes, nope, do not want, and instantly backs away. He's a little careful to pull tower aggro. Ziv escapes with his life for now.
And you still get kind of this secondary objective. With pressure being matched, both junglers showing, you don't lose resources as DAMWON for that attempted play. You get half of the plate worn down. Science still goes back to base, is going to miss out on minions, has to walk back. Let's see if the ultimate is used here from Ziv. I would expect him to try and get there unless the entire minion wave goes down. It's not a cannon minion wave, so it will get annihilated very quickly. And he is going to be at a significant deficit here.
Yeah. Got the cull as well for Nuguri. 2 plates picked up. I think he just about got that one, actually, before he backs away. And, I mean, this is just a really good start for DAMWON. Nearly 1,500 gold up already. And Canyon, again, working exceptionally well with Nuguri. In the previous game, Nuguri fell behind early. Canyon was coming to save. Now they're just trying to beat up on Ziv.
Yeah, gonna run him off the minion wave here. Not a lot that he can do. Just take a beating while trying to dodge. Greatest outcome for him is dodging the seismic shove, but still gonna take that extra pressure. And that's why when Champion Select, when we're looking at it and you're talking about the chances, quick shot, it looks so rough when you have solo laners of Sion as well as Zilean. There's not a lot of plays that you can make on the top triangle, so very easy territory for DAMWON to work out.
So what is ideal scenario here for HQ? Like, try steady the game, get to mid-game skirmishes where you can utilize the revive on something like Kai'Sa, because you don't really have a huge consistent damage threat.
Yeah, what you want to do is try and work off of your spikes that you can hope for with the team fight from Zilean before you get to the super late game, because then you're looking at Ornn upgraded items on the side of DAMWON and the extra gold efficiency coming through. Problem is that also the teamfight ultimate coming from Ornn is very big for them as far as that AoE, but generally the Zilean with the first team fights is where you get a lot of value out of the revive. He's not going to build AP early on, even with the Catalyst here, just looking for extra survivability. Honestly, so rough because there's not even great users of the extra speed up. Maybe Nautilus, maybe they can catch someone out. I feel like they're going to have to utilize that to their advantage for some sort of numbers advantage, because otherwise Yasuo's farming up here.
Yeah. Every single lane is just pulling ahead marginally. Canyon is now showing his face bar. Multiple ganks already. Alex has been all but invisible, really. There was one sort of like shadow defense of the top lane.
Yeah, we saw him top side.
For Ziv, but it felt more defensive, and Wako gets locked behind the wall.
Nice
ult.
ult.
Stick comes back, takes a lot of damage, uses the summoner heal. Dredgeline will pull Beryl under the tower, but the threaded volley was burning down Ysera. And Wako and
Abandoned tower.
Alex and Apex are going to be a little late to the party here. Do they look for some sort of reinitiation? And the answer is no right now.
Reinforcements have arrived, and DAMWON are content to keep the game going at the current pace. There's no necessity for them to risk anything here against the bottom side. Even with Ysera and Wako softened up on the bottom side, they can take the easy objective of Cloud Drake without having to risk a possibility of diving under a tower with zillion chrono shift coming through.
I actually think it's terrifying to think of what Cloud Drake does for this DAMWON comp. You've already got the ability to like reposition and close you down. Yasuo, Renekton, and Talia are already difficult and quick enough before you add the movement speed increase.
All right, Alex. Let's see what he can get done. Top side. Wait for some camps to respawn, I guess. There's no way. Like he goes into the even 2v1 here on the top side versus Nuguri with Flash. You got to be worried about him turning around a 2v1.
Yeah, you absolutely need to. And this gold lead just continues to grow. Ysera, by the way, got his ultimate up. I think it'll be hard pressed with no real AP on Apex to do anything, any real dent on Showmaker. He's easily able to back away, but Ysera just roaming around the map. If you look at the vision, by the way, as well, DAMWON got complete vision control. I think Wako just cleared out one of those wards in the southern side of the river. There we go. Thank you, observers. But for the time being, it's a flawless start from DAMWON. They were the heavy favorites in the game, and they're playing this exceptionally well.
And if we got to look at it from HQ's side, I mean, Wako here that's on your screen right now, to me, he was an outstanding performer for this team in getting them here to the group stage. You know, through play-ins for them. I was really impressed in his team fighting. They're going to need that dialed up to 11 in this game. The Kai'Sa is going to have to carry so incredibly hard because the rest of the lineup is only set up for the Kai'Sa. So basically everything lies on his shoulders.
And that's before you add into the fact that 2,000 gold deficit and champions like Renekton and Yasuo that want to dive you, and they could be set up by Ornn. A Call of the Forge God into Yasuo ultimate, and GG Wako. You can just get deleted, so gotta be so crucial to use that flash at the right time. Seismic shove into stun. Golden Meat comes out, and just another very easy kill. Ziv will be able to farm the wave thanks to his zombie mode.
Yeah, once again, you gotta take the silver linings there, Quick Shot. He doesn't actually get the cannon down, though. Meanwhile, bottom side, the Kai'Sa continues to farm for them, but it's just so easy to set up with Conqueror, Renekton, and Talia. Repeated visits up there. It's brutal.
Yeah, it is, but this is a little bit painful to watch. All right, come on, Alex. Oh no, there's no one to help. I take it back. Wait there, dude.
Are they doing the 2v2? That looks risky.
Okay, let's find out. Dominus is on cooldown. Ziv's ultimate's on cooldown.
Burst!
Canyon will get caught out by Alex. Ooh. Good damage. Seismic shove. Threaded volley. Alex will not be able to find the kill. Nuguri comes in to help it out, and I can hear the chants into the sadness here in Berlin. Now Beryl and Nuclear, they're running for their lives. The first bomb won't do anything, and HQ will get some time to secure plates as there's 1 minute left before they time out.
Yeah, I mean, once again, at least they're getting some gold on Kai'Sa. That definitely sucks for them on the top side, though. Missing that Sonic Wave on the Talia short distance. And then Kenyon knows there's no killing him from there. He's able to flash over the back of the Rift Herald wall, finish it off with the extra Q. And DAMWON looking like they are going to claim a very, very strong early game here. Here is another look at it. The kick back into the crooked Q. You hate to see it, Quick Shot. It's one of the classic Lee Sin combos, is dragon kick right into Sonic Wave, but on the world stage, it's hard to keep steady.
That was the Quick Shot combo. Missing the Q, you see. That's how I do it. But like you said, I mean, DAMWON are just in such a commanding position, 4.5K. They'll win this, they'll lock up first in the group. All hail our Korean overlords, and there'll be definitely a discussion as we look forward to quarterfinals. But the next game is going to be so crucially important because we assume DAMWON will win this one. TL versus IG. The winner of that advances. They make it to top 8. This is the ultimate rematch from the MSI semifinal.
I'm so nervous, Quickshot. Super excited to see that matchup come through to determine the next advancing team. But I think what you just glossed over is just so crazy to think that only a year ago, we were talking about the downfall of Korea and that style of play. They had to put in so much work to really reinvent themselves and get them back to this state. And it has been a tremendous resurgence. Let's take a look at this invade, though, because Barrel's backed up by the rest of the team, going for control ward kill.
Come on, blow the horn. Call in the Forge God on. Not going to find a target yet. I was looking for the fight. But, I mean, I think you're 100% right. Griffin have had a couple of attempts on the really big stage, and they're looking more promising this year than the past. And DAMWON, as we said many times in the previous game, from Challenger to now the World Championship and almost winning their group in, 1 year. It is a phenomenal story. The new age of Korean superstars. Maybe it's bringing back the Korean dominance.
Yeah, and I'm not going to say, hey, we're back in the past where it actually was just a done deal. We have had such good placements from both China and Europe, really taking top teams and threatening here. So I'm super excited to see how the rest of the tournament plays out. But you have to say, you get chills when you see the video of FLICKR walking up the steps telling you that no team is fit to raise the Summoners Cup besides SKT.
But it's also important, no single team wins 6-0. Fnatic took down SKT yesterday. Team Liquid has taken a game off DAMWON as well in the group stage. And they're topping the groups, but it is slightly different, and it's going to make quarterfinals next weekend all the more spicy.
All right, well, we're not done with this game, Quickshot. You just wait for the AHQ pain train to come rolling through, because even though Ziv has gone down 2 times, Zion will get right back onto the front line here and lead the way, lead the charge here.
Ziv is the train part of that story, and Wako is the pain part. There goes the pain train! Retreat is a valid...
our base.
It is a valid strategy, all right? The first step to winning a battle is protecting your resources. Although I guess the tower went down, so that's actually the opposite of what I just said. But nevertheless, AHQ, look, they have to make a play somewhere. They're hemorrhaging leads, they're hemorrhaging control, and they're on the verge of going down 0-6. Where is Wako? I want to see him get into a fight.
Honestly, I actually want to see him just farm up more.
Oh, damn it.
I want to see the Rage Blade Quickshot. Then I'll take your deal.
Okay. Give me percentage odds of
that he gets to make a Rage Blade this game?
I was going to say win the fight when he gets Rage Blade. I think getting Rage Blade is very feasible, right? But will he be able to win a fight with it? That's the question.
All right. I'm going to leave that one a mystery.
I think that's
fair. You don't want to give away the end of the
that's
gaming
fair.
here, Quickshot.
I think that's very, very fair.
We got to have that anticipation leading up to it. Honestly, though, if we talk about the ending steps here for DAMWON, just keep on pushing up topside here with Nuguri. He's got teleport available on Renekton, so you create a pressure deficit. With topside pushed in and the teleport not available for Ziv up here, it means that DAMWON then get to transfer the rest of their players towards mid. You take down that turret. You start chipping away at the rest of this AHQ territory. You move slowly in to finish out the game. It's not necessary anymore to send resources topside. Your goal is accomplished.
Yep.
You killed the Scion a couple times. You took down the tower. That is the main goal. Now it is all about taking over the map.
There's a 40 CS lead in the top lane. Spear of Shojin as well as Black Cleaver's available. And there we go. The Forge God is called. Wako gets knocked up into the air. Showmaker wasn't in range for the ultimate. When the Weaver's wall comes down, feathers fly, flash away. Ysera goes golden thanks to the stopwatch, and Apex joins the fray. Chrono Shift is available to him, and that's a very defensive play. All credit to HQ to get away with their lives. Do they fancy a re-engage? Look, no tower to push for just yet, no mountain to push for. Showmaker's going fishing, will not find the knock-up with a Q.
All right, they're still going for the invade. Control ward number 1 goes down. Control ward number 2 is under attack.
Where's the third control ward? They have run out for now. Ysera holds onto it. The crowd is clapping at the ward desk. The thing is still terrifying to me is how this gold lead continues to grow. You know, we're up to 6K now. Nuguri didn't even leave the lane. He's like, nope, don't need. I mean, I guess he didn't have teleport, right? So we couldn't have joined anyway.
Yeah. I mean, he can also slip into the jungle, start taking away camps. There's gold in them Narkrugs, Trevor. He can farm it.
Koblock, can you draw? Wow, let's talk about that second and we'll talk about that in a moment. Ysera gets caught out, and he will get the Chrono Shift. This will bring him back to life. Barrel's got flash available. He goes to go over the wall. Searing Charge will get the knockup onto Ysera. Showmaker joins the fray. He gets the kill. Nuguri was thinking about the tower dive, decides against it. And look, 50 seconds to Mountain. There's a mid-wave to push up, and Barrel's positioning for a potential tower dive here, looking for another target. I think with Canyon on the Rune and Geckos, if any CC lands, I think they've got enough damage to kill.
Yeah, and they're going to have to give up control on the towers. Outer defenses going down so quickly for AHQ. Can they get defenses in place for the next wave? Alex is here to try and hold on.
So I was going to ask a question. When you draw on screen with our in-game tool, you only ever draw one item and then remove it. Can you draw 2 items and tell a story at the same time?
You know what I was thinking during the last game, during that Baron fight with DAMWON and Invictus? How many lines I would have liked to scribble over the team fight because there were so many things going on during it. But honestly, I don't want to annoy the viewers with too much clutter.
And basically, you dodged my question, meaning you can't actually tell a story with more than one objective. Let's look at the action on screen. Canyon's waiting to set up a play. Is going to find the seismic shove. Zib is escaping for his life. The pain train is still in the station. AHQ, will they decide to fight? Mountain Drake is alive and well.
Quick shot. Wako's got the Rage Blade.
It is up, and will he win the fight? Call the Forge God comes out. It's a split. All of a sudden, there's damage under Apex. He's running for his life. Chrono Shift will buy some time, and he's going to be able to escape for now. And as it stands, DAMWON escaped. Right, they didn't lose the fight. Rage Blade is up, so that was an option I didn't actually consider. Nuguri continues to chase. 700 HP to burn through. The Decimating Smash will not find the knockup, and AHQ actually managed to get away.
Evasive maneuvers! Everybody does get out. But again, another objective over to DAMWON.
Yep.
And they march ahead. Baron is up as well now. They finish off this mid turret. They will have complete control. Wako is on the run. Showmaker's got an easy route.
Alex is going to find the Blast Cone. Showmaker is going to continue chasing. Windwall comes out. Ultimate from Wako buys some time. Beryl will get the knockup. Wako is almost down. It's actually first going to be Alex, then Wako. Now Ysera's running for his life. Look at the feathers. They fly. They were called back. That will lock down yet another. Apex joins the fight, throws down the ultimate to put some HP back in Ziv's bar. But at the end of the day, DAMWON Gaming are too far ahead. And they are on the verge of a perfect game, Kobe. 8 kills to 0. No towers secured. Rift Herald picked up. It's not the ultimate perfect game because there were some tower platings that went down. Can Apex steal away this Baron and ruin the perfect play? The answer is no. Now we go expectation setting. Get first in group and pick up a perfect game to close it out.
Looks like a good plan to me. Here's another look at the ultimate combo. Ornn goes in, knock up on the wall, right on the heart of the team composition. Waco's gonna go down, Alex goes down, and then it's just open season as DAMWON charging forward. Nuclear is able to use the offensive Xayah ultimate. Now, with the Baron buff, I bet they can end it with this.
I concur.
All right. Take a look.
I'm waiting for Stasim to get back to me. I've asked him when the last time we had a perfect game at Worlds was. How good is your memory? Because mine's awful. So
I remember it clearly, sir. It was 2015, October 23rd, 11 p.m.
Okay. You got to finish the story for me to believe you. You've set it up well. I'm on board.
The teams were...
You lost your confidence, dude. You lost your confidence. You had to bail out. But yeah, we will find out because actually if you look at it, no kills yet, no towers conceded. The Weaver's Wall's going to lock out Ysera and Apex. I mean, it could be a perfect game for DAMWON. Here comes Ziv.
Pain Train!
No one must die! The Pain Train comes in! The perfect game is dead! Kobe jinxed it! He ruined it, everybody! And now all of a sudden the tower is under threat. The Pain Train worked out, but it is still a difficult route if AHQ want to put any semblance of a fight back on the table.
Woo! Apex now with 100% of the kills for AHQ. That's why you sub him in, Quick Shot.
The Zillion is working out, hasn't died yet. Has 100% kill participation, as you've already alluded to. He survived the laning phase.
He only needs a death cap, another death cap, and maybe a third death cap, and they can get a good shot at winning the team fight. Here's a look at the double bomb onto Canyon, out of the Zonias, and that's the full shutdown.
Now, of course, we are having a little bit of fun here, but for AHQ, 0-5 down. It was always going to be this uphill battle. Wako manages to avoid the crocodile for now. Still looking for that Pain Train to find its way to the LCK station, and it's probably a bridge too far, right? The route hasn't been built yet, as it were. DAMWON are going to be celebrating what feels like a tantalizing victory. Though I think they should get judged for not getting perfect. You know, this is a quick shot thing.
Quick Shot is a very, very strict teacher.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Especially like
I grade on a curve.
How will DAMWON finish this? Because you said they could use Baron to do it. They lost the fight in the mid tower. So now Kobe,
demerits.
I want to see from them. Fall of the Forge God comes out, split between the uprights, and it would have been a converted try if you're a rugby fan. This time round, DAMWON will instead just continue to push pressure. So yes, go back to the original question. How do they finish this game out?
Tower dive!
There's a tower dive on the card. Ziv will manage to get the knockback. The ultimate from Apex comes in. Ziv comes back to life. From his ulti's on cooldown, so he can't chase further. Now the towers survive. So DAMWON, when they pick fights at towers, they're losing.
Here we go for AHQ. Defense. 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 Defense.
Is there any European sport where that chant would make sense? League of Legends, I guess it's working right now.
Well, we honestly need to look for some offense from them because you've got to choose your moment. And you have to look for it when DAMWON are split. So if they try and push in all three lanes at once, you got to choose your lane. And then you got to send the Pain Train down. You have a Zillion speed up for Wako to try and get him into position for follow-up. That has to be the dream scenario for them. They have to reach for the stars right now because currently they're down in the dumps.
I'm so proud of you, Kobe. You drew 3 lines and told a story at the same time. There is
you want to see my quick shot?
There's hope yet.
This is quick shot right now.
It's true. It's actually true.
Can I write cocoon? It's too hard. I can't spell cocoon on stage.
That's a classic.
There's too much pressure.
That is a classic.
There's also no Elise in the game, so it doesn't make any sense.
Right here. I mean, you wanted the Elise.
Okay.
You talked about Elise with Renekton back in Picks and Bans. We didn't get it. We got Tilly instead.
All right.
Much better. The new blood of DAMWON. They wouldn't know the old memes. They're too new to this game to appreciate our old memes here, Kobe.
Our boomer jokes?
Yeah.
Right.
Boomer jokes. I quite like that one. All right, let's take a look at this. Baron's going to be up in 35. That has to be the objective for DAMWON. They are playing the safe and by the numbers. A guaranteed first seed is what is on the line here for DAMWON. And honestly, it's just... It's going to be interesting to see them in the next stage of the tournament. Where is the Pain Train? Ziv is down in the bottom lane. Call of the Forge God comes out. That will be one knock-up, and Ysera will go down. That's Nuguri. He's going to come in with Dominus, take some damage. Wako's looking for a re-engage. And the rest of DAMWON, 5 seconds of Baron. This should just set them up. But Call of the Forge God as an initiation tool is on cooldown.
All right, that is definitely a big team fight tool. Let's see if they can face check here. Alex is in. Alex is down. Quick shots.
He is indeed. Your play-by-play was flawless. Showmakers looking for Wako. There's the Weaver's wall. Here comes Canyon. The threaded volley goes out. Wako, the ultimate, is about to time out from Zillion. It's going to get proc just at the last second. Nuclear will pop it, then pop him with the help of Nuguri. And only one member of DAMWON Gaming go down. Zombie Ziv is killed as well. And Ysera is left alone in base. This could be long enough death timers for DAMWON to finish the game and to finish first in the group.
What an epic finish they will have at the Nexus. Only Ysera is here. Quick shot. Can he do it?
No!
What, Nautilus?
He cannot. And DAMWON Gaming, from challenges in Korea to topping the group, all three LCK teams are first. Congratulations to DAMWON, 5-1. The only team to blemish their record was Team Liquid. Team Liquid will be playing IG, the winner of which will advance. Just before we get serious for a moment, Kobe, 742 days ago, 2 years, 12 days exactly, on the 8th of October, Fnatic got perfect gamed by Longzhu, and it was the last perfect game at Worlds.
I got the month right.
You did indeed. We need to bid farewell to AHQ. 0-6 in the group stage. All three representatives managing to go 2-1 in the first half of groups, and it's a disappointing tournament. J-Team as well as AHQ go out, and here's a couple of highlights on exactly how they were eliminated. I mean, Canyon and Nuguri just put on a clinic in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the combination. Renekton stun into the Taliyah seismic shove. Second time around, it was messy. Alex actually had a chance there to try and get some burst damage, but if you miss that Q, then Canyon is able to hit another seismic shove, flashes out to safety, and there was no real moment where AHQ really even made an offensive move to try and turn the tides of this game. It was just DAMWON from beginning to end steamrolling over the LMS.
And I know we talked about it a little bit. Obviously, all three Korean teams winning their groups, right? The context is different to if it had been 2015, if it had been 2016. We've seen these teams lose a couple games. Do you think they will lose in best of fives?
I do think at least one of them is getting knocked out in best of fives.
I mean, it's terrifying. And of course, the only other team that's qualified thus far, FunPlus Phoenix, we're going to find out whether or not another LPL team or the only LCS team is going to be joining. It's the last game of the day. Like, stakes could not be higher.
Definitely true.
Defending world champion or defending LCS champion, who do you have your prediction on?
I mean, I put my prediction in really early. It's no secret. I think Team Liquid are getting out.
Oh, I can't wait. For the final day of groups, Mascot is awarding their fans of the day some world swag. Today, some Austrian fans, Irma, Radial, Ficha, and Paul, all showed up to support Team Liquid. And who knows, maybe we'll see them advance to the quarterfinals. Up next, it's Invictus Gaming versus Team Liquid, a direct elimination game and a rematch of the MSI semifinals.
So excited to see them go head-to-head.
Like this one. All right, there you go. First, Canyon will get caught out by Alex. Good damage, seismic shove, threaded volley. Alex will not be able to find the kill. Ysera gets caught out, and he will get the chrono shift. This will bring him back to life. Barrel's got flash available. He goes to go over the wall. Searing charge will get the knockout onto Ysera. Ultimate from Wako by some time. Barrel will get the knockout. Wako is almost down. It's actually first going to be Alex, then Wako. Now Ysera's running for his life. Look at the feathers. They fly. Here comes Canyon. The threaded volley goes out. Wako, the ultimate, is about to time out from Zillion. It's going to get proc just at the last second. Nuclear will pop it, then pop him. From challenges in Korea to topping the group. All three LCK teams are first.
Welcome to Assist of the Week, presented by State Farm. Day 2 of World's Group Stage featured a powerhouse match between SK Telecom T1 and Royal Never Give Up. The game was basically even through 20 minutes, but as RNG tried to group and pressure mid, Clid snuck just behind enemy lines and dropped an explosive cask, hitting 3 members of Royal Never Give Up, instantly turning the fight in favor of SKT. Clid then danced with Karsa before following up with a body slam and barrel to help secure a clean 3-0 for the team.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down
Welcome back, everyone. DAMWON just took the first seed of their group after this victory against AHQ. I'm here with Kenyon to talk about the qualification. Congratulations on grabbing the first seed from Challengers Korea to World's quarterfinals. How proud are you of your team right now?
우선 1번 시드로 8강 진출 너무 축하드립니다. 챌린저스 코리아에서 시작해서 8강 롤드컵 8강 진출하시게 됐는데 얼마나 자랑스러우신가요?
일단 저는 챌린저스 시절에 뛰질 않아서 그건 잘 모르겠고 일단 롤드컵 8강까지 간 거에 대해 진짜 자랑스럽게 생각하고 있고 운도 따라주고 정말 행복하다고 생각해요.
So I didn't play during the Challengers Korea, so I don't really know. But still, I'm really proud of making it to the quarterfinals. I think there was a little bit of luck, and I'm really happy.
You said that also during play-ins, but I feel like you played really well. And from the looks of it, you will match against one LEC team. What do you think about the junglers? We have Broxa, Xerxes, and Yankos. Who would be the best one for you?
이제 8강에서 LEC 팀을 만나게 되는데 제르세, 브록사, 그리고 양코스 선수를 정글러에서 만나게 되는데 어떻게 생각하시나요? 그 선수들에 대해서?
일단은 셋 다 정말 잘하는 선수라고 생각하고 일단 유력 정글러들 일단 변수가 많은 플레이하고 또 갱도 정말 잘 다니는 것 같은데 그걸 계속 생각하면서 플레이해야 될 것 같아요.
So the three players you mentioned, the junglers they're all great, and I'm really sorry. Can you repeat because I couldn't hear because 한 번 더 말씀해 주세요. It's fine.
유럽 정글러들은 일단 셋 다 잘한다 생각하고 그리고 유럽 정글러도 약간 변수 많고 약간 갱킹을 잘 다니는 그런 스타일인 것 같은데 그런 걸 계속 생각하면서 플레이해야 될 것 같아요.
So the three players are unpredictable. They gank a lot, so they're really good players. So I'll have to focus and try my best.
Well, I wish you good luck on that. 감사합니다 for the interview. Thank you, Hajin, for the translation. And we're going to move to the last game. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Welcome back to the analyst desk ahead of Invictus Gaming versus Team Liquid, the fight for the last spot in the quarterfinals. And I can tell you all at home, for the last 15 minutes, all I have heard is let's go Liquid and IG
It's a beautiful thing.
It is a beautiful thing from both sides of the fan bases, just wanting their team to advance and putting all of their energy in this match. But unfortunately, the only people that can do it are the people that have to play this game. The pressure is on. This is the last spot for the quarterfinals, and there's only one team left from North America. TL now once again has the weight of the region on their shoulders.
Yeah, they're up against it, and once more, you can't write a better script. They were facing IG at MSI, completely counted out, supposed to get absolutely destroyed, and they took that series. And here they are once again with all the hopes and dreams of the LCS fans on their shoulders, looking to carry on in the quarterfinals.
Mithy, let's think back to that MSI semifinal. Well, everyone counted TL out. How much do you think they will remember that they were able to beat IG there?
I think IG is definitely angry about that.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be seeing a very spicy game, that's for sure.
It's been a long time. I've heard it. I'm sure they have. And it's in their minds. So for Invictus Gaming, who feel like they deserve that respect, reigning world champions, we're dominating the group stage at MSI. And you can see it from the fans. The IG fans are out there right next to the Team Liquid fans.
It's crazy. It wasn't even this crazy yesterday, and it is eerily similar to yesterday, where an LPL seed had one elimination game to play. Then it was against Fnatic. But if IG drop here, the current world champion drops out, and there's only one LPL representative left. The pressure must be enormous.
I don't even want to hear it. I don't even want to accept it. Invictus Gaming, the reigning world champions, and they look damn good. To me, the best game that I've seen thus far was the IG versus DAMWON Gaming. You have to respect the mechanics of the shy, rookie. Jackie Love is starting to feel that fire too. This team is online, and the only thing I'm ever worried about is Ning, so I know that's going to be a talking point at some point.
I mean, I feel like you got to be watching a different game than I was. IG against DAMWON. They get a level 1 first blood on the Shy. They have so much attention up there, and Ning threw it completely all away. There was mechanical errors, the 1v1 dive that Mithy was talking about in the last post-game segment. They threw away tempo. They had such a stranglehold on that game, and they managed to lose, and this does not look like a solid IG to me.
Yeah, I don't think either team has been very consistent, and it's going to come down to what's going to happen in this specific game. And if TL survives the onslaught, I think they can even take it.
Okay, Azael, from what you've seen today, at the beginning of the day you said TL knows about their fundamentals. They can play so well, but maybe they don't have enough of kind of a risk or surprise factor, and they need to fight through these aggressive teams. How do you feel about them now?
I think overall, individually, they have played well today. To me, where they have fallen short is shot calling, particularly around objectives. When we look at game 1 against DAMWON, the call to go to the Ocean Dragon, even in their win against AHQ, the call to take that Rift Herald when they had an advantage bot. But those are things that should be easy to fix, that they should be able to clean up with the coaching staff. And the individual play has been great, so I'm feeling good.
Yeah, I totally agree. They've just been a bit too greedy, and like I said, it's mostly just about like if they survive the early game onslaught of IG, they have a really good chance.
Raz, what have you seen from IG so far? I know you've been positive, and you said they are rounding up, they are working themselves up to that World Championship form.
Yes.
How far are they off right now?
Very close to it. We already saw 2 of their drafts being very focused on lane dominance. That is what won them Worlds. That is what got them to a very strong area during the entirety of the spring split. And remember, FPX only lost 1 best of 3 in the regular season. It was to Invictus Gaming. We know what their ceiling is. And when they make plays like these happen, just based off of, Baolan's engage, rookies Orianna that he's been getting consistently, and just the disgusting play that the Shy's been aiming to just have, 1v1, great things can happen.
On top of the general stakes of getting to the quarterfinals for the teams and the pride of the region, I want to zero in on 2 people in specific. I want to start with Ning. He has been given the trust of the support staff of Invictus Gaming today, and now is where he has to pay it back to them, right? Because this is the qualification game. How do we feel about him?
I'm feeling good. I know that you have 2 bad games already with him, in my opinion, and you get to a point where if you keep flipping that coin, it's gonna turn heads at one point. All right, I'm confident that the probability is gonna turn in my favor.
Now, the second player I want to talk about is Doublelift. He made history for himself by, for the first time ever, making it to the MSI knockout stage. Can he do it here, Azael?
I think they can definitely do it. They have been looking strong. I think they have been improving throughout the tournament. Doublelift over the last couple of years has been getting better and better.
The crowd can't wait for the game. We can't either.
Awesome
we are so
awesome
close
crowd.
to Champion Select. Give me your predictions. Who is making it to the quarterfinal and why?
Did I stutter? 100% Invictus Gaming. IG's got this. IG will take this one. We've already seen how strong they are as laners. They will find themselves in the best of 5.
I think they're not too interested in what you got to say there, Raz. And as all North American fans, sometimes we know you got to have a little faith. I think the fans are with them. I'm with them. Let's go, Liquid.
Oh, my God.
Mithy.
I would love for TL to qualify, but I just have to go with IG. I don't think TL is gonna survive.
That's what I'm talking about.
Listen, we're working up to a kind of uptick here, and you voting for IG kind of threw that to the wayside, so I'm gonna make a vote, even though I haven't, and I'm gonna vote for IG. Just kidding. I'm gonna vote for Team Liquid in this one. It is do or die. I believe in them. Let's go, Liquid. TL versus IG for the last game of the group stage. Let's see who makes it to the quarterfinals.
Thank you so much, Berlin and TL fans, and she, all Invictus Gaming fans. Your energy and hype is fueling us on the caster desk. Invictus Gaming have banned Jarvan, Rakan, and Skarner. Team Liquid, Pantheon, and Jace. Your jaw has hit the floor, Kobe. What are you seeing?
I saw a Skarner ban quickshot in an elimination match here. They are trying to go at the tried and true Team Liquid style. Tanky, just looking for those picks with a jungler. They know that it's not really to the biggest strength to embrace the current meta for Team Liquid of the Elise and Lee Sin and early game playmaking, but that's what they're going to have to do. Meanwhile, on the side of Team Liquid, they ban away the Jace that we just saw from the Shy, that brutal lane matchup that they tried to overpower DAMWON with.
All right, first pick, Gragas, after 2 junglers are removed from the pool. The Kayle is being hovered right now, and I have mixed feelings about this pick. I have seen it fail more times than I have seen it succeed. and it hasn't been locked in yet.
A lot of people do have those feelings, and I think a big reason for it is the ultimate usage that we have seen throughout the tournament. A lot of defense reactionary usage that has not had good timing, and we haven't quite seen the full potential of possible dive usage with it, offensive looks. Meanwhile, they actually don't lock it in, so we'll catch back up with it later. I definitely do still have a high priority on the Kayle as a champion, but it is going to be priority bottom lane. You're in an elimination match. You have Doublelift and Core JJ as your bottom lane. They lock them, the Xayah not.
The weight of an entire region on backs of Invictus and Team Liquid, defending world champions on the cusp of being eliminated by the team that eliminated them from MSI. JackeyLove will get his hands on Kai'Sa. We saw him on the Syndra earlier today.
When I see this Invictus Gaming Champ Select already, I am getting chills. You remember back to the World Championship last year, Quickshot, Ning on Gragas absolutely took over the entire game, earned MVP of the World Championship. Plus, we're gonna get JackeyLove's Kai'Sa. Skin in the game. And skin in this matchup.
Oh my word, Qiyana is locked in. Can go to the Shy or Rookie. Technically could be a Flex as well. That could be a Gragas support as a potential, and a LeBlanc for Jensen.
And the Qiyana just combos so incredibly well with Gragas. You look at the champion kits, and they just completely meld together. Qiyana with a Water Blade can flash and guarantee a route for a Gragas to come in. Body Slam Flash is already almost indefensible. If you set it up with that, they have a very lethal kill combo. LeBlanc is one of the only champions that even has a hope of getting out with the passive, but even then, these are AoE abilities from Gragas and Qiyana. They can legitimately 100% to zero you even while you're invisible. They don't have to target you a lot of the time.
All right, so what jungler do we start looking at for Xmithie? Lee Sin finds himself in the ban pool. I think Elise is still available. What other options do you consider?
I do like the Elise that you're talking about. I expect something like that to find its way onto the
Sejuani
ban table here. I do not want to see Sejuani after the recent nerfs.
Yep.
I think it just will put them too far behind. You're looking at a very quick tempo here from Invictus Gaming already, set up with possible actionable play off the Qiyana Gragas. And Team Liquid, I think, have to answer it. I don't think they go full defensive turtle like we just saw in the last game. They've got a LeBlanc here for Jensen. I think an offensive look is better.
All right, offensive look. They'll get the first pick in Phase 2. There's one ban remaining for Invictus. 3 junglers have already been removed from the pool, and Kayle will be taken out as well.
Honestly, he's got a lot of options. The Jarvan as well, extremely proficient, possible for the... Oh no, banned out
Banned
so
away.
early on in round 1.
Yeah.
They're really preying on that Elise pick.
Look at Doublelift's face. There's a lot of nerves. There's a lot of stress. He's got the Xayah that he's already locked in. And Impact turns his head. We did briefly forget about that Olaf. And Xmithie will be locking that in.
Olaf, without something like a Karma to support him late game, puts so much emphasis on execution of your early game route. This is going to be incredibly important for Xmithie. You can power clear through the jungle, then try and use your level advantage to turn those matchups. Best case scenario, you are there for the gank on time with Gragas. Alistar locked in for Invictus though. They're not shying away from it. So many ways to start these fights. Qiyana flash, Gragas flash, Alistar flash. They are looking to throw punches.
I am getting nervous already when I see the composition Invictus has put together. We're anticipating one last pick here, whether this will be the Shy or Rookies. Qiyana can have some flex. It'll be Vladimir. We anticipate that for the Shy. The IG fans losing their minds.
Vladimir scales so insanely well into those late game team fights. The only opening that we have seen has been the NA Aatrox used multiple times here. Impact was able to make it work last time.
I remember that Aatrox, it was into Nuguri's Vlad, and it was fantastic. Oh. Impact is locking in the Aatrox into a matchup he has already played and won at this group stage, but the stakes are so much higher right now.
And there's a big difference between Nuguri and the Shy. The Shy said he is not one of those players that will go for a kleptomancy in a lane that you need more power in. We'll see if it comes to run here. Is he actually going to stay true to his word, or will he go the money gambler route?
Oh man, we'll find out in a few moments. Just as a quick aside, out of nearly 3 million pick'ems, 4,184 still remain flawless. Of those 4,184, only 1,466 people have predicted Team Liquid to win this game. It is do or die. One team advances to quarterfinals and one does not.
Right now are the moments that are so incredibly important for coaches. I think you need to send them into this game with a level 1 in mind. Team Liquid drafting Olaf with the axes and having a Nautilus, I think they really need to try and make use of that. It sets up Olaf's early game if you can get that early information or blow a summoner spell. And Invictus Gaming have to be ready for that possibility.
Oh, so much on stake. Welcome to the final game of the 2019 League of Legends World Championship Group Stage. There will be no more tiebreakers, there will be no more extra matches. Win and you go to Madrid and qualify for the quarterfinals. I'm looking at the minimap because, Kobe, you talked about some level 1 shenanigans, and there it is.
It's been seen. Invictus Gaming with a very quick defensive ward. I like that from Invictus. They get their defenses out quickly with those 2 wards. Team Liquid will place a ward of their own. They don't know that they have been seen quite yet. There is a sweeper here from Smithy, though, and they're going to get some experience off it. Will they give it to Jensen? It's most important for solo laners because you get to hit that level 2 on the first wave. Jensen will get that. In the LeBlanc and Kiana matchup, Rookie actually should account for this because he saw them take it, but you can go super aggressive and try and get that harassment down. I'm so incredibly intent on tracking the junglers here, Quickshot.
Okay, we'll keep our eyes on where they're going. Smithy's set up at his blue buff, and we can see that Ning is sitting over by the Raptor camp. While that's going on, CoreJJ snuck his way into the furthest push forward, looking down Jackie Love, who, by the way, is playing his 50th career Kai'Sa game. He's won 34 of them, as you mentioned, wearing his own clothing. And
yeah,
so much on the line. All right, so I'll keep my eyes on the minimap, see where the junglers are going, and as it stands, CoreJJ and Baolan not trading any autos just yet, Kobe.
Yeah, you can see them rushing for that level 2 here, fighting over the melee minions. Team Liquid actually getting a little bit of the shove, and Double F does get the feathers through for harassment on Jackie Love.
All right, Pulverize comes down, a little bit of a trade. Wave is pushing towards Jackie Love and Baolan. Jensen with that level advantage, as you can see already. Rookie's respecting it, and he's stepped back. While that's going on, Impact and the Shy, they've just started to trade, neither of which running that Kleptomancy up in the top lane.
All right, I just highlighted what you expect from the power clear from Olaf. If you saw on the mini-map there, it's just blue straight up through topside, getting the camps respawning very quickly. Team Liquid do have information on the bottom side. As Impact is going for the trades, there was a ward on red buff, which saw Ning exit down to the Krugs. So they know that there are 2 options here for Ning. He can pass through, and he'll be seen on that ward by Team Liquid towards bottom side, or you go for the early recall. If you do a full red side clear on Gragas, you get your Predator boots on back, and you can rush out to the top side scuttle, actually look for a play here. Smithy trying to finish up on those Krugs very quickly here on the Olaf, and as we mentioned in Champ Select, you get your level 4, you get your level advantage, which is what you want to try and push early.
What does he do next, though? We can already see Ning making his way to the top lane. Ward comes down from Impact. This will spot out Ning's advance, and he's decided against it. Warded up on that blue buff and clearing out all the camps, making his way north.
And Gragas always has to be defensive in this matchup, so that's why Ning's gone with the control ward there, trying to make sure Smithy didn't have any extra intelligence on his blue buff. With the Scryer's Bloom giving it up, though.
Oh, good trade here, Jensen. As well as Rookie actually trading back and forth as Jensen dashed forward. Rookie was able to get a good reply back, down to about half HP. Darkened Blade moves forward, and Impact and Shy trading. Keep your eyes on Xmithy. Gonna throw out that undertow, will not find a target.
And again, this is also just Xmithy trying to get to the other scuttle. So it may look like a really fruitless gank right there, but your only big hope is that you maybe got a little bit of damage on the pass-through. They're never really looking for a big play. It's mostly quickest possible route to that second scuttle is going to take that down and possibly make the bottom lane back off and relieve some pressure as the wave is in a good spot for Team Liquid right now. You can see him moving around behind them.
All right, can Xmithy find the
Nautilus.
targets? Flashes available for JackeyLiv and Baolan. Baolan can look to use the taxi out to Xmithy. May try to do exactly that. Headbutt moves forward. Pulverize doesn't come down. Now Xmithy's in trouble. He manages, doesn't manage to flash. Now doesn't, gets away to safety. Nobody goes down.
Exactly, quick shot.
Oh, the Ignite is burning! Traded back and forth, a couple of minions, but Rookie gets a solo kill.
Rookie back on top, and he solo kills Jensen in the Kiana. Absolutely insane. He's able to retake control. How did, the passive was already popped here. Waterblade? Yep.
Yeah, he picked up water a little bit earlier. There we go. There we go. And just
Jensen not respecting that burst damage. Absolutely big here. This is why Rookie's so feared. And he didn't have the best summer because he had to take some time off for personal issues, but he is back on form. Rookie here on the world stage, making his presence felt. That's why the NLSS was talking about them having the best solo laners in the world. In World, when they're on form, Rookie now looking for a play on top side.
Oh man, those Moby boots is bringing him up real quick. Flash forward from the Shy, he gets the damage. Impact responds, now comes forward. Impact is blown up. Rookie 2-0 with 1,000 gold lead. And as I said at the beginning of the game, the weight of China, the weight of North America on the back of these teams. The last time NA did not make it out of groups was 2015 when Worlds was also in Europe.
This is a defending world champion at work, Quitshot. He recalls, buys Moby boots, heads straight up to win not one lane, but 2 lanes. Now, Rookie didn't even have to use his ultimate either. The Kiana, one of the most feared ultimates in the game, available for the insane burst damage. Jensen has to play so defensively now. Rookie with the level lead, going to be able to push.
On the bright side, of course, Moby Boots money means no additional damage money. For now, at least. And on the minimap, Xmithy and CoreJJ were hovering in that mid lane for a brief moment before they've returned to the respective lane assignments. Xmithy has pulled out this Cloud Drake, and Ning will be prioritizing the Brambleback now. Actually hasn't spawned just yet, so uncontested Drake, small win here for Team Liquid, and doesn't really cost them anything, really.
And honestly, it is incredibly useful on 3 of their champions. The Nautilus, the Olaf, and the Aatrox all make very good use of this in their matchup, trying to chase down for those initiations. So definitely a decent Drake to roll early for Team Liquid, trying to get something back, dealing even with the early pressure here from Rookie. We have to keep your eyes on it as well, because Rookie, as we talked about, with access to the ultimate and those Moby boots, now you can see on the map, he has pushed the lane. Whenever you get pressure like this with your mid lane push dip, and you've got a fed Moby boots assassin, that is a easy play to try and call. Let's see about the defense from Team Liquid.
All right, Blast Cone will pop Rookie over the wall. Xmithy tags the undertow. He's clearing out the Krug camp. There is support from Ning, and I was waiting to see if they pull the trigger for the tower dive. Not this time around. And as it stands, Impact down 15 CS in the top lane. The kill was secured by Rookie, so the Shy, an assist to his name. And obviously, a deficit for Team Liquid. Double Lift is going to get caught by the Ignite. CoreJJ manages to find the Q onto JackeyLiv. They start to turn this one around. Summoner heal still available for Double Lift, but so it is for JackeyLiv. Too late to the Summoner. Team Liquid strike back. Here comes Jensen. JackeyLiv, flash and heal available. Ning is running in with that Predator. Now Jensen needs to escape with his life. He gets stunned. A supreme display of talent with Ning's help. Picks up another for IG.
Just as Team Liquid are celebrating their success on the bottom lane, Rookie comes to take care of it. He absolutely demolishes Jensen. Jensen running back towards the brush that has a control ward owned by Invictus Gaming. Never had a chance there. You cannot exit back to mid lane. He even, coming from mid, lost track of Rookie there, who again, will extract another kill.
2-0-1. Ning substituted in today. 1-0 on his Gragas. And off to a very good start for Invictus Gaming. Here's a replay. CoreJJ landing that dredge line onto Jackie Love did so much to help.
Exactly. This is all about a big double knockup from Baolan. IG go all forward, but CoreJJ with this Nautilus hook immediately targets the enemy carry to get Jackie Love off of double lift, and then they have the zone to focus down the support. Here's where it all goes bad for Team Liquid though. Actually, the reason Jensen lost track of Rookie is because he was coming from base off the recall, but no respect given to the mobility boots. And he goes down. No possible response there. Once the water blade lands, he's rooted in place into the stun of the ultimate. Gets 100-0. Then Rookie also went back mid and got another turret plate.
Those Moby boots were an investment in the future, ladies and gentlemen. They are paying dividends as Rookie has impacted every single lane in the game. Solo mid, assist top, and kill bottom. Jensen will not find the ethereal chains, so Rookie able to dodge and dip and duck away. Look at the mini-map. Baolan's now made his way up. Flash away from Rookie, actually. Threatened from the engage. That was very, very important. Jensen and Smithy could have done something. Now Ning looking for a play up top. No flash for impact. He's going to get blown up here. Really easily done by Ning and the Shy.
Successful dive, and that is going to transfer into a Rift Herald as well. This is off of the recall timing of the supports. Baolan just moving over, getting vision behind the Rift Herald. To see Team Liquid any sort of setup there. They actually don't go for the objective. They're just going to reset first.
And the tower will clear out that cannon minion before anybody can respond to it. Maybe Smithy can catch a little bit of XP, but he's now falling further and further behind. Impact, that is. 30 CS down, 2 deaths in lane. 2 deaths for Jensen thus far. And obviously the kills being picked up by Rookie. This is just a difficult situation to be in if you're a Team Liquid fan.
Yeah, there's a reason that Qiyana has been one of the most highly prized champions currently on the patch. Almost 100% pick ban there because of the burst damage you get with this assassin. This is actually just the dream start. Qiyana getting a solo kill, an immediate follow-up, winning topside 2 for the Shy in the Aatrox matchup. It actually reshapes the way this game is supposed to go, given champion select. That is the power of Rookie. That is why so many people had their eyes on him. Now, though, we're going to see an invade from Team Liquid, getting some deep vision for themselves. Their biggest strength, double lifting CoreJJ, the bottom side, and their hope.
And of course, think of the mental pressure this puts onto Jensen. He opted into this matchup. Now, Jensen will get some help here. And Jensen will get stunned up by the ultimate from Rookie. Ragnarok is allowing Xmithy to push forward. Rookie goes in. Here comes Ning. Not going to find it just yet. All of a sudden, Xmithy's being targeted by Jackie Love. It's a 1-for-1. A root and a stun onto Jensen. The passive gets popped. He runs for his life. Dashes over the wall. Looking for a chain. Not going to find the damage just yet. Double and CoreJJ back away. That's a 1-for-1 trade. And while that's going on, there's a fight in the top lane. Whirlwinder has been thrown down. Hemoplague as well. Darkin Blade is going to pop. The Shy immediately turning this one around. And Impact down nearly half the CS, still got enough in his kit to pick the fights.
Yeah, we saw it the first time around. Impact is so confident on Aatrox. He's put so many games on it. Into the Vlad matchup, you can choose your moments with your ultimate as long as you see the enemy jungler to try and chase him down. But you saw there, the Shy's second Q charging up on Vladimir. It's very easy to see with that bar below his health, and he knows there's no possibility of finishing it. Now, the last skirmish in the jungle. Team Liquid really want to get this bounty off of Rookie, which is a correct choice because Rookie has no flash. Smithy's going to flash for him and does get the AoE necessary down when Jensen landing this chain here. Does secure it. In the end, going 1-for-1 though, as Jackie Love, you can see, ults in on the Kaisa to get some money back for Invictus. Means that Invictus aren't too sad about that bounty going over, given that they did have to flash for it. Impact though, back at it with the Shy, trading again.
Okay, so 1-for-1 in a gold deficit when you're pushing aggressively into the enemy jungle. That's a good sign for Team Liquid. It landed in Xmithy's hands. He's got himself a small farm advantage, got those Ninja Tabba and the Warrior Enchant, and another uncontested Drake. So that gold deficit, which becomes less and less important as the game plays out, is going to play into Team Liquid's hands with that additional sustain now to back up the movement speeds.
Big question is topside.
All right, let's see this fight play out. Chemoplate goes in, and literally every time we see these guys trade back and forth, it doesn't really feel like it's like for a full fight. CoreJJ steps forward, Dredgeline not going to find Ning, but the tower should or could fall. Impact's coming back to defense.
And look at the CS here on the Shy. Absolutely farming up a storm on Vladimir. 2 levels above Impact because of intervention. CoreJJ wants that fight, but it's so scary going up against the level 11 Vladimir with plenty of cooldown reduction. Smithy is going to join as well. They're just throwing so many resources up here to try and deal with this, but the damage was done so early on from Rookie's roam on Qiyana. The constant threat of Gragas dives, Qiyana dives have taken their toll.
Look at the mini-map. Baolan's making his way up, so is Rookie. I can't see a blast cone to hop over, so Rookie moves forward, places some deep vision, pushing that control ward further. It killed the one in the banana bush, or the one behind Red Buff, and pushes it towards that Raptor camp. The top jungle does not belong to Team Liquid. They are 3,000 gold down as we hit the 15-minute mark, and now Jackie Love will throw down the flash. He should be able to escape to the blast cone, but trading a Nautilus Ultima for flash is a huge win for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's ideal, and they want to continue the focus on their bottom side. That is their hope for this game. Doubled to CoreJJ, taking down the turret, taking down summoner spells, earning some sort of advantage on the other half of the map. It's going to be very difficult for them to bring that to Brent, though, because, look, you've got your item completions. Gold already spent. The Ghost Blade on Qiyana. That is an insanely fast assassin roaming around and threatening by these neutral objectives, specifically with the power that you get ulting in the river and getting very big AoEs for those knockups.
There is a blessing and a curse on the side of Invictus Gaming. The entirety of their gold lead is in the Shy's pockets. Everyone else is just marginally a couple hundred gold here or there, but it's over 2,000 up. Now, while that's fantastic for a scaling pick like Vladimir, if skirmishes happen elsewhere on the map, that lead is less relevant and less impactful.
And it becomes down to the situation. Can the Shy actually get to the backline? Backline access. He has to play the flanks well for Invictus Gaming. That's a situation that the Shy is used to playing. It's definitely a position he's well aware of. Getting to the backline, trying to get that pressure onto Xayah. Doublelift is going to have to be very, very careful with his positioning and his ult usage to avoid the 100% to 0 possibilities, because he has to build damage. He has to carry Team Liquid through these fights.
All right, Jensen goes over the wall, gets knocked back away by Baolan. Jackie Love holding on to the ultimate. He tagged the W, and I wondered if there was a re-engage. Team Liquid have grouped up 1, 2, 3 members in the mid lane. Impact's making his way down south to potentially catch this wave from the Shy, who, by the way, is up 70 CS over his opposite number. The bottom lane tower is under some threat, but for the time being, Team Liquid seem to have stabilized somewhat. They are still down 2,000 and a bit gold. There's another dragon spawning in a minute and a half, and they have to defend Rift Herald mid.
This is critical. They need the defense of mid tower to allow Doublelift to continue to farm. So they're sending more resources over here to try and defend it. But look at the flank from Rookie. Qiyana behind enemy lines can be devastating.
Oh, Jensen is caught out. He jumped into it. No, he escapes the passive from LeBlanc. Manages to tag with a chain for now. Rookie also backs away. Jensen so close to being blown up. But as you said, Kobe, the LeBlanc passive keeping him alive for now. The middle lane turret is still under siege.
Can they defend it? They need this mid tower to allow for gold income. The Shy and Invictus not giving up, though.
Look behind. Rookie's coming in from behind. There's the headbutt thrown out. CoreJJ sends the ulti. The Gragas barrel forces out 2 flashes at least. CoreJJ uses a stopwatch to buy some time. Body slam is timed flawlessly, and Jackie Love gets a kill. The feathers fly from Doublelift, and so does Summoner's Heal. Jensen goes forward. He does not find the chains, but Rookie does. 2 more flashes instantly. Now Rookie flashes defensively. Jensen is chasing, cannot connect with the damage. Xmithy was clearing out the Raptor camp, not there for the real fight. The tower falls. Invictus aren't done. They continue the siege. The inner turn is now being broken down. Jensen's waiting over the walls, looking to distort, looking for Jackie Love. He finds the Shy for now. Ignite goes down, but Jensen is blown blown up. The Acathian rain from Jackie Love is making Jensen cry. 8 kills to 2 and a 4,000 gold lead to Invictus.
The onslaught from Invictus Gaming ends in tragedy for Team Liquid as they are scattered back to their base. Summoners blown and mid laner reviving. Rookie heading down to the bottom side can push in that wave as well. So much was just taken over for Invictus. Team Liquid trying to get something back for themselves with one of these dragons, but the teleport is used.
3-1-3 on Rookie's Kiana. 3-0-0 on Jackie Love's Kai'Sa in his 50th game with 34 wins. Invictus Gaming, the defending world champions, have found themselves another kill. Double lift for the last 3 years has gone 3 wins and 3 losses in the group stage. And Team Liquid on the verge of going 3-3 and being eliminated. All 3 North American teams on the cusp of not advancing to knockouts. And for Invictus, it started with the solo laners and it has expanded to the rest of the map. It has just been a fantastic 20 minutes for IG.
And they could just continue down mid here. Tower number 2 falls. They return and get those 2 pickups so quickly. Doublelift had no flash, no ultimate left from the extended defense that they tried to pull off in mid. So that was a quick pickup there. Ning flashing in, and then they get the second chase down. Invictus will get to reset with their pockets full of gold.
Man, those team fights in the mid lane around that tower, it's going to haunt Team Liquid. Multiple flashes used and still to no avail. Invictus just picking them off one by one by one.
Okay.
Oh, this is just a fantastic setup for IG.
Next goal for Team Liquid. They are very far in the hole, but they need to get some vision set up for this Baron. Your hope of the Hail Mary big comeback is trying to turn one of those fights where Invictus get a little bit too loose in their setup. They have to skip some steps, and you can try and find it. The crowd with rally caps on, trying to open up some position for them. They can get control wards leading up. They can try and burst someone down. They do have lockdown.
And it's so important to know that that setup and the execution has to be flawless. When you're down this far, you cannot afford those mistakes. 21 minutes on the clock. Baron is up. You can see TL moving some vision forward, and Impact is now being dove. 2-level advantage to the Shy. Hemo Plague, Proto Belt, World Ender Q's not going to be enough. The Shy solos Impact.
And they've got the rest of the crew coming.
Here comes Bowland, goes for the flash engage, exactly like Kobe talked about. Rookie is shut down in the north of the map though. There's Jackie Love that picks up another onto Core JJ. The tower falls as well. 5 towers to 1, 12 kills to 3, 7,000 gold lead. And now the inhibitor turret is undefendable for the North American representatives.
They cannot fight straight up, so they have to trade here. Team Liquid going for the top turret. They're trying to find some money on the map, trying to scrounge together something to fight with on that strong side. They did get the kill onto Rookie into an outer tower, which is something for themselves, but Invictus, they are not satisfied with just a dive and a kill, Trevor. They take the inhibitor as well.
And of course, we missed this as we were following the fights in the bottom lane. These were the vision and the picks that you were talking about a little bit, catching Rookie a little off guard.
Yeah. Team Liquid, no, they cannot fight even footing, so they have to go to the other side of the map. They get a pick, and they get some gold back for themselves. It's a very long road to try and come back in this game, but you have to make that first step and make those picks.
Invictus Gaming are so close to making it to the knockout stage. Make sure you guys stick around with us. After this game concludes, we will draw all of the quarterfinal matchups. Now the Shy is being dove on. Whoa, double lift! Almost gets blown up from that Hemo Plague. Jensen's closing the backside. The barrel sends double lift to the fountain. A defensive flash from Xmithy. And what else can Invictus take? The Shy's damage is unbelievable.
And he played right on the edge of that blade collar, just outside of the pullback damage to soften up double lift. Then Ning comes in. They find the kill with the Gragas. They take the mid inhibitor. Are they going to push for the win?
North America are nearly done. The second LPL team to qualify for playoffs. The first Nexus turret has fallen. The initiation and the supreme display of talent. The solo laners started it. And the team will be finishing it. The Shy goes back forward with the Proto Belt. Look at that damage from the Titan Flight. Doublelift is dead again. He's been seeing grayscale for the last 4 minutes. There's nothing he can do. There's nothing Team Liquid can do. And Invictus Gaming will be eliminating the third and final LCS contender from Worlds. Invictus Gaming advance to the quarterfinals. No doubt about it, Invictus Gaming were the better team on the day. They had a competitive game against DAMWON, and they obliterated TL to end it.
There were questions surrounding the summer performance as they dropped down. Rookie had to take some time off. And there were questions surrounding his individual performance, but he made his presence felt so strongly in this game, winning multiple lanes for Invictus. Off of that first 1v1 kill with Jensen into Moby boots and taking out the Aatrox Vladimir matchup early. Then Ning comes in on his Gragas. They sub him back in onto the Rift. They put back together the World Championship squad.
Gigantic smiles on the faces of Invictus Gaming. Commiseration on the side of Team Liquid. Doublelift in 2015. The last time all NA teams were eliminated in groups went 2 wins, 4 losses. Every single year, 2016, 2017, 2018, ends the group stage at 3-3. And for the first time in 3 years, no LCS representatives advanced to the top 8. 3 Koreans, 3 Europeans, and 2 Chinese teams. We'll be drawing the quarterfinal bracket to figure out who is one step closer to the Summoners Cup, but it was not the way Team Liquid would have wanted to have gone out. Absolutely not.
Definitely not so. I mean, it was just such a quick pace there from IG. I mean, sweeping the map. Really, really intelligent work.
Yeah, exceptional play from Rookie. The solo kill into the Moby boots, it just unlocked the entire game, and it just, it makes you ask those questions. You know, Invictus Gaming, a lot of people had kind of written them off coming into the tournament and had questions around what they were going to look like on the big stage, but when the pressure was turned up, they showed up.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Really good usage, too, of the transfer of that lead that they got. I mean, after Rookie opened up the map, we saw Ning on fire on the Gragas. It's completely on point with those flashes, with those combinations, and the Shy was able to make that fed Vladimir work.
Unbelievable. While we set up for the quarterfinals draw on stage, I just want to say thank you to everyone watching at home. A special thank you to everybody here in Berlin. The energy was fantastic. Freak, over to you in World's Cooldown.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Great cast on the day. Raz, I believe you did call it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm happy about it, but it was a close call. All right? It was too close for me.
That game itself
wasn't
was
close.
not that close. But the fact that they were a game from elimination, I mean, I'm happy for IG. I'm happy to have the defending world champion be able to get the ultimate revenge on Team Liquid for what happened in MSI semifinals, to beat them twice in group and knock them out of the tournament. But I'm also just really sad for Team Liquid and Doublelift specifically to be 1 win away from quarterfinals 4 years in a row. It's pretty heartbreaking.
And realistic, you've got to be pretty upset for the entire organization, right? This team was put together for international success. They got a taste of it at MSI. They would have hoped for so much more on the world stage. And you saw members like Core JJ, Impact. You know, this is going to mean so much for their career. This is a career-defining moment going out in groups. Certainly not what the Liquid lineup would have hoped for.
Yeah.
But when you're drawn into a group that has DAMWON, that has IG returning to form, it was always going to be so tough to make it out of this one.
Yeah, and I don't know how it would feel for the players, but just how close this really was for Team Liquid to get into the quarterfinals to begin with. It's always kind of something you'd have to look back and think on, because very realistically, IG or DAMWON can win it all. And so if you get that kind of result, then you'd look back and say, well, we lost to the tournament favorites, or at least the people who eventually won the damn thing. So for Team Liquid, it sucks, but we saw some great games from them.
Yeah, and speaking of which, of course, that 6th game, a quick one, a banger, rookie solo kill into Roams in the top lane. And we had seen Impact in Aatrox versus Vladimir, and he was handling Nuguri, but the Shy is not Nuguri, and rookie popped off.
And look, there is a simple recipe for IG to be able to win Worlds, and it looks something like this.
Yes.
You need rookie to be the best mid laner in the league. In the competition, you need the Shy to be dominating people by 70 CS in a matchup that Nuguri was dying versus Impact, and then you need Ning, just moments of brilliance throughout this game to be able to take over the match.
And I just miss this IG, I really do, because for so long, we've seen them kind of transform based off necessity, with Rookie during the summer split playing just worsened by like proxy, with Leon coming in and them needing to play a slower game. This is them just dominating.
So this is also why the Shy brings phase rush on Vladimir, so you can press to your advantage and use kills to generate your gold. This fight right here, we're asking, where did all that damage come from? It's because he was a 13,000 gold Vladimir 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I mean, I feel like this IG lineup has so many questions in the summer that with a regular sports athlete, you would be able to write off due to very logical things. Rookie missed games and affected the team's morale. When you lose the best mid laner in the world, the team atmosphere is going to change and you're going to have to relearn how to play around him. They also went through a jungle change. At the end of the day, though, individual skill, class is forever. And what we've seen in this last day, in the clinch, their best players are willing to stake up, are willing to take the game into their own hands, and can win on the biggest stage.
And Rookie this game, it doesn't necessarily show up in the damage chart, 10.8k, but he's the one that really got the Shy going. The level 5 roam that burned Flash and got a kill in the top lane, you give that to a player like the Shy, he's never going to give that lead up.
And you have to respect the matchup with Aatrox versus Vladimir, but Aatrox had to respect the mid laner. With Rookie constantly roaming topside, there was one moment where he went up topside alongside Ning. It didn't turn into anything, but Aatrox no longer has control of the matchup, and that's the problem.
And I feel like these blowout games, we've just sung the praises of IG, right? I feel like these blowout games always have a turning point where they could have gone either way. I just think back to Smithy's gank in the bottom lane. If he had a flash towards Yellow Star, if that had been a more decisive setup, maybe they get something rolling. You know, we talk about weak side top laners and a little bit more respect. Maybe if the Shy isn't that far ahead. Because I do want to stress that I feel like in individual skill and kind of team environment, individual skill went to IG. I feel like team play was always going to be TL's way out of it. But when those gold leads start to balloon, it does impact the way that you can actually play those team fights. And on a different day, on a different time, we've seen this Liquid lineup actually take it to IG, and it just feels so bad that that wasn't today.
That's true. It's the way it went. Of course, they secured the last quarterfinal spot. Trevor said it on the cast. 3 Korean teams, all top seed. All 3 LEC teams, second seed. And the last 2 spots all going to the LPL as well. So we're down to a 3-region world championship. And kudos to the teams there from those spots who fought so hard. Special shout out to Fnatic for being the only team to drop an LPL team out of the tournament. That was, of course, impressive for them as well. So kind of your thoughts on what we've seen overall, even like a regional power ranking kind of idea, now seeing the group stage.
I just love the fact that throughout the entire year, there has been rampant discussions about LCK coming back and whether that was true or not. And this was just the outright affirmation of that. LCK, specifically Griffin, topped their group when G2 had already made that stance in MSI. SKT was already expected to do well in that group that they had there. And then you saw DAMWON, once again, nailing down first seed. So across the board, LCK was #1.
Yeah, a lot of 5-1 records or 6-1 records. You know, pretty strong performances. Either way, for more on IG's win, let's check in with Laure and the Shy.
Thanks, guys. Laure here, joined by the Shy this time around, who just took the second seed in their group. I guess that it's no surprise for you that IG made it out of group, but are you happy about the way you did it?
네, 우선은 IG 그룹 스테이지에서 8강 가신 거 정말 축하드립니다. 하지만 경기 내적으로 정말 만족하시나요?
사실 지금까지 계속 롤드컵 경기를 하면서 좀 제 실력에 대한 자신감이 좀 없었고 좀 내가 왜 이렇게 못하지 좀 더 잘하는 이런 느낌이 아닌데 나 이런 생각 많이 했는데 마지막 판에 팀원들이 저한테 너는 너의 실력은 다른 게 없는데 너의 생각이 문제인 것 같다라는 말을 듣고 좀 정신을 차리고 했더니 좋은 결과가 나온 것 같아요.
So actually, during the Worlds run, I was feeling less confident. I was like, this is not the way I should play. This is not the Shy. However, my teammates told me that this is not your performance. It's about your mentality. So that kind of gave me strength, and I was able to go back to game.
And if you were to change something in your run and work on something for the later stages of the competition, what would it be?
그러면 다가오는 일정에서 그러면 개선해야 할 점이 있다면 무엇일까요?
제가 중국어가 좀 부족해서 팀원과 소통이 가끔 미스가 나는 경향이 있는데 그게 저의 가장 큰 문제점 같고 그거를 가장 우선적으로 고쳐야 될 것 같아요.
So maybe my Chinese, because I don't have enough Chinese skills, so maybe we have some lack of communication between my teammates, so that's my highest priority.
I hope you can work on this for quarterfinals, because now from the looks of it, LCK has 3 first seed. Europe looks strong as well. So what do you think about the LPL's chances this year and your chances to have another championship title?
그럼 올해는 LCK가 정말 강해 보입니다. 세 팀 모두 1시드를 확보했고 유럽도 모두 8강에 진출하는 등 좋은 모습을 보여주고 있는데 그럼 LPL에 대한 생각은 어떠신지 그리고 IG가 또 한 번 우승할 확률은 얼마나 된다고 보시나요?
사실 1등으로 진출하면서 담원이 2시드가 되고 한국 팀끼리 붙는 내전이 나오면 정말 재밌겠다라는 생각을 했는데 물론 그렇게 나오지 않았고 그냥 저희가 2등으로 된 거 8강에서 SKT를 만나서 이기면 우승을 하고 싶고 지면은 그래도 강팀한테 졌으니까 아쉬운 마음으로 돌아가는 게 가장 저의 바람이에요.
So actually, if we could make to the first seed and DAMWON remain on the second, there could have been a Korean versus Korean team war. However, the thing did not go to our group this year. But well, I hope to meet SK Telecom in the quarters so that we can, if we take them down, I think we will be able to win. Or if we lose to them, actually it's also okay because we're losing to a very strong or favorite team.
Nice, and we'll see about that in the few minutes as the draw is soon ready. 감사합니다 for the interview, the Shai. Thank you very much, Isan, for the translation, and back to you guys.
I want to see that too. IG, SKT, the Shy's like, please, give me FLICKR.
What a player.
Yeah.
That's the mentality of the Shy. You know the best team, I want to play him right away.
That's the chance.
They did that last year.
Oh, right.
And that's
that
how
was
they won
the
Rose with KT Roster. Worked then.
It'll work now?
That's incredible.
Yes. Beat the #1 LCK team. That's how they make the Worlds run. From second seed in groups, like it's writing itself, basically, at this point.
It's that championship mentality. He's basically saying if we can beat them, then 100% we have the chance to win it all. So I love that mentality, 100%.
It'd be a lot of fun. Either way, of course, we also saw DAMWON. On the day, they went undefeated. That one against IG was a nail-biter. That was close. That was a battle, as it turns out, for first seed. But they secured the top spot out of Group D. IG went 2-1. DAMWON 3-0. Another LCK team at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is a different kind of LCK team, in my opinion, because we saw so many individual performances from DAMWON Gaming today. A region that is normally defined by their teamwork, their ability to set up the map, has been completely shifted, in my opinion, by players like Showmaker as well as Nuguri. And Canyon's performance in those matchups was just phenomenal to watch. I think this is a team that, once again, much in the same vein as IG, if the individual pieces show up, they could go the whole way as well.
And I will always remember that Baron fight versus Invictus Gaming because that really showcases what is possible for DAMWON. In moments in which they have to claw back, especially in a best-of-5 in quarterfinals, those are the type of plays you have to look at to know your enemy.
Yeah, of course, quick farewell to Team Liquid and AHQ. The draw is coming up very, very soon. By the way, stay tuned for that. When that happens, of course, we're going to toss over to them. But final thoughts on Team Liquid and AHQ.
I think it's another very disappointing year for Team Liquid. We hit it at the start, excuse me, of this block. But for Doublelift to be 3 wins 4 years in a row, you need 4 wins to get out of groups. That's what we saw this year. Every team that advanced ended up having 4 or more wins. So just super close once again.
Yeah, and my commiserations to AHQ. 0-6, 3 teams actually in the group stage managed to go 0-6 this time around. But we are ready to find ourselves the quarterfinal matchups. Let's have a quick shot for the draw.
The 2019 League of Legends World Championship group stage is now complete. Half of the teams that took to this stage have been eliminated, and 8 teams now remain. They are 1 step closer to lifting the Summoners Cup, and we're about to draw their quarterfinal matchups, see who will be moving on and working their way towards Paris. Before we do that, I would like to welcome to the stage Origin's Support 2015 World Championship semi-finalist, 2017 MSI finalists. It's Origin's Mithy. As Mithy takes to the stage, teams will be placed into 2 respective pools. The winners of each group will be placed into Pool 1, while the runners-up will be placed into Pool 2. We will draw all Pool 1 teams into the bracket and then find their respective matchups. The only caveat being that teams from the same group cannot face off against teams from the same group with which they competed or be on the same side of the bracket. In the event that a draw is invalid, we will bump the team to the next valid and appropriate draw. Berlin and viewers around the world, please put your hands together and help me invite representatives of your 8 quarter finalists. From Griffin, Tarzan, G2 Esports, Caps, Fun Plus Phoenix, Tian, Splice, Xerxes, SK Telecom T1 FLICKR, Fnatic Reckless, DAMWON Gaming Showmaker, and Invictus Gaming's Rookie. It's about time to start the draw. Mithy, please mix up the teams and draw the first Pool 1 squad. It is DAMWON Gaming. And they slot into the top left corner of the bracket. Mithy, please draw the next team. SK Telecom T1. And they will be slotted into the bottom left corner. Mithy, please draw the next team. It is Griffin. Griffin find themselves in the top right-hand corner of the bracket. And there's one team left to draw. Mithy, please do the honors. And it is Fun Plus Phoenix, who will slot into the bottom right corner. Mithy, please reposition to Pool 2, and as a reminder, teams from the same group cannot face one another nor be drawn onto the same side of the brackets. Mithy, please mix them up and draw the first Pool 2 seed. It is Invictus Gaming. And they will slot into the top right corner against Griffin. Mithy, please draw the next Pool 2 team. It is Fnatic. They will be slotted into the bottom right corner against Fun Plus Phoenix. Mithy, please draw the next team. It is G2 Esports. They will be slotted into the top left corner against DAMWON Gaming. And for the last time in the quarterfinal draw, Mithy, please take the final team. It is Splice, who will find themselves in the bottom left corner, taking on SK Telecom T1. this concludes the 2019 World Championship quarterfinal draw. Thank you to our participants, thank you to our fans, and thank you to Mithy.
Welcome back to World's Cooldown. There's the quarterfinal draws. My first gut check, I like this bracket. Everyone else?
It's great. It's really funny. The first thing for me is that Fnatic would possibly have to go through 3 LPL teams to make it to the finals, which is hilarious to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, the 2 of them, right?
I like your confidence in IG.
RNG, FPX, IG.
Right. Yeah. RNG already taken care of.
Okay, yeah. I'm pretty happy with this draw overall, right? I thought Mithy was about half a second away from getting flamed to eternity because he was close to drawing the G2 versus SKT. That was possible, but overall, I like these groups.
So Jat and I play a lot of games backstage where we attribute arbitrary points to teams, try and power rank them, and try and come up with different ways to be able to run, different tournaments.
Okay.
And I think that if we were going to do this, this is nearly as close to performance top to bottom that I have seen. The one exception I will give is maybe the DAMWON Gaming versus G2, because I think that DAMWON today would have earned a couple more points to me. But I'm very intrigued that this seems to be pretty balanced in the terms of power differences, like, SKT playing against Splice, and I think that across the board that has been reflected.
I mean, I gotta say,
I think so. I'm going to sign numbers later and make a tweet about it.
Yeah. I think that'll be fun.
One thing that helps, right, is LCK all getting #1 seed, LEC all getting #2 seed, just because it lets you divvy up those teams. You don't have a region-on-region kill until semis, right? The Korean teams all spread out, the European teams all spread out.
Yeah.
I am a little sad that the LPL sadly has both their squads in the same side. There's no chance for the LPL final in case they really deserved it.
I mean, it was possible to get 3 LCK LEC quarters and 1 LPL quarter. So I'm glad that didn't happen.
And the thing is, if they really deserved it, one of them would have got first seed, right? And we would have potentially avoided a lot of this mess. So I think that this is a very fair way to bracket up teams. I think when you have a look at kind of the caliber opponent you're going to have to go through. Immediately, you think G2 and SKT, maybe the 2 remaining Titans in a lot of people's eyes are favorites, being seated on the same side of the bracket, makes for a very potent semifinal. And Griffin kind of get the dream, because they get multiple practices at best of 5s if they are good enough before they either have to face an old nemesis or a team that can beat SKT in a best of 5.
Yeah, I think pound for pound, all of these quarterfinals make for very exciting either stylistic matchups or just great best of 5s. Like we already talked about, Griffin versus IG, I think will go the distance. And it's fun stylistically because IG is so fiery, while Griffin have showcased to be a lot more of a slower pace, much more smarter team. This is hilarious, actually.
Not only that, I think just the strength that Griffin holds in the jungle against what IG has shown as being slight confusion. Like, this is going to be the gut check for Ning. Like, are you back in Worlds caliber form if you can take down Tarzan? I think that would actually do a lot to be able to stake IG's claim as, once again, a legitimate contender.
So real quick, I've got the schedule on Pop. I got to read those out for you. Saturday's first match is Griffin versus IG.
Wow.
That is followed by Fun Plus versus Fnatic. That's going to be the day 1. Sunday, headlines with SKT versus Splice, followed up by DAMWON Gaming versus G2. So you got the region spread out. This is the run of show.
You asked me earlier, like, who do I think is the strongest region now? Based on Worlds so far, the LCK is 16-3 as their win-loss and has 3 Pool 1 seeds. I don't know. I'd have to go back and check. That's close to, if not, the best group stage they've ever had.
Yeah.
Now, LEC has also had a historic year by getting all 3 teams out as the 2-side seed and going at 13-7. But what we're going to see at these quarterfinals, like, this will be close to definitive, like as close as we get to definitive best region before we've seen the World Championship. How many LCK teams get through? The number 3 LCK team in DAMWON Gaming versus G2. It's not free for them to get through by any means.
Nope.
And I think that the LEC teams should be happy about the draw that they had. I think the only ones, obviously, is Splice being sent as sacrificial lambs, you'd have to say. Like, that's how I would view it with how well SKT are playing. But I've already, doubting Splice seems to be the worst thing you can do.
More power, right?
I know, right? They're just going to be coming out like Hulks at this point. But like G2 versus DAMWON, I think G2, even Jankos in his interview said he wanted to play up against a Group D team. They got just that. And FPX versus Fnatic, Fnatic has to be happy about that.
And I think the real games start now, because best of 1 League of Legends has always been different to best of 5 League of Legends.
Sure.
We have champions that are sitting on permaban status, just because in a best of 1, you don't want to lose to an early game Pantheon or something like that. But I feel like a lot of these teams do have the depth and flexibilities, and not necessarily in the number 1 seeds that we've seen come out of these groups. I think that there will be some teams that will start to roll the dice in some of their draft options. It gives you much more flexibility. A lot more of it is on the coaching staff now behind the scenes to be able to come together with a plan that will be able to take down some of these titans.
And it's also when you start to pull out all the stops, when you're suddenly against teams that you really, really, really must win against, or your tournament life is over. I think back to when Zyra and then suddenly Misfortune Support showed up in the, I think, 2016 World Championship that the Korean teams knew existed, but no one else did. And then Rock's new MF support existed, but no one else did. And that's when you're like, hey, by the way, I've got the second level read on the meta. Let me show you how it's broken.
Last year, we didn't see Victor top until quarterfinals.
Yep.
We've already seen 96 unique champion picks, and we just finished group stage.
Yes.
So with how close some of these matchups are, the thing that decides whether or not you get to stay in semifinals or have a chance at the title, which a lot of these teams do, which is another unique thing about the draw this year. I mean, past years we'd say there's these 2 teams, and if they're on the same side of the bracket, everyone's disappointed. And even though 2 of the favorites, SKT and G2, are on the same side of the bracket, we're still like, but Griffin has looked great, IG's been good, Fnatic and FunPlus Phoenix, even though they had a few stumbles in group stage, have had really high moments. There's so much that's still to be played.
Yeah, a lot to look at. I mean, Griffin, their stock to me rose a whole lot, and I'm so conflicted on Griffin because their last year and a half since joining the LCK has been absurdly strong, never finishing below a silver medal in regular season or playoffs. Now, the problem is they have won a single best of 5 in their history as an LCK team, and they got to do it in a week.
But the problem is, and I always say this about Griffin, their only fatal flaw that people can point at is the fact they can't beat SKT in best of 5s. Well, guess what? Lots of people can't beat SKT in best of 5s.
They had a gauntlet match last year in 2018. Well, they lost to KT, who was nearly a world champion, and then they lost to Genji in the regional qualifier. So 4 of their best of 5 losses have been against world champions, and now they have to place last year's world champion.
But as a rookie team, I can be like, okay, that's nerves. You know, maybe they were better, but they got nervous. This time around, SKT coming into this Worlds was majority of people's front runner along with G2. That team is so insanely good right now. And the fact that that is a slight against Griffin, it honestly blows my mind.
And I don't think, and this is what always has to be proved in a best of 5, I felt like they got over a lot of their nerves in the last 2 games that they had in their group stage when they had to go up against G2. I'm just saying, look, I have a bad track record when it comes to drinking teams, and it may work out well for me. But for Griffin, they've looked better. They looked more confident. Charzan looks like a completely different jungler, a jungler that you could put number 1 or number 2 on your top 20 list of players. So it's pretty crazy how well they have actually evolved as a team.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And we haven't spoken about it much, but my match of the quarterfinals is actually going to be FunPlus versus Fnatic, because how both of those teams kind of ramped up. And you kind of have 2 teams that are also not subscribing very heavily to tournament meta, right? And I think that this matchup in particular is going to very much test Fnatic, because when you have a look at how Doinby wants to play around grouping with his team, around generating fights, around annoying the absolute crap out of you, it's going to be very hard for a rookie like Nemesis to be able to deal with. However, Fnatic mid lane rookies have a very good track record of showing up when it counts, and I think that this best of 5 could really cement the legacy of what Fnatic is as one of those clutch teams coming up against, you know, seed 1 from the LPL.
And my question is, like, who's annoying who? Because, like, it's really a galaxy brain of drafting at this point. Because if it's going to be a test of, you know, FPX or Fnatic, it's a test of drafting and of the meta. And I think if there's going to be a Pantheon left open finally in this tournament, like, maybe it's then. I have no idea. I hope so.
And I think it's going to be really interesting because I think that's the series to me that has the most unanswered questions. FunPlus Phoenix came in as my number 2 for this tournament. That is where I power ranked them. SKT 1, FunPlus 2, G2 number 3. And FunPlus had a mediocre showing in an easy group, right? They nearly lost the first seed to Splyce, and we know both G2 and Fnatic are far better than Splyce. We saw the LEC playoffs. That is a true statement. Does FunPlus Phoenix come back to LPL FPX, where they smashed regular season, won the finals, took the number 1 seed of one of the most competitive regions in the world, or do we have group stage FunPlus, where I think Fnatic smashed them?
How about another question for you? Is the LPL even good? Because
you get out of here.
Literally
jump off this
all you have right now is a disappointing FunPlus and an IG that is playing nothing like they did in summer. I actually think that if IG played this way in summer, they have a chance to win it all as well. So I think there is a legit, as an LPL fan, I'm just going to put myself out on a limb and say that they have a track record of underperforming on the main stage, but also could be attributed to maybe an inflated performance at times as well, Raz.
I will jump in and say that the team that I expected to do the best out of all the LPL teams was RNG. They were, hey, bring them back. Because they were the most reliable team of what their strategy actually showcased. Fnatic is not reliable. Or Fun plus Phoenix is not necessarily reliable. They haven't shown that in Group B. And then for IG, like we've just seen them today. So I don't even have to justify that.
I mean, the IG versus Griffin matchup, I know your favorite is on the bottom with FPS for Fnatic. Griffin versus IG, to me, has just as many unanswered questions. Like, is IG actually back to World Championship form? And here's the one. What happens when the Shy plays against Sword?
That's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. We'll have.
How does Griffin deal with that?
I know what happens.
I don't know. It's going to be exciting, though. We'll have more to say real quick that we've got an inside look. We're going to hear from Caps about the draw.
Thank you guys, Laure here. And joining me right now is Caps. We just had the draw. In my opinion, we had the best scenario possible when it comes to a European perspective, but what do you think?
Well, I mean, we didn't really mind too much what teams we would get up against. Obviously, there's a lot of strong teams. I think it's like a hard draw. Obviously, DAMWON is really strong. And I think maybe we'll get Splice, maybe we'll get SKT, but SKT is really strong as well. So it's a hard one, but it's also one I was hoping for because I really wanted to try my luck against DAMWON. And also SKT is obviously FLICKR, and that's going to be fun if we get to play against them.
So tell me about the matchup. What will be your strength against them, if you already thought about it, obviously?
Well, I don't... I mean, we haven't really decided exactly what we want to do yet, but I feel pretty confident going up against them. I think while we didn't have the best last day of Worlds, we are a really strong team, and now that we have a week to prepare for DAMWON, I think we're going to come in with a lot of good plans.
Yeah, I was about to say, you didn't leave a good last impression on the last day, so can you make sure that you won't make the same mistakes again, especially in best-of-5 series?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously best-of-5s are different. Like, you get a week to prepare for them. So we're going to have a lot of preparation only for DAMWON, and we don't have to care about other teams to play as well. So I'm pretty confident going in. I think usually we're really good at preparing for teams. We are really good at reading what other teams want to do, and I think DAMWON will be no different.
All right, now, for the other LEC teams, Fnatic, their matchup, Splice against SKT, what do you think about this?
So I think SKT is probably looking like one of the stronger teams this tournament. So it's going to be like a hard game series for Splice. But I think FPX is probably the weakest Seed 1 team. So I think Fnatic is probably pretty happy with that. But yeah, let's see if we can't see all the EU teams going further and see if we can actually make the same kind of thing happen that happened last year.
I was talking to the Shy before the draw and about the fact that the LCK had 3 first seeds here, unlike the last year where they had an awful year basically. So what is your take on the fact that LCK looks super strong this year?
I think LCK is always really strong. Obviously they maybe had an off year last year. Obviously MSI wasn't that great for them, and same with Worlds. But I think they're back. They are really looking really strong. But at the same time, I also feel pretty confident. I think we, as I mentioned, are a team that are really good at preparing for teams. And now that we have a week to prepare for them, I'm sure we can figure out what the Koreans want to do and counter it.
Still the year of EU for you?
Yeah, we're going for the Grand Slam.
Thank you very much, Caps. Good luck on the rest of the championship. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Laure. G2 hoping for the Grand Slam, double LEC titles, MSI champion, looking now at Worlds. Couple of stumbles in the group stage, but I think one of the better tune-up matches they could go for in LCK3. If they do that, I believe they're on the FLICKR side of the bracket, so then SKT is next.
And Caps knows about how the final 2 days of a group stage don't necessarily make or break your World Championship. He was in the shoes of beating IG twice in a row at the end of a group stage last year, then ended up losing to them in the World Finals. So I think they have the right mindset that it was good that they lost in the group stage rather than in the best of 5, and are going to prepare strong.
And I think kind of the attitude we see out of Caps as, the mid laner at G2 is what a lot of European hopefuls allude to behind the scene. You can see that he's kind of bouncing, he's bubbly, he's happy with the lineups, he wants to have a swing at the best players. All these guys know that if you're going to win the World Championship, you have to play them eventually if they are that good. So why not get it out of the way when you're nice and rested, just coming off a very successful group stages. I like G2's chances.
And if they do win their quarterfinal matchup, and SKT does the same, just back in May, they beat SKT in the best of 5. So
Yes.
it does look like the ability to win is there. We'll see if they show up on the day. Now, if you missed anything from the last day of groups, be sure to stick around for our rebroadcast starting at 8:30 p.m. CEST, which is 11:30 a.m. Pacific time. That's all from us here at Worlds. Thank you so much for Berlin for hosting us, and we'll be back next Saturday for the quarterfinals in Madrid. Now, before we go, let's get a look at the big moves of the day presented by Axe.
The 2019 League of Legends World Championship group stage is now complete. Half of the teams that took to this stage have been eliminated, and 8 teams now remain. DAMWON Gaming. Canyon finds the Shy. That's an easy kill. And Canyon's GA gets popped. Barrel goes in with the E. Nuclear sidesteps everything. DAMWON melt Invictus. And it is Fun plus Phoenix.
Looking to try and get in there. We've seen this before. There was Tien early into this pit.
Oh!
Somehow the burst didn't work out, and now the dive bomb comes in. The shotgun into the backline, and there goes LWX.
It is Griffin.
Tarzan would be waiting, and now they're actually going to counter.
There you go. Rakanal now comes in. They're going to kick him right back in the middle of the team. The Kiana can't get anything done.
Look, they're defending the inner tier too.
They're going in. Kiana just going to cut through the entire team.
It is Invictus Gaming.
The Shy on the front line forcing double lift away, and IGA able to survive. Shy shockwave. But the shockwave finds 3. Invictus Gaming find their fight. They find the Baron. They almost find the ace. Impact tries to flash away, but he is chased down with a killer instinct.
It is Fnatic.
The objective is still alive. Eyes on the Herald, who gets it in the end. SKT, but Fnatic will play defense. We'll try to stop this one away. Effort has now been locked up. And then once again, a beautiful Vigar stun. Teddy can't get back in the fight. He has to burn cleanse to do so.
It is G2 eSports.
And here they go on to turret number 1. 5v5 to close the game right now. Sneaky out of hell, 2 for 0-3. Already picked up, making a 4th.
SK Telecom T1. Teleport's finally coming in. Faker's going to be joining the fray, so is Khan. Ultimate from Nautilus goes out. Clutch Gaming have got the Baron, but can they get out alive? 1, 2, 3. North Americans are down. SKT only lose 1. It is Splice.
Meganar slowly starting to stack. He has a minion wave there to beat him. If he wants to double jump, he can fish for it. Vizichaki just going to bounce right in. Lands it on 2, and Splice now trying to clean the fight, desperate to get something back. But both the carries, no. One going down, Fofo is dead. It's all eyes on Little B.